The Live Like No One Else cruise is back March 14 through 21, 2027. We're taking over the Western Caribbean for 7 days, headed for Half Moon Cay, Cozumel, Jamaica, and Grand Cayman. This isn't just another vacation. It's the ultimate debt-free celebration. You'll hang out with all the Ramsey personalities and me all week. Join a ship-wide debt-free scream, explore stunning destinations, and get fired up with exclusive new talks on living and giving past Baby Step 7. Plus, you'll connect with thousands of other people who have kicked debt to the curb and are living the Ramsey way. You don't want to miss this. Cabins sold out last time, and you know they will again. Lock in your cabin today with a $600 deposit at RamseySolutions.com/events.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Tuesday night's State of the Union speech was a chance for President Trump to assure Americans his economic plans are working ahead of the midterms. But according to ABC News Ipsos polling, a majority of voters disapprove of the president's handling of the economy. ABC's Elizabeth Schulze reports.
Our latest poll finds 48% of Americans say the economy has gotten worse since Trump became president. 29% say it's gotten better. The president used this speech to tout economic numbers that look good on paper: record highs in the stock market, lower gas prices, falling mortgage rates. But for many families, their perception of the economy comes down to what they are paying for day-to-day essentials, and many of those costs are rising.
They want to call that the State of the Union. It is the state of denial.
As Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego, who spoke at the People's State of the Union, along with Congresswoman Yasamin Ansari.
At the National Mall running concurrently with President Trump's State of the Union address, Gallego and Ansari joined other Democratic leaders for a counter-programming rally.
What is happening right now is that Donald Trump, the Republicans, have made this country sicker, poorer, and less secure.
Gallego says millions of Americans are without health care and accused the Trump administration of cutting Medicaid and food stamps. Representative Ansari, meanwhile, focused on a leukemia patient locked up in the Eloy Detention Center.
While Yadi suffers in detention, Donald Trump stands before Congress and lies to the American people.
Melody Burkett, KTAR News.
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
Today, the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors voting to give the Recorder's Office $550,000. KTAR's Malin Overstolz joins us now live in the News Center to tell us why.
Yeah, Becky, the money will be used for mail-in ballot signature verification improvements, a process which Recorder Justin Heap has introduced changes to. Supervisor Debbie Lesko says Heap asked her for the money last month as the two parties continue a legal battle over election responsibilities.
I have tried, and the board has tried, in good faith, to work with Recorder Heap, and so I hope that he will do so as well.
And Supervisor Thomas Galvin voting no. He's worried Heap's new signature verification process is rejecting too many ballots. Reports from elections last year showing that number nearly tripled under Heap.
I really hope that they do a better job and course correct. For all these reasons, I'm voting no.
Live in the News Center, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
The U.S. has lifted the shelter in place for American citizens currently in Mexico after the death of a notorious Mexican cartel leader. T.J. Johnson was on the way to the airport the day that operation was carried out.
There were a couple of motorcycles that approached us to try to get us to stop or to pull over. I did a lot of silent praying.
The Mexican government insists security's been restored following an outbreak of violence. An alleged cartel scout was arrested by Yuma Border Patrol agents deep in the Sierra Pinta Mountains. Such scouts are often used by the cartels to survey large areas of land to better plan their smuggling routes. The suspect was found with supplies that indicated he was going to stay for a number of days. The Guthrie family remains hopeful as the search for their mother nears the 1-month mark. The family has pledged to donate $500,000 to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Callahan Walsh is the center's executive director.
This will go on to help elevate missing children's cases, get attention on cases that may not be getting the attention they deserve. This will go to help support families and bring home more missing children.
The Guthries hope the money will bring national attention to all missing persons. Taking a look at Wall Street today, the Dow rose 308 points at the close, the S&P up 56, and the Nasdaq was up by 288. If you need more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Checking traffic now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. We have a crash that's clearing. It's at 48th Street and Baseline Road in Phoenix. Some residual slowing there. And another one clearing 59th Avenue and Palmair in Glendale. Otherwise, that's about all your troubles at the moment. Traffic brought to you by the Lund Mortgage Team. Got a mortgage in the last 3 years? Email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com and see how much you could be saving today. Today, mostly clear on a high of 88, 59 overnight, and then here we go into the 90s. 91 tomorrow, 94 by Saturday. Currently checking the temp in Phoenix, it is 85 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken. You are getting on my last nerve.
Speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 1.
Oh, a lot of people are going to tell you hour number 1, best of the hours.
There's no question about it.
Although, hour number 4 today, Gatos?
Yeah, we've got the face-off coming up at 5 o'clock. We've got our esteemed panel that will be joining us, panel of 3, and we all watch the State of the Union. That'll be part of it. We're going to dig through that at 5 o'clock, the face-off. And it's can't miss. And you can watch it on the KTAR YouTube channel. You know, you and I like digging through the news. We like finding stories and talking about the big issues. But also, we like to share a bit of our personal life. And so, at 4 o'clock today, well, my kid is having a kid.
Yes.
I think,
like any minute, right?
Yes, it could happen anytime.
You're on baby watch.
We're on baby watch. I've been saying it the whole time. I'm on baby watch.
It's been a week of baby watch.
My kid is having a kid, and I don't know what my kid's kid is going to call me.
Oh.
So I want to open up the phones at 4 and take suggestions.
Of what should I be called?
Your G name.
The G name.
The G name.
Okay, because it could be that's good. I like that. Okay.
So we'll do that at 4. As we say, we like to talk about our personal lives and what's going on.
That's exciting.
Now, you have something that you would like to discuss, so I'm going to go at 4, but you're going to go first here.
Okay.
And to be honest, I really don't know what Bruce is going to talk about.
Fair enough.
Which is kind of part of,
Well, we talk about the circle of life.
And
how's this? You're talking about somebody coming into the world. I'm going to talk about losing my mom.
Yes.
I losing my mom a couple weeks ago, I've done a variety of things that I never thought I would have to do.
Right.
Yesterday, I picked up her remains. I went to the mortuary, the funeral home, and I got the call that it was ready, and I went there, and I showed you the picture. Beautiful red urn.
Can I explain it?
Please.
Bruce has a picture of a beautiful red urn.
Yeah.
In his car, in the passenger seat, with the seatbelt on.
Well, yeah, Mom always told me you got to wear your seatbelt.
Well, of course.
You got to have the
seatbelt is on the red urn. It was beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I probably was avoiding. They called me a week ago, and I might have been dragging my feet a little on this, but I went up there and I thought I did a good job and went in, signed some stuff, and they handed over the urn to me. And as I'm walking out. There's not a lot of people there. There's one other car in the whole parking lot. As I'm walking out, a woman gets out of her car, and she's crying. And she comes up to me. I'm parked a couple spots away, and she said, "I'm here to pick up my husband, and I don't know if I can go inside." And she said, "Is that your wife?" I said, "This is my mother." And she said, "What was her name?" And I said, "Annalise." I said, "What's your name?" She said, "Andrea." And she said, "I lost my husband, Joe, suddenly. It's just me and my 16-year-old daughter now."
Oh, gosh.
And she said, she asked, why did you choose that urn? And I said, my mom really liked arts and crafts. She had a lot of things that were in this kind of style, this red. She really liked this bright red color. And when my brother and I saw it, we said, you know what, that's Mom. It reminds us of Mom. And she said, I can't get to the point where I can pick an urn. She said, but I just don't want to leave him in there anymore. I want to bring him home. And I said, I met this woman 30 seconds ago in the parking lot. And we stood there and talked for about 15 minutes. She told me all about her husband. What a great guy he was. She talked about like how interesting things happen and how you meet people, and how she was thankful that she ran into me, and that I told her, you know what, why don't you find something, an urn that as I said, like when I look at this, it reminds me of my mom. And I said, maybe you can find something, some sort of a vessel that reminds you of Joe every time you look at it, and you know, focus on the good things, you know. And I had this conversation with this woman who I've never met in my life, and it kind of reminded me of how grief brings people together. And this is not about me, and I'm heartbroken for Andrea, her daughter, and losing her husband. I hope it was helpful for her to talk to somebody in the parking lot of a mortuary, and somebody else who's going through this process as well. And I shared with her something that I learned, and I learned this a while ago, and I try to remember this. Whenever it comes to loss, it doesn't hurt any less. It just doesn't hurt as often.
It is true.
And I told her, it's okay to feel the way you feel. It just won't always feel like that.
Yeah.
There'll be moments. It'll come flooding back. It doesn't mean you don't love them. It doesn't mean you forgot them. And I asked her, I said, would you like me to go inside with you?
Of course she did.
And she said, I can do this.
Wow.
She says, I can do this.
You kind of gave her a pep talk.
Well, I'd like to think I did.
I think you did.
I said, you know what? Joe's looking down, and he's wondering why you're sitting in the parking lot so long.
Yeah.
And she said, I need to go inside there, and I'm going to bring him home, and I'll find a good thing for him, and I'll find something. And I said, bring your daughter along. I go, the two of you should choose something. And choose something it means. She told me he was a huge Detroit Lions fan.
Cool.
Right? And I said, well, you know, my mind's already racing. I guarantee I can come up with a Detroit Lions blue something, you know, that might remind you of that.
Like the blue and the gray.
Exactly. And I've been thinking about her a lot the last day. And she was a wonderful woman, beautiful woman, going through this unspeakable grief in suddenly losing her husband unexpectedly. And her and her 16-year-old daughter having to go forward. And then, again, these things that I've never had to do in my life. You know, I've never had to go pick up an urn before.
No.
You know, I never had to, go through all these, like, things that you don't necessarily think of when you lose somebody. It's not on the top of the list. But I wanted to share that because I thought, there are other people out there who are going through loss. Unfortunately, it is part of life, is losing, having loss in some way, shape, or form. And I hope that you, if you're going through that, find somebody that you can talk to. As you say, maybe somebody gives you a pep talk.
Yeah.
I think there's a reason, you know, I know you speak about these things. I think there's a reason that Andrea and I were in the parking lot.
There you go.
Outside the mortuary.
There you go.
Literally, exactly. Because when I pulled up, she was sitting there. I went inside, did everything, came out. She was still sitting there.
So here's my thing.
Okay, you got to
think. You know where I'm going.
Okay.
You delayed going to pick up your mom's remains.
I did. I waited like over a week.
Why do you think you waited? See, because you and I have talked about...
I wasn't looking forward to it.
I know. I get that. I totally get that. But, you know...
But there's a reason.
You know, I talk about my faith and being a Christian, and I know that is not you. I've tried to drag you to church before, and I'll keep trying. But I know that that's not you. And we've even talked about praying, and you've told me you've never prayed to God. Yeah. And so I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
That's a God thing right there.
Yeah.
There is no doubt in my mind that he said, okay, you're going to go pick up your mom's remains on this day because this woman needs you.
Yeah.
Can't you feel that? Does that give you some sense of
there's no doubt that it felt like there was a reason that I was there for her.
I'm telling you, man,
and
there's
by the way,
doubt.
I have this image. I'm standing there. We're standing between our cars. I'm holding this big red urn the entire time. It's getting heavier and heavier. And we're having this conversation as I'm holding my mom. And she asked me all about Annalise and wanted to know about Mom.
And did she also help you?
I think so.
I think so, too.
I think so.
So I think you helped her, but I think we've also got to realize that she helped you.
Yeah.
You were both there at the same point because God put you there at the same time.
Yeah.
You're both going through grief. And I just think it's interesting how you could have went and picked up your mother's ashes anytime.
Yeah.
And you decided for whatever reason on whatever day that you were going to go do that. And oh my gosh, there's someone who
sitting in her car
probably wasn't going to walk in.
Couldn't get out of her car.
Probably wasn't going to walk in if you didn't be there.
Yeah.
If you weren't there.
I was not expecting this. You realize that when you're walking out of a mortuary holding your mother's urn, you don't expect the car next to you, the door to fly open, and a woman to come out emotional. It's just not what I was expecting.
I just think this is
But I'm glad I was there, and I like to think I handled it well.
I think you did great. I also think that this is like an opportunity for you, maybe, to say something working here.
Things happen for a reason.
Things happen for a reason. And there's something working here that's bigger than I am. And I know that you don't go down that road, and I don't try and force anything on you. It's not the kind of guy I am.
No.
But my goodness, there's no doubt that you were put there for that exact reason. I think you both helped each other. I think it's a beautiful story.
Yeah. You had no idea what I was going to tell you, too.
No, because
you told me, don't say it, don't say it.
No, because I knew you wanted to talk about something.
Yeah.
And it was personal. And the way that we do the show is, well, don't tell me beforehand. I don't want to hear it beforehand.
Yeah.
I want to hear it with the audience. I want to hear it with Becky Lynn. I want to hear it with everybody. And so, that's quite a story.
I'm thinking of her and her daughter today.
Yeah,
and I know that she's really in a difficult spot. I just wish her the best.
Yeah, beautiful story.
All right,
beautiful story.
Becky Lynn, she's got a check of the headlines for you. We're going to get you up to speed on everything. And then coming up next, are ICE officers specifically being trained to break the law? Well, one whistleblower says that's what's happening. We'll talk about it next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
This month, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
KTAR News Flash.
At 2:17, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. High temperatures usually seen in spring are expected to hit Phoenix this week. This winter has surpassed nearly every other Arizona winter, with temperatures nearly 20 degrees higher than average. Meteorologist Gabriel Ojero at the National Weather Service explains why.
It has to do with the strong area of high pressure that has basically built across most of the desert southwest. That unusually strong high pressure system has actually caused these temperatures.
We could see a high of 94 degrees by this Saturday, as a matter of fact. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Well, you heard it. We're warming up, so don't expect to wear that heavy winter coat anytime. Overnight, 59, and tomorrow, 91. Right now in Gilbert, it's 83. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Hi, Joe Huizenga. You thought 80s in February stunk? Prepare for 90-degree temps. Yes. We'll talk with a meteorologist and find out if this is the new normal and how long we'll be baking. Tonight on Arizona's Evening News. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, and the KTAR app.
Let's make sure Huizenga and Becky Lynn are not stealing our meteorologists.
Oh.
Don't be stealing the Bruce and Gatos weather bunny.
I'm sorry. You own Ian?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Yes,
No.
we do.
He's the outspoken weather bunny.
Are you serious? Are you putting him on the air?
He
This is an
likes
outrage.
us too, and
No,
he will
doesn't.
he will give us information that
This
he
is
won't
an
tell you.
outrage.
You wait and see.
Can I tell you? I'm going to cancel that interview. I'm going to get that interview
Boy,
canceled.
you do that. You work on that. That's disappointing.
We'll see how that goes.
I'm not going to do that to you, Becky Lynn. No. I'm just going to say he probably likes us better.
You would try.
There are a
but you
lot of
can't do it.
meteorologists. Why don't you leave ours alone?
You can't throw a rock without hitting a meteorologist in this city.
Fuss at Joe. He's the one that booked.
It was all Joe's fault. Hey, real quick, shout out to Cave Creek and all the Cave Creekians. Thank you guys so much for listening. Cave Creek, there's your shout out. What up, Cave Creek? All right. So, Gatos, we have a, what do you call it? A whistleblower who testified in Congress under oath, under penalty of perjury. And he had some pretty amazing, dare I say, shocking things.
Awful things.
To say about ICE, new recruits, and the amount or the type of training they're going through might be a best way to put it.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Because when you watch what happened in Minneapolis, it's really easy to say, these guys aren't trained. And then you do a little bit of homework and you find out, my goodness, they had like almost, the thing was 47 days of training. And so this whistleblower says that ICE cut 240 hours of training from a 584-hour program.
That's like almost half of it. I mean, I'm no math whiz.
So the class that teaches you the Constitution, gone. Oof. No wonder they didn't get the warrants and they were barging into homes. No wonder they were just throwing people on the ground.
It's literally the law.
Right.
Police officers still have to follow the law.
How many times did their firearms go off accidentally? Mm-hmm. Oh, that class was also canceled.
Like proper use of firearms.
Yes, because I don't know if you noticed. Did you see the way that many of them were holding their guns? Like in the movie, like a gangster, they turn it to the left.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah, that's not how you do it.
Proper.
They didn't go over lawful arrests. Proper detention, that was cut. Limits on officers' authority, gone. I mean, no wonder these guys were thugs.
Like, who do you so is that an example of, well, you can't blame them because they weren't told?
Oh, I blame them too.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm just saying, you know, I mean,
there's no.
You literally left out all the important parts.
I get that, but you know, if you're dragging women out of a car just because they have a different color skin, your moral compass is horse crap.
Yeah.
And by the way, they liked it too much. So let's hear this guy, Ryan Schwank, ICE whistleblower.
For example, they ceased all of the legal instructions regarding use of force. This means that cadets are not taught what it means to be objectively reasonable, the very standard which the law requires them to meet when deciding whether or not to use deadly force. Our jobs as instructors are to teach them so well that they can make split-second decisions about what they can and cannot do in life or death situations. Yet, in the name of churning out an endless stream of officers, DHS leadership has dismantled the academic and practical tests that we need to know if cadets can safely and lawfully perform their job.
They didn't know what they were doing.
Well, they weren't trained properly.
We said that, and everybody was like, no, of course they're trained properly.
Right.
No, they're not. No, they weren't. And they're still being trained to not to do the right things.
Yeah.
All right, a little bit more from this guy. Yeah.
DHS told the public that new cadets receive all the training they need to perform their duties, that no critical material or standards have been cut. This is a lie. ICE made the program shorter, and they removed so many essential parts that what remains is a dangerous husk. No reasonable person would believe a training program suddenly cut nearly in half could meet the minimum legal requirements. These aren't abstract rules. They're required in regulations such as 8 CFR 287G1. Congress requires immigration officers to meet minimum standards for a reason. ICE cannot lawfully perform their duties, make arrests, carry weapons, and use force without passing appropriate training.
It's unbelievable that we allowed this to happen in this country, and we have people that are dead You know,
well, and the juxtaposition is local law enforcement, a Tempe police officer, an Arizona DPS. You know what I'm saying? Any of the local or state have so much more training and understanding of very important use of force, constitutional rights, the law as it applies to them and as it applies to suspects, citizens.
You had people that saw a $50,000 bonus and took it. And they said, we're going to train you for like a few days, and that's going to be about it.
Well, we need to hurry up and start kicking Mexicans out, so we need to get you out of the streets.
Just go out and create havoc. Yeah. They don't know how to de-escalate anything. You know, you talked about cops here. 6 months minimum of training. Then 6 months minimum on the job with a veteran.
With an instructor.
With a veteran instructor or a veteran cop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this... just go 40 days. We'll take you out of all the important classes. Go on the streets.
Here's your gun. Good luck.
Unreal.
Yeah, it's unreal. What a shocker that it's gone poorly. Right?
Wow.
Yeah, it was designed to go bad.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Don't forget, coming up at 5 o'clock, the 5 o'clock face-off going to be joining us. We got a great group panel that's going to be in here discussing a lot of the things. Okay, coming up next, something I know a little about, right? Mm-hmm. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah.
But should hip-hop artists be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Is that rock and roll? We'll have that conversation. It's up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
The first State of the Union address of President Trump's second term.
The House will come to order.
Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. Members of Congress, the state of our union is strong.
KTAR covers the State of the Union on YouTube, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app.
You know what? This weekend, it's going down. Let me be the one to invite you to come out to the races at Central Arizona Raceway at the Pinal County Fairgrounds in Casa Grande. Amazing new racetrack, all new, and with some great races. This weekend, the American Sprint Car Series is out there. These are the traveling guys. They're coming from all over the country. And man, are they fast. Be taking on some of the local boys as well. Let's see how we do up against them. You can come out and see all the action. It's affordable. It's fun for the whole family. And the weather, it's going to be amazing. All right? Exactly the type of weekend you want to be outside watching some real wheel-to-wheel, high-speed action. And I don't know if this is a selling point or not. I'll be racing Sunday. That's right. If you come out to the races, please make sure you stop by, say hi. Remember, kids get to sit in the race car for free. Some of you adults might as well, but it's going to look a little sillier. All right? Check it out. You can get all the information you need. It's racing Saturday and Sunday. Go to centralazraceway.com. That's centralazraceway.com. The new Central Arizona Raceway at the Pinal County Fairgrounds in Casa Grande.
Even if you've given up on your New Year's resolution, one health habit that's easy to keep is Active Liver from New Nordic. Active Liver protects your liver so you can enjoy life to the fullest. Online at Amazon or in stores at CVS, Wegmans, and now GNC.
Hi, everybody. Jody Jackson here. Spring is around the corner, and you know what's next, the summer heat. But you can be swimming in your spectacular new Presidential Pool. And now is the time to start planning. Presidential Pools has in-house financing to help make your backyard paradise a reality. They are Arizona's #1 pool builder with some of the best warranties in the industry. They are committed to providing total customer satisfaction. Be sure to check out their massive pool park for inspiring ideas. Make your pool the place to be this summer. Go to presidentialpools.com.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity. And they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
At Genesis of Scottsdale, our visitors are our first priority. We love getting to know our customers as much as we love showing off our lineup of gorgeous luxury SUVs and sedans. This month, we're making it easier than ever to experience the Genesis difference. Genesis Motor Finance is offering 2.99% APR financing for 48 months on our most popular models for well-qualified buyers. That includes the sporty G70, the adventurous GV70, and the flagship GV80. In fact, this exceptional rate applies to a wide range of select models across our entire inventory. Whether you're thinking big or small, your perfect fit is waiting for you now on our showroom floor. Visit Genesis of Scottsdale today for a test drive. Give our staff a chance to show you these incredible vehicles and explain just how simple our terms can be.
Offer subject to credit approval by Genesis Motor Finance. For well-qualified buyers, only a limited number of customers will qualify. Tax, title, license, $599 doc fee, and $618 dealer protection package extra. Must take retail delivery from dealer stock by March 2nd, 2026. See Genesis of Scottsdale for details.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach your friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Low T, start for free at Red Mountain, and they will waive their startup fee. Gain muscle, lose fat, lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Waiving that fee is going to help you get started, and you're going to love the results. The best way to treat low testosterone is with real testosterone. This is not a booster. Real doctors, real testosterone, real results. Go to redmountainweightloss.com to make an appointment. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona, please listen. The Colorado River has been shrinking, and there's less water than ever. Now, some states in the upper Colorado River Basin are trying to force Arizona to get even less. Our communities could face devastating cuts that threaten homes, tribes, farms, jobs, and our future. This won't be voluntary. All 6 million of us will have to change our way of life. Let Washington hear your voice. Demand action. Save our future. Visit protectingarizona'slifeline.com today.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. The Cuban government says 4 people have been killed after a speedboat they say was registered in Florida opened fire on soldiers in Cuban waters. A number of others were also reportedly hurt and are being treated for their injuries in Cuba. 1 Cuban military officer was also reportedly hurt. Details as to what led up to the shooting are unclear, or if there were any American citizens on board the speedboat. There's been no comment from the White House to this point. It comes at a time of heightened tensions between the U.S. and Cuba, with the Trump administration restricting trade involving Cuba over the island nation's close ties with Iran, Russia, and China. Get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Download the KTAR News app, and for more, you can go to KTAR.com.
Highlight on housing.
Certain Arizona renters may be getting back up to 2 months' rent after a $1 million settlement with Widener Property Management Company. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the News Center to tell us more.
This is the first settlement from at least 8 lawsuits after Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays accused landlords of using an algorithm from RealPage to engage in rental price fixing.
We sued a company called RealPage Incorporated, one of the country's largest providers of apartment rental software, along with several major corporate landlords operating in Arizona.
Widener renters over the last 10 years will be contacted by the nonprofit Wildfire to claim their settlement funds. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs has officially filed her nomination petitions to run for re-election this year. Last month, the governor announced she had raised $15 million for the 2026 election. Her campaign says 95% of donations toward that total came in at less than $100. Checking on traffic now. Let's go right to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with debris blocking the center lane. I-17 southbound near Utopia Road. Phoenix again and crash on the on-ramp. Loop 101, Pima Freeway eastbound near Cave Creek Road. And a look into our surface streets, Glendale with a crash on 79th Avenue and Campobello Drive. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Well, I don't know if you'd call it spring because winter seems to be over. I don't know that it's really spring-like, but today's high, 88 tonight, 59 overnight, 91 tomorrow, and then climbing. 93 Friday, 94 on Saturday. It's 85 right now in Glendale. Conditions perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp, and Thursday on Arizona's Morning News, why the Teachers Union is against a legislative proposal designed to pay teachers more. Watch LaDonna Harvey and me on the KTAR YouTube channel or listen on air, online, or on the KTAR app.
Hey, 5 o'clock, I hope you can make some plans to join us. The Face-Off. Joe, boy, do we have a group coming in today. Obviously going to have to be talking a little bit about the State of the Union, you would think, right? Some differing opinions, no doubt. Join us at 5 for that. So they announced the nominees this year's class of eligible artists for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah, there are 17 of them.
Right. They aren't all getting in. There's a voting process, but these are the what do you want to call them? The eligible ones. I admit that I probably don't even know how I don't know. They Rochambeau for it. Like, I don't know how this comes up. But it does have some interesting ones in there, including some first-time nominees that might be shoo-ins.
That's interesting. You know what I was thinking?
What?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the game show that's sweeping the nation.
Oh, God.
How many possible Hall of Famers did Bruce meet?
Okay.
My name is Gary Lados, your host. Let's go down the list.
Okay.
Because Bruce, in a different life.
Life, I worked on the music side. Yeah.
Let's go through the 17 quickly with a yes or no.
Oh, just yes or no.
Here we go. Out of 17.
Yeah.
The Black Crowes.
Yes.
Jeff Buckley.
No.
Mariah Carey.
Many times.
Phil Collins.
Multiple times.
Melissa Etheridge.
No.
Lauryn Hill.
Yes, and didn't like her.
Ooh. Billy Idol.
Yes.
INXS.
No. Darn it, I like INXS.
Iron Maiden.
I met one of the guys in Iron Maiden.
Joy Division / New Order.
No, but I love the band.
New Edition.
All of them, absolutely.
Oasis.
I just saw them this year, yes.
Pink.
Oh, yeah, lots of times.
Shakira.
Well, you skipped one.
I just skipped past that one.
Do you not know how to pronounce her name?
No, I needed to get to Shakira as soon as I saw her on the list.
Never met her in person.
Oh.
No, but she's a smoke show.
Sade.
It's Sade.
Sade.
Yes, and she is an unbelievable singer.
What does she do?
Singer. She's amazing.
Luther Vandross.
Yes, and I love Luther.
Wu-Tang Clan.
Come on, I've of course met the Wu. Although when you say meeting the Wu-Tang Clan, that's like, you know, have you met the Arizona Cardinals? There's like 40 people in the Wu-Tang Clan.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bruce has met 12 out of the 17.
12 out of the 17. I don't know if that means they're going to be in the Hall of Fame.
And that is the game show that's sweeping the nation. How many possible Hall of Famers has Bruce met?
Now, you've met some of these as well, though. Come on.
None. Yeah. Not a one. Not a one.
Pink?
No.
Never met Pink.
I went to a Pink concert.
Okay.
I got a good Pink story if you want to hear it.
Oh, please.
So my wife is a big Pink fan.
Well, understandable.
And as you well know, my wife was a teacher.
Yes.
Okay. So for her birthday one year, Pink was coming into town.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm thinking, how do I can get tickets, but how do I do this? How do I surprise her and do this up big?
Mm-hmm.
So I decided, the romantic fellow that I am.
Oh, my God. I hope this involves dyeing your hair pink.
I went to her school. She did not know I was coming.
Yeah.
But I had let one of the other teachers know. I wanted all the kids in on it. So, you know, she had 30 kids in her class.
Sure.
And so I was able to give each kid a pink rose.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah. Becky Lynn, are you hearing this? This is good stuff.
I think I've heard this story
before.
I remember this.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah. I gave each kid a pink rose.
Yeah.
And she was, you know, they were at gym or whatever.
Sure.
And she's in her classroom. And so they brought the 30 kids all with a pink rose. And they all went up to Mrs. Gatos.
Gives her one.
Gave her the pink rose. And she's like, what is going on? I go, taking you to the Pink concert for your birthday.
Kids
the
go
kids
nuts?
went crazy. My wife started to cry. I'm the husband of the year.
That was pretty odd. That even beats
very cool.
the Valentine card that you do every
That
single
is
year.
pretty cool.
I think I have a Pink story.
Oh,
Want to hear it
yeah.
real quick?
Please.
Real quick. Right out of college, my daughter was working at Disneyland.
Sure.
And
that's the happiest place on earth.
It is. And she was especially happy the day that she put Pink, her husband, and child on the Autotopia ride.
Oh, look at that. All right. I was at the again.
Bruce has to get in on this
no,
now.
it feels like I'm playing Topper, and I'm not. I'm at the Super Bowl in Atlanta.
Of course you were.
Rams versus Oilers? Houston? And
gosh.
I think it was. And I went
90s?
to a
90s?
a party.
90s?
Yeah,
Okay.
90s. I went to a So-So Def party hosted by Jermaine Dupri. Like a because he's an Atlanta guy. And he introduced me to this little white girl with pink hair, saying, "This is my new artist. Her name is Pink." And I was like, "Well, that is at least appropriate."
It
I
is,
mean,
right?
she had shocking pink hair at the time. And pretty soon after that, she started to crank out some hits. And she's really cool in person. Like, some artists are a little questionable. She's not one of them. She's really neat.
And she puts on a show. It's like a circus.
Yeah, I got
like
to spend
she's
time with
swinging
her
from
away from that, and she's just a neat girl. I've really been impressed with Pink. Now, do I think she should be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Seems a little early. I'm just gonna say.
What do you have to be a certain age?
I don't know. I just don't.
Rock star.
Okay, I got another question. And coming from someone that worked kind of in the hip hop world for a long time, Gene Simmons recently said, "Why are hip hop and rap groups in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?"
Right.
And he's got a bit of an argument because he said, they don't induct country.
Why don't they
acts
call it
into
the
Hall of
Music
Fame.
Hall of Fame?
And they don't.
Well, I know. Well, why don't they?
I think they ran out of. I think they realized a while ago we're going to run out of rock and roll acts, and that's why we need to have the Lauryn Hills and the New Editions and the Sade's and Shakira's.
Who's Lauryn Hill? Oh my God! Play me some Lauryn Hill. Oh, I know that song.
Well, that's a remake she did
yeah,
of Roberta
I
Flack,
was gonna
but
say
it was a number
Is that
one
not
hit
her?
for her. No, that's her, but it was a remake. Roberta Flack did it the first time.
That's right. Yeah.
One time. You're going to hear Wyclef Jean coming in a second here. 2 times. Little Proswell. So she's lead singer of a group called the Fugees.
Okay.
And then did some solo stuff as well.
I like her.
I had some issues with her.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we had issues at
How
concert.
about Phil Collins?
I think he deserves it.
He's already in there with Genesis.
And with
though,
Genesis as part of the group Genesis, but as a solo act?
How is he not in there?
Well, again, he's in as the lead singer / drummer of Genesis, but
right? This would be as a solo
This
artist.
is a solo
and it's
artist.
been long enough. That
It's
he-
been a hot
I think
minute.
it could be. Yeah.
I hear he's very ill.
Oh,
He is.
he's
He's not
very.
feeling
I
well.
don't think he can even stand up on stage.
I
when
think
he,
that's might be something. Can I tell you, I'm at a Phil Collins show. I'm at a private concert in New Orleans. And it's just industry people. It was during one of our conventions, and he was like the big act to play. And we're at the House of Blues there. And there's maybe 200 people in the room.
Please pause.
Okay. Everybody just air drummed in their car. Good for you guys.
Right?
And he's like taking requests. Like people are yelling out songs. In the air tonight. Tonight, they're yelling out songs.
Son of Man.
My idiot friend Curly. We're in the front row. He yells out, "Do Illegal Alien."
Oh, yeah.
And Phil Collins stared at him like he stared a hole through it. Like, we don't do that song anymore.
I guess, yeah.
Okay. So there you go. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The nominees are in. We'll find out who's going to make it in. So we shall find out. Check the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn does that for us. And coming up next, does your place of work need to know everything about your mental health? For good or for bad? We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Want to hear from all the GOP candidates for governor in the 2026 election? Want to hear from the candidates running for Arizona's wide open seats in Congress in this year's big midterm election? Well, then join me, Jim Sharp, for the AZ Political Podcast. Get it at the KTAR YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. The AZ Political Podcast from KTAR News.
Okay, raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older faster than you should. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't think so. If ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, there is good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life at full speed. The QC Kinetics medical professionals use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. All real QC Kinetics patients. The sooner you start treatment, the sooner inflammation eases and the sooner joint damage slows down. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation are free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Eligible Widener renters will be getting about 2 months' rent back following a $1 million settlement with that company. Arizona Attorney General Chris May says she sued 8 landlords in 2024 and accused them of using an algorithm by property management software company RealPage to fix rental prices. Widener renters over the past 10 years will be contacted by the nonprofit Wildfire to claim their settlement funds. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Getting hotter around here. Today's high 88, 59 overnight. Tomorrow 91 and climbing to 94 by Saturday. Right now it's 85 in Glendale. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
County Home and Landscape Show takes over State Farm Stadium March 6th through 8th with free parking.
Find solutions for remodeling, landscaping, and design.
Shop houseplants and local artisans.
Participate in free workshops.
Enjoy live music, magic shows, and even adopt a dog.
Bring the whole family for exclusive show deals and fresh ideas for every space you love. March 6th through 8th at State Farm Stadium with free parking.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk about required minimum distributions. This is kind of a scary thing for a lot of people.
Absolutely. Listen, we all know that you're forced to take income eventually, but people never plan it out and cash flow it out into their retirement. It can have implications that a lot of people don't understand. So you have to take the money, even if you don't want to.
And it's more than just about taxes, too, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's about Social Security penalties and Medicare penalties, taxation on Social Security. It has a dramatic downline effect if you don't plan for it.
So what do you do about required minimum distributions?
It's about having an income plan in retirement. If you don't have an income plan that accounts for your taxable earnings that you weren't expecting, you can get really hurt.
All right, get your free portfolio review. Go to assetpreservationwealth.com. Assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Fixing your AC shouldn't feel like a guessing game, but too often that's exactly what happens. A tech shows up, takes a look, makes an assumption, and starts replacing parts. That's not how we do business. At Precision Air and Plumbing, we use Precision Link, our exclusive diagnostic technology that connects directly to your AC system and tells us exactly what's going on inside. It's like taking your car to the shop. They plug it in and fix the real problem. Precision Link lets us do the same thing for your home. It helps us identify issues sooner, avoid unnecessary repairs, and fix the right thing the first time. No guessing, no upselling. Just clear answers and honest service. That's Precision Air and Plumbing. Make the precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC or go to precisionairandplumbing.com.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Invest investors. Stop letting income verification hold you back. With Waterstone Mortgage's DSCR program, your property pays for itself. No tax returns, no W-2s, just cash flow. Buy more, refinance smarter, scale faster. Purchases and refinances, including cash out. This is Amy Batten, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B. Text CLOSE to 620-620 or visit keepingitrealestatewithamyb.com.
Message and data rates may apply. Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 18644, Amy Batten, NMLS 1897666.
Hi, Joe Huizenga. You thought 80s in February stunk? Prepare for 90-degree temps. We'll talk with a meteorologist and find out if this is the new normal and how long we'll be baking. Tonight on Arizona's Evening News. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, and the KTAR app.
You know, my thing with the weather, Gatos.
I thought I was the only one that would comment on those little things.
I don't necessarily have a problem if it's cold or if it's hot. I just need some graduation in it. You know, I just need it to kind of the jumping up and down. I don't like
the jumping up and down of what? Oh, I
like
see.
It's
the
60 degrees. No, it's 95. Hey, let's pick one.
Yeah,
in the same week.
It does a number on my voice if that's what happens.
Okay, well there is that.
I just like it warm.
Yeah, I'm for the 90.
Yeah, I'm for
Let's
it.
get that straight. But if we're going to do 90, let's just stick with it.
Let's stick around with that.
I'm here with that.
I don't want to go back to 60.
Oh, God, no. It's miserable. I saw something kind of interesting. We touched on this briefly yesterday. Former Cardinals wide receiver Rondale Moore took his own life last week.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it was over the weekend, actually. A tragic story. A young man. Obviously, a gifted athlete.
That's a big touchdowns for the Cardinals. He's a fun player to watch. He's fast. You know, really had good hands, really quick.
Yeah. And it's not 100% clear whether they're demons he was battling, what other issues he was going through, right? And we can speculate about it all day long.
That's very sad.
In the last year, 2 other NFL players.
One Dallas Cowboy, I remember.
Yep. Marshawn Nealand and Kyron Lacey took their own lives.
Yeah. You have to wonder if it is from, taking so many hits to the head.
Oh, the CTE thing?
CTE.
Could be.
It could be, hey, they suffered from depression as well. So we don't know.
It's interesting because these are younger players, and I don't know why I think the CTE is for older players. And it may
very well be.
And I acknowledge that. When I see younger players, I think my mind goes to, think about, I'm going to use Rondale Moore as an example. He was probably the best athlete in his high school. And then when he went to college, he probably was the best athlete on his football team.
Right.
And then he gets to the NFL, and he's good, but he's not the best.
No.
And he lasts a few years. He bounces around a couple teams, and then he's out of the league. His whole life has been about football. His whole life, he's been at the pinnacle, and suddenly you're not. And I got to believe that that's really hard for some people to deal with.
It's a tough pill to swallow when you sometimes physically can't do what you used to do, or you wanted to do this so bad your whole life, and you did it. But were you a Pro Bowler?
Yeah.
Did you win a Super Bowl?
There's the
were
now
you
what?
one of the really good players?
Mm-hmm.
I would say he wasn't one of the really good players, although he had so much talent. But sometimes if you're not in the right system, it doesn't work out
almost
for you.
Doesn't matter, right? So I saw this on Monday. Eagles have a outstanding wide receiver. As much as I hate the Eagles, I can't argue that A.J. Brown isn't one of the top wide receivers in the league, kind of leaving some of the stats aside. He is a phenomenal athlete and well-respected. He put out a almost 10-minute long video. I retweeted it, by the way, if you check it out at the Bruce St. James, talking about mental health amongst NFL players. And I think it takes a lot of courage in a game that is all about toughness, in a game that's about pain, playing through pain. We hear that, right? You play hurt. For somebody of his stature, a veteran, commands respect, to be able to come out and say to current and ex-players, I want you to understand things aren't always going to go your way. You may not get everything you desire. Sometimes this game is not friendly. You have to understand this. It's just a short period of time, a short moment in your life.
Football is just a short moment in your life. There's so much else. You could be a dad. You could be a You could be a teacher.
Look
you
at
could
the
do
people
anything.
Whole other life after football.
Yeah. Here's a little of AJ Brown.
I myself represent a mental health advocate. I take pride in my mental health.
Remember, this was not talked about many years ago.
Oh, God, no. And you were seen as weak if you did.
You were seen as, why don't you just get over it?
Yeah, walk it off.
Something that I practice each and every day. Guys, I want you all to understand in the NFL community, man, things aren't always going to go your way. You may not get everything that you desire. Sometimes this game is not friendly.
And I like how he's talking off the cuff.
It's one of these, he's sitting in his car, talking.
This is right from his heart.
Without a doubt.
And he hasn't scripted it. He's not doing it for hits.
Well,
he's not doing it for clicks. He's not doing it for that.
He wasn't doing it for fans either. He was doing it for other NFL
I think it's
players. I give him a lot of credit for that.
Yeah, 20 years ago, not a soul would have done anything like this.
No.
Because you were looked down upon if you had anxiety or depression, and they're like, come on. Come on, come on. Yeah, A.J. Brown, really cool of him to do that. And you know what? There's going to be a player out there that sees this, and he may save somebody's life.
100, yeah, exactly. Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And up next, why did the sheriff of Pima County discourage the Guthrie family from offering that $1 million reward right at the beginning of the investigation? He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. That's one of the arguments. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, LundMortgage.com. Want you to go and talk to my friends at the Lund Mortgage team. Decades of experience, almost 40 years. 623-875-9940. So why don't we talk about why you should call the Lund Mortgage team? Maybe right now you're listening to us on Alexa or the app, and you're in your home, and you love your home, and you've been in your home for like 2 or 3 years. And you're like, yeah, we're going to stick around for a while. Good. Why don't you try and save some money? Call the Lund Mortgage team. Here's how you save money. Get your mortgage refinanced through the Lund Mortgage team. Rates have dropped considerably over the last 3 years, and the Lund Mortgage team will absolutely 100% guarantee you the best rates, the lowest fees, and they'll help you save a ton of money. Here's how they do it. All you do is send them an email. It's so easy. Send them an email to ratewatch, one word, at lundmortgage.com. When you send that email, the Lund Mortgage team will monitor the market for you and alert you when is the perfect time to refinance so you can save as much money as possible every single month. Rate watch at lundmortgage.com, 623-875-9940. Tell them Gato sent you.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hello, I'm Dr. Davis Romney, a radiation oncologist at Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers. Our breast cancer specialists offer expert oncology care, ensuring you start your personalized cancer journey within 24 to 48 hours. You can trust Ironwood for compassionate, specialized cancer care. Visit ironwoodcrc.com today.
At Ironwood Cancer and Research Center, innovation meets compassion. Outsmarting cancer, one patient at a time.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Looking for a great deal on a new Hyundai? You know exactly where to go. Earnhardt Hyundai North Scottsdale has always been the destination for no-bull deals on the vehicles you love. But right now, things just got even better. The Hyundai Getaway Sales event is here. All month long, we're featuring 0% APR financing on select models for 60 months. Plus, well-qualified buyers can even get no payments for 90 days. Whether you choose the versatile Hyundai Tucson or the adventurous Santa Fe, you'll enjoy America's best warranty and owner assurance up to 10 years or 100,000 miles powertrain warranty. Don't wait until these deals drive away without you. Stop by Earnhardt Hyundai North Scottsdale or visit NorthScottsdaleHyundai.com. Take a test drive and find the SUV that fits your lifestyle. Our team is ready to answer your questions and get you on the road today.
Hyundai Motor Finance credit approval. Not all will qualify. Not available on balloon financing. 0% APR and 90-day payment deferral for well-qualified buyers. If applicable, interest accrues from date of purchase. Excludes tax, title, license, $599 doc fee, and $618 dealer protection package. Offer expires March 2nd, 2026. See Earnhardt Hyundai of North Scottsdale for details.
It's the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, March 6th through 8th at State Farm Stadium. While there, be sure to visit Window World of Phoenix.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass for one low price of $59.89, tax included. You can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies or one low upfront price with Window World. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
See Window World at the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, March 6th through 8th at State Farm Stadium with free parking. Info at mchomeshows.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hi, this is Glenn, the proud owner of Good Works Auto Repair in Tempe at the 101 in Broadway, where we've been located for over 20 years. We understand the last thing you need to worry about is your car. That's our job. That's why we provide digital inspections explaining what your vehicle needs, not just today, but also in the future. And every repair comes with a 5-year, 60,000-mile warranty. So if you're looking for peace of mind, go to goodworksautorepair.com to schedule your next visit and let us take the worry out of your auto repairs.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon, 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. High temperatures usually seen in spring are expected to hit Phoenix this week. This winter has surpassed nearly every other Arizona winter, with temps nearly 20 degrees higher than average. And meteorologist Gabriel O'Hara at the National Weather Service explains why.
It has to do with the strong area of high pressure that has basically built across most of the desert southwest. That unusually strong high pressure system has actually caused these temperatures.
We could see a high of 94 by Saturday. Border Patrol agents near Yuma have arrested a cartel scout in the Sierra Pinta Mountains. They say the suspect was using the high vantage points to communicate smuggling routes with the cartel. Agents found a number of supplies for cooking, scouting, and communication, even coming across solar panels for an extended scouting mission. After the recent killing of cartel leader El Mencho, the Mexican government acknowledged and thanked the U.S. for its involvement in the operation. But does the involvement put our country at risk? Former counterterrorism coordinator at DHS, John Cohen, joined Arizona's Morning News to explain, saying the cartel poses a real threat to the U.S.
They are well-financed. They have huge amounts of resources. They're able to acquire military weapons. They study our defensive techniques, and they figure out strategies to circumvent our law enforcement.
Cohen emphasized we should not underestimate the impact that cartels have on our public safety.
A KTAR News exclusive.
I was there for the whole thing. I thought the speech was rather boring.
That was U.S. Senator Mark Kelly's reaction to President Trump's State of the Union address. He agreed with the Democratic Congressman Greg Stanton that the president did not talk enough about the issues that matter to Americans, like affordability. And he tells Arizona's Morning News the president offered no solutions.
How is he going to bring down the cost of groceries and the costs of, housing, for people. Not a lot of time spent on that, and not like real policy, like how are you going to do this?
He says while gas prices are down, high housing costs and tariffs are still burdening middle-class families.
I still don't have those answers.
Despite much doubt, the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors voted to give the Recorder's Office more than $500,000. KTAR's Ballon Over Stolz is live now in the News Center to tell us why.
County Recorder Justin Heap had requested $550,000 to build out more space for ballot signature verification. The board and Heap are in a legal fight over election powers as well. Supervisor Mark Stewart saying earlier today,
while we might be in disagreement on some of the parameters of the shared service agreement, at this point, we're still getting business done. You can count on a great election this fall.
And Supervisor Steve Gallardo also voting yes, but says he had been a no earlier in the day.
Try to solve some of the concerns that he has. But nonetheless, Madam Chair, I did vote yes, but we'll be watching him.
And sold no vote. Supervisor Thomas Galvin is worried Heap's signature verification process is denying too many valid ballots. Live in the News Center, Ballon Over Stolz, KTAR News.
Time for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's February 25th, and back on this day in 1836, Samuel Colt received the patent for the revolver. Colt created a revolver mechanism that enabled a gun to be fired multiple times without reloading it. He founded a company to manufacture his revolving cylinder pistol, but sales were slow and the business tanked. When the Mexican War in 1846 was underway, the U.S. government ordered 1,000 Colt revolvers. He then opened what was the world's largest private armament factory, which used manufacturing techniques such as interchangeable parts and an organized production line. And by 1856, they could produce 150 weapons per day. He even hired engravers to decorate special pistols that were given to European kings, Russian czars, and military officials. The Colt revolver is now perhaps the world's best-known firearm. He died a wealthy man in 1862. The company he founded remains in business today, and it all started back on this day in 1836.
Time for Traffic Check with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the on-ramp. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, eastbound near Cave Creek Road. Sun City West with debris blocking the center lane. Loop 303, southbound, approaching the US 60 Grand Avenue transition. And a look in towards Surface Streets. Phoenix with a crash on 35th Avenue and Orangewood Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Warmer temps this week. We could see the 90s by tomorrow, Friday, and 94 on Saturday. Right now in Scottsdale, it's 85. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 2.
Oh, the best of the hours.
Remember, hour number 4 is the face-off.
That's right. 5
so
o'clock.
at 5 o'clock, we'll have the face-off. We've got a panel of guests coming in. We're going to kick it off with how they thought the State of the Union went. Was it a total dud? Did Trump do a good job? Well, was it a total dud? We'll get into it.
All right. That's coming up at 5. We do want to continue to shine a spotlight on what's going on in Tucson in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. This weekend will mark a month. She disappeared on February 1st.
I think today's 25 days.
Yeah. Pretty crazy, right? And we're learning some more. The Guthrie family announced a $1 million, up to $1 million reward for information, right? And there's some reports out there that they were discouraged from offering this amount of money early on. Joining us right now, one of our law enforcement experts, and by the way, all-around pretty good guy, Matt Browning, former Mesa PD detective and a gang extremist expert. Matt, great to have you with us. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So is that normal? And I mean, again, I don't know what's normal about this case, but the reporting is that either the FBI or the Pima County sheriffs discouraged the Guthrie family from offering $1 million, some big number.
It was the sheriff because it was in the first day or
early
two,
on,
and the FBI had not gotten there yet
because they were worried about the influx. It would cause everybody and their brother to send a tip.
Yeah, I think using the word discouraged is maybe not the word to use. Maybe waiting for the investigation to move forward. That way you have, we let law enforcement do their job, and then you have information coming from the outside sources. So usually they'll want to up the reward as the case goes on and as it goes further in like today's 25 days. So as it goes more and more, we'll probably get higher and higher rewards.
The FBI says they have 1,500 tips since Savannah Guthrie's video offering $1 million yesterday. And I get it. It's Monday morning quarterback. I haven't liked what this sheriff has done. I think he's blown the case from the very start. He doesn't know how to close down a crime scene. People trample all over. I could give you 20 different things I think that he's done wrong. I mean, if knowing now that, he might be in it over his head, man, I wish we put that $1 million out in day one. I really do, because maybe that would have broken somebody. And when I say that, this guy who took her had some help, and maybe somebody goes, yeah, I know who did it, and I want the $1 million.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's always the chance and risk you take when you're dealing with investigations. To say that the sheriff, blew it from the beginning, there's 10, 15 guys underneath him that were making decisions before the sheriff probably even got to the scene. So there's a lot that takes to build an investigation, a lot of people, and a lot of voices, and a lot of, sounding boards back and forth. So I think that, locking down a crime scene, I think that'd be your number one thing you would do on a missing persons case, or a kidnapping, or a home invasion, or a shooting, or a robbery, or any other crime. You lock down the crime scene. Mm-hmm. You don't lose evidence that way. But then as it progresses, there's so much more behind the scenes. And I think it's important to know that you have to wait, because if you go out and offer $1 million at the very beginning, you're going to get, every Tom, Dick, and Harry calling in bogus information so they can maybe have a chance of getting a piece of that money.
Well, and is it fair to say, too, again, we're talking to Matt Browning, former Mesa PD detective. Is it fair to say that, and again, we'll use the term early on, maybe the first few days of this is a missing persons case. I'm assuming that every law enforcement agency in the state has missing person cases that come in. I don't know how often, but this wasn't the only one.
Well, that's a great question. How many missing person cases came out within that time frame? But I think what makes it different, the difference in this one, is when officers responded to the home to check, there was blood.
Yeah.
And as soon as you see the different things, oh shoot, there's blood. Now maybe it goes from a missing persons to a homicide, or to an aggravated assault, or a home invasion gone wrong. And there's all different scenarios that go on.
Fair.
You think the window to find her is closed?
Oof.
Gatos, are you asking me my opinion on this whole case? Or?
Yeah, I think at day 25, do you think we're never going to find her?
Knowing what we know today.
Yeah.
I will never say never, but I believe that Samantha Guthrie, I believe she made the statement in the news or in an article that if they've come to the realization that possibly the mom's gone to live in heaven, and things to those words. I think the family is understanding more as the time goes on, the likelihood of finding her alive is also maybe past this time. However, in saying that, we have to also remember that, there's people being found 20 years after their disappearance, and they're alive and fine.
That's fair.
So we have to keep the hope up, because if we don't keep the hope up, then what's the point of even working the investigation?
Yeah, I look at this and I get discouraged every day, because there's no motive. There's no suspect.
There's no communication for like a ransom we hear.
I think the ransom thing is over, right? Whoever was calling TMZ, that's not real. They would have taken the money, and we would have found out a lot, earlier.
Yeah, I believe the whole ransom thing, which is somebody trying to get money. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think that's how it was. And so as you look at the progression of this investigation, the media is out at the house. Everybody wants to know. And now that the information has died off a little bit and the investigation is building again behind the scenes, now you have all these YouTubes and bloggers and
they're volunteers that are out there searching the desert,
combing the desert. Yeah.
You know what? That's more power to you. I'm if you whatever way you want to help, that stays out of the way of law enforcement.
Agreed.
Don't impede the investigation. Don't get in officers' ways. And if you find something, great. But I think we're all on this hope that we're going to find something within a 1 or 2 mile radius of the home. And in my personal opinion, I don't think she's anywhere near Tucson.
Do you think that, I know we had the conversations about Mexico. Do you think there's a chance she was taken out of the country?
No, because in order to go to Mexico, again, this is just my opinion, but to go down to Mexico, you'd have to have some type of cartel link or a reason why they go down to Mexico.
Okay.
You could dispose of a body in Mexico, sure, but you still have to drive down there with that person in the car.
We're talking to Matt Browning, former Mesa PD detective, also a gang expert, extremist expert. Matt, what does it say to you in your experience, having certainly dealt with other agencies? We heard that the FBI was moving its
headquarters.
Yeah, what do you want to call it? They were
Tucson
moving back up to
headquarters,
Phoenix to continue to conduct this investigation, but they're no longer going to be on the scene in Tucson. What does that say to you?
Well, it tells me, as a detective, it doesn't tell me much. It's like, okay, they can do just as much work in Tucson as they can in Phoenix.
All right.
It just tells me that the investigation is going to keep going. And unfortunately for everybody that wants to know what's going on in the investigation, you're not going to get the information until something breaks. And, people are going to lose hope. As soon as the FBI pulls out, oh no, the great and powerful is going back and now it's not going to be solved. That's not the truth, and that's not the case, because, they have detectives assigned down in the county. They have all these different task forces going on, and they're going to keep working the case until some type of resolution is found.
Matt, what do you think of the photo of the suspect in Nancy Guthrie's kidnapping? We saw it, several weeks ago, but now it appears that there are a couple different pictures, maybe of this guy that had been taken on a different day.
Mm-hmm.
What does that tell you? You scoping out
I
the
go
place?
back to it goes back to what I originally said. Show me the timestamp.
Right.
Because without that timestamp, you can do anything you want. I find it interesting that he's wearing the same clothes. What if it was taken 3 days prior to? He's wearing the same clothes. I think it was the same day. Just a couple minutes, maybe 30 minutes time difference. But again, that's just me.
Interesting.
Fair enough. Hey, Matt, sincerely appreciate your insight into this, your expertise in sharing it with us in the audience. Thanks for your time today.
You bet. Thanks for having me.
That's Matt Browning, former Mesa PD detective. He's also an author, writes pretty interesting stuff about his work there, and knows a heck of a lot about gang and extremist organizations.
Just say it again. We really have no clues to go on.
None. Well,
we've got no leads.
No.
We've got no person of interest.
I think it's gone cold.
We've got nothing.
Yeah. And at some point, law enforcement's going to be dealing with other law enforcement issues, and this isn't going to be at the top of their list.
The $1 million reward has brought to the FBI 1,500 different things. And
let's hope one of them's good.
Because right now they have nothing.
Right.
They have absolutely nothing.
Yeah. I mean, there is a bigger story in here, Gatos, about how a person can disappear and somebody can get away with it. Like, there is a story in there, Like, we think everything gets wrapped up in an hour, like an episode of CSI. And apparently, you can disappear with somebody.
This woman and the kidnapper completely disappeared off the face of the earth.
It's crazy to think of that.
It is.
Right? It's in this day and age. All right. Hey, coming up next, did you watch last night's State of the Union speech? Of course you didn't. You're not a lunatic. But we have how about this? We each have a takeaway. It's our job to be a part of this. So we'll share with you our takeaway. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:18. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The Pentagon is appealing a federal court's decision that blocked Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth from censuring Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly for urging military members to refuse illegal orders. Kelly tells Arizona's Morning News what the judge told Hegseth and his team about that case.
That they were violating my First Amendment rights, but more important than that, they were violating the First Amendment rights of millions of retired service members.
The U.S. Court of Appeals in D.C. will hear that case next, and you can watch the full interview with Senator Kelly on the KTAR YouTube channel. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Now, checking traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Good here with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway, eastbound near Perryville Road. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder, State Route 51 southbound near 20th Street. This report is brought to you by AMWA, from 10 Valley cities to millions of taps, delivering the water security that Arizona communities depend on. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We've already hit 87 degrees at Sky Harbor in Phoenix this afternoon. We should be around 94 by Saturday. Currently, we're at 86. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp, and Thursday on Arizona's Morning News, why the Teachers Union is against a legislative proposal designed to pay teachers more. Watch LaDonna Harvey and me on the KTAR YouTube channel, or listen on air, online, or on the KTAR app.
Hey, quick shout out to everyone listening in Tullison, Arizona. What up? Here's your city shout out, Tullison. Thank you guys so much for listening. Appreciate you being a part of the show now from 2 till 6, Monday through Friday. Outspoken. I'm Bruce. That's Gatos. Do I need to admit to something here?
Well, we were talking about the State of the Union, and I'm just going to be real honest. I saw clips.
I watched highlights and clips. There's absolutely no way I'm sitting through 2 hours or whatever that. There's zero chance.
This is not a political show.
No.
We do delve into politics, as we will at 5 o'clock today with the face-off.
Mm-hmm.
But, I think I can speak for you. We don't sit around and watch Fox News and CNN and pound. Okay, so
sounds horrible.
It does sound horrible. So, and I've said this too.
Yeah.
I tried to give Trump, especially in his first term, I think there were some good things out of the first term. I think certainly the economy was really good, and you could root him on for the economy. January 6th hit, and I was done with this guy.
Yeah.
Surprised that he came all the way back and won, but it's the greatest comeback in political history. And so I said, okay, I'll give him another chance kind of in the first year, just a little bit of grace here and there. The guy just keeps disappointing me, and I'm pretty much done.
Okay.
I'm pretty much done. You can't gaslight people for all these years, And so do I want to go and watch him speak for 2 hours? The answer is no. I think I've done my due diligence in trying to give this guy grace and giving him a chance. And when he does something right, I want to make sure that I say it because I think presidents deserve that. But I've given up on him to really do much of the right thing.
Meaningful stuff.
So I didn't watch the 2 hours because I don't like to injure myself and hurt myself. But I did.
Like I said, I don't like to just be lied to.
Many of the clips. And so you and I said, well, what's our one takeaway?
Okay.
You go first.
I'm going to go first. I thought I'm going to use the term highlight for Trump and the win, maybe the piece that is most viral, the piece that was clever, and effective was when he asked them to either stand or remain seated.
If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
And the Democrats remained seated. They did not stand up.
Bad move.
I think it was stupid of them.
It's really stupid.
It
was a gotcha. He got them.
It was a 100% setup, gotcha, and they walked right into that trap.
They didn't expect it.
And that is, for him,
yeah.
It was a meandering, kind of boring, fact-free speech. That was the highlight, at least for Trump. Will it move the needle? Is anybody going to change the way they think about him because of it? I don't think so. But it really made Democrats look bad. I would call it an unforced error.
It's really sad that you can't clap for the other side ever.
Well, stand up if you believe the job of a representative is American citizens first. Yes.
It should be, sure.
That's not even a debate, is it?
It doesn't mean that illegal immigrants don't have rights. They have rights when they come over, if they sneak over the border or what have you.
Yeah.
But, listen, Donald Trump knows good television.
Yeah.
He used the men's Olympic ice hockey team brilliantly. The guy knows how to do TV. He does, whether it's a debate, whether it's a State of the Union. When he's on TV, if he does a press conference, he knows what he's doing. I think that was interesting. My one takeaway is why did you not explain? Because a lot of the times the State of the Union is to explain some things to the American people. Why didn't he explain why the U.S. is on the verge of war with Iran? That's a big deal, man. We've got every ship over there. I mean, we are ready to go.
Our entire bleeping Navy.
It's incredible.
The largest Navy in the world, most powerful Navy in the world is parked
you know where our stuff is? Right next to Iran.
Yeah.
Okay. But
so what about you? That's your thing. Your thing is you wanted to hear him make a case.
Why didn't you explain it to me why you're on the verge of war with Iran? I need that explained.
And why you don't think you need to go to Congress to do that.
That too. He spent very little time on it.
Like one line.
Almost nothing.
Yeah, in almost 2 hours.
And, if you're going to put troops in harm's way, if you think that this is the best move, listen, I can get behind it.
Make the argument.
Can you just tell me why?
Make the argument.
Yeah, just tell me why, and then I can make my own decision of I don't like it, or you know what, that might keep us out of a war if we go there now.
Yeah.
And he didn't do that.
No, I can't argue that.
Yeah. All right, so a couple of takeaways. We've got all the State of the Union stuff. I guarantee it. First segment of the Face-Off coming up at 5.
At 5 with our amazing panel. Coming up next, as many of you know, I lost my mother just a couple weeks ago. Alzheimer's finally won that battle. We knew it would win in the end, but we didn't know exactly when. And when you lose a parent, you go through a lot of things through the first time. I had one of those first-time moments, and I want to share it with you. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News.
With the U.S. Supreme Court's no decision on legalizing many of President Trump's tariffs from last year, could you get a refund? Arizona's Attorney General Chris Mays wants refunds to go forward, though she tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos the process would likely be messy.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
All right, guys, let's talk about your testosterone. I know you don't want to talk about it, but listen, you got to discuss uncomfortable things. Maybe you've got some low T going, low testosterone. Many men your age have that. By the way, men today have 20% less testosterone than their fathers did. And, it could be for one reason or another. But you're looking at, okay, I'm getting older. I am tired all the time. Why are you tired all the time? Are you losing focus all the time? Well, why are you losing focus all the time? And why are you having some trouble in the bedroom? Certainly you don't want to talk about that. We all get that, right? You have low testosterone. And really, it's no big deal. Go to Red Mountain. Tell them Gato sent you. When you do that, they're going to waive your startup fee. I'm going to save you a few $100. They will test your testosterone, right? They're going to give you a test for low T. They're doctors that work over at Red Mountain, the test for low T. If you have low testosterone, it's really simple. You go on testosterone therapy. and then everything starts to get better. It's like the fountain of youth. You're going to feel 30 years younger. Just go to redmountainweightloss.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
Don't miss out on some of the biggest matchups of the 2026 season when the Blue Jays, Mets, and Dodgers visit Chase Field. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
If you're squinting at 30, hunting for reading glasses at 50, or dealing with cataracts at 80, your eyes don't care how old you are. They just want freedom. Hi, it's Dr. King from King LASIK and K2 Vision. From LASIK to lens replacement to cataract surgery, we have vision solutions for every stage of life.
Trust the experience of 250,000 procedures and schedule your free Zoom consult at kinglasik.com. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. kinglasik.com.
Hi, everybody. Jody Jackson here. Spring is around the corner, and you know what's next, the summer heat. But you can be swimming in your spectacular new Presidential Pool. And now is the time to start planning. Presidential Pools has in-house financing to help make your backyard paradise a reality. They are Arizona's #1 pool builder with some of the best warranties in the industry, and they're committed to providing total customer satisfaction. And if you need inspiration, they have the largest pool park in the West. Make your pool the place to be this summer. Go to presidentialpools.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Highlight on housing.
Certain Arizona renters may be eligible for compensation following a $1 million settlement with Widener Property Management, LLC. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the News Center to explain what's happening.
Rents have gone up about 75% since 2016, and Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays blames rental price fixing. That's why she sued Widener and 7 other landlords for using an algorithm from RealPage to allegedly fix rent prices.
Who met regularly with landlords to make sure that they were following
the algorithm's recommendations. They pressured those landlords to accept the software's prices.
Widener renters over the last 10 years may be eligible to receive about 2 months' rent back and will be contacted by the nonprofit Wildfire. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
President Trump putting new pressure on Iran to come to the negotiating table after warning the country's retooling its nuclear program during this week's State of the Union address. ABC's Christiane Cordero has details.
The State and Treasury Departments announced they are rolling out a new wave of sanctions against the country, targeting certain military capabilities, including Iran's shadow fleet used to smuggle oil and weapons. Administration is trying to pressure Iran into a deal that would stop them from getting nuclear weapons, despite administration officials also saying the U.S. strikes on Iran in June, quote-unquote, obliterated their nuclear program.
We're learning more about an incident yesterday morning involving DEA agents in Phoenix. The agency tells us one of 2 suspects opened fire during a narcotics investigation near 67th Avenue and Van Buren. No one was hurt. Both suspects were ultimately taken into custody, and we're told drugs and a weapon were recovered. Time to check the roads this afternoon. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 83rd Avenue. Tempe with a crash on the on-ramp. Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway westbound at Scottsdale Road. And Mesa with debris on the right-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound at Mesa Drive. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Warming up around here a little sooner than most of us would like. Overnight clear and 59 degrees. Tomorrow, 91, 93 Friday, 94 on Saturday, and it's 87 in Avondale. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hi, Joe Huizenga. You thought 80s in February stunk? Prepare for 90-degree temps. We'll talk with a meteorologist and find out if this is the new normal and how long we'll be baking. Tonight on Arizona's Evening News. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, and the KTAR app.
All right, coming up before, Bruce, we're going to have a rare opportunity to open the phones. My kid is having a kid, and I don't know what I want the new kid to call me.
So we're gonna have to have an agreement on what.
Let's come up with a name.
What the kid can call you.
What's the baby going to call me when the baby starts talking?
I think Becky Lynn referred to it as your G name.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
So we're going to do that at 4 o'clock. I've got my own list.
Okay.
But I'd like to hear what many of you out there maybe are called.
Maybe had some good ones.
Maybe had some good ones.
Okay.
And that's part of this show. We like to talk about our lives too, right?
Sure.
The good and the bad and the tough. And I know, Bruce, you've talked about your mom passing away 3 weeks ago, and you've had to do things you never thought you'd have to do.
Yeah.
And yesterday was one of those days, right?
Yes, it was. Yesterday, I picked up her remains. I went to the mortuary, the funeral home, and I got the call that it was ready, and I went there, and I showed you the picture. Beautiful red urn.
Can I explain it?
Please.
Bruce has a picture of a beautiful red urn in his car in the passenger seat with the seatbelt on.
Well, yeah, Mom always told me you got to wear your seatbelt.
Well, of course.
You got to have the
seatbelt is on the red urn. It was beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I probably was avoiding. They called me a week ago, and I might have been dragging my feet a little on this. But I went up there, and I thought I did a good job and went in, signed some stuff, and they handed over the urn to me. And as I'm walking out, there's not a lot of people there. There's one other car in the whole parking lot. And as I'm walking out, a woman gets out of her car, and she's crying. And she comes up to me. I'm parked a couple spots away, and she said, "I'm here to pick up my husband, and I don't know if I can go inside." And she said, "Is that your wife?" I said, "This is my mother." And she said, "What was her name?" And I said, "Annalise." I said, "What's your name?" She said, "Andrea." And she said, "I lost my husband, Joe, suddenly. It's just me and my 16-year-old daughter now."
Oh, gosh.
And she said, I said, she asked, why did you choose that urn? And I said, my mom really liked arts and crafts. She had a lot of things that were in this kind of style, this red. She really liked this bright red color. And when my brother and I saw it, we said, you know what, that's Mom. It reminds us of Mom. And she said, I can't get to the point where I can pick an urn. She said, but I just don't want to leave him in there anymore. I want to bring him home. And I said, I met this woman 30 seconds ago in the parking lot. And we stood there and talked for about 15 minutes. She told me all about her husband, what a great guy he was. She talked about like how interesting things happen and how you meet people, and how she was thankful that she ran into me, and that I told her, you know what, why don't you find something, an urn that as I said, like when I look at this, it reminds me of my mom. And I said, maybe you can find something, some sort of a vessel that reminds you of Joe every time you look at it, and you know, focus on the good things, you know. And I had this conversation with this woman who I've never met in my life, and it kind of reminded me of how grief brings people together. And this is not about me, and I'm heartbroken for Andrea, her daughter, and losing her husband. I hope it was helpful for her to talk to somebody in the parking lot of a mortuary, and somebody else who's going through this process as well. And I shared with her something that I learned, and I learned this a while ago, and I try to remember this. Whenever it comes to loss, it doesn't hurt any less. It just doesn't hurt as often.
It is true.
And I told her, it's okay to feel the way you feel. It just won't always feel like that.
Yeah.
There'll be moments. It'll come flooding back. It doesn't mean you don't love them. It doesn't mean you forgot them. And I asked her, I said, would you like me to go inside with you?
Of course she did.
And she said, I can do this.
Wow.
She says, I can do this.
You kind of gave her a pep talk.
Well, I'd like to think I did.
I think you did.
I said, you know what? Joe's looking down, and he's wondering why you're sitting in the parking lot so long.
Yeah.
And she said, I need to go inside there, and I'm going to bring him home, and I'll find a good thing for him, and I'll find something. And I said, bring your daughter along. I go, the two of you should choose something. And choose something it means. She told me he was a huge Detroit Lions fan.
Cool.
Right? And I said, well, you know, my mind's already racing. I guarantee I can come up with a Detroit Lions blue something, you know, that might remind you of that.
Like the blue and the gray.
Exactly. And I've been thinking about her a lot the last day. And she was a wonderful woman, beautiful woman, going through this unspeakable grief in suddenly losing her husband unexpectedly. And her and her 16-year-old daughter having to go forward. And then, again, these things that I've never had to do in my life. You know, I've never had to go pick up an urn before.
No.
You know, I never had to, go through all these, like, things that you don't necessarily think of when you lose somebody. It's not on the top of the list. But I wanted to share that because I thought there are other people out there who are going through loss. Unfortunately, it is part of life, is losing, having loss in some way, shape, or form. And I hope that you, if you're going through that, find somebody that you can talk to. As you said, maybe somebody gives you a pep talk.
Yeah.
I think there's a reason, you know, I know you speak about these things. I think there's a reason that Andrea and I were in the parking lot.
There you go.
Outside the mortuary.
There you go.
Literally, exactly. Because when I pulled up, she was sitting there. I went inside, did everything, came out. She was still sitting there.
So here's my thing.
Okay, you got to think.
I think you know where I'm going.
Okay.
You delayed going to pick up your mom's remains.
I did. I waited like over a week.
Why do you think you waited? See, because you and I have talked about...
I wasn't looking forward to it.
I know. I get that. I totally get that. But, you know...
But there's a reason.
You know, I talk about my faith and being a Christian, and I know that is not you. I've tried to drag you to church before, and I'll keep trying. But I know that that's not you. And we've even talked about praying, and you've told me you've never prayed to God. Yeah. And so I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
That's a God thing right there.
Yeah.
There is no doubt in my mind that he said, okay, you're going to go pick up your mom's remains on this day because this woman needs you.
Yeah.
Your grief helped someone else with grief. And it's not an accident. I don't believe in coincidences. I never do. I never have. And so I think I'm going to get you to go to church with me one day.
Listen, it was pretty amazing.
This might be a little bit of an eye-opener for you, my friend.
How about this? I felt useful at a time that was difficult for me. Picking up mom, for goodness sakes.
Tough question. You ready?
I felt really useful to this woman.
Did you feel God for the first time, or are you just not sure?
I can't say that I said that.
Okay,
I'm not
that's
sure.
Fair.
Okay?
It's fair.
I can't go that far.
It's a hard question.
It is a hard question. But, again, thinking of that wonderful woman, Andrea, and her husband, Joe. You know my dad's name was Joe.
There you go.
Believe me, I thought about that when she said Joe. I didn't tell her. That was my dad's name.
What time would you like me to pick you up for Saturday service at CCV?
Yeah. But,
you can come with me.
Yeah. I know she took her husband home last night, and good for her. She was walking in the door as I left. So good for her.
Coincidences, I don't buy them.
Yeah. Hey,
That's a God thing.
We got to check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And up next, did you cancel your trip to the Grand Canyon because of the unrest in Minnesota?
That's a weird question.
There's a reason behind it. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. Hey, let's talk about Sweet James. There's a reason that you need to call Sweet James. Now, I told you about over the last week. I have a softball player on my team, and she got injured in a car accident after the game. So this was a couple weeks ago. And I said, okay, are you at the hospital? Yes. Are you okay? Yes, but I feel like my neck hurts. And how's your husband? He's not. He's okay. We're going to be fine, but we're injured. I said, okay, let me call you tomorrow. And I called her the next day and said, 1-800-9-MILLION. You need to call Sweet James. These are the guys that I trust. And having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. I told, my friend, you need to have somebody in your corner, and you need to have one of the best attorneys in the U.S. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team, and you need a firm that wins 98% of the time. Your car is completely totaled, and you and your husband are injured. Call Sweet James. That's what she did. They're taking care of her. SweetJames.com, 1-800-9-MILLION. Tom Gato sent you.
Opinion, analysis, breaking news, traffic updates. You get all that and more on your phone when you download the KTAR News app. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
It's a new year, Phoenix, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Greg did. He called Rhino Shield.
Well, I saw the advertisements of Rhino Shield, and I did some internet research. It just seemed like a no-brainer to me.
Rhino Shield's not paint. It's better.
And what's nice about Rhino Shield is that it does a really good job of its ability to be UV protective. And what's really nice for people who live in HOAs, they were able to virtually identically match the existing color, but made HOA essentially a non-issue.
All right, Phoenix, you too can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
The Rhino Shield crew did an exceptionally good job in terms of preparation, work, and cleanup. It was like they were never there when they were all finished.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
No paint, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Investors, stop letting income verification hold you back. With Waterstone Mortgage's DSCR program, your property pays for itself. No tax returns, no W-2s, just cash flow. Buy more, refinance smarter, scale faster. Purchases and refinances, including cash out. This is Amy Batten, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B. Text CLOSE to 620-620 or visit keepingitrealestatewithamyb.com.
Message and data rates may apply. Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 18644, NMLS 1897666.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The reward for information on the whereabouts of Nancy Guthrie has now grown to more than $1 million as the search goes into its 25th day. Authorities are hoping the reward money will put pressure on anyone that could be involved. The executive director of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, Callahan Walsh, is hopeful.
This reward may be that piece that brings that person out of the woodwork and incentivizes them to make that tip.
The Guthrie family also donated $500,000 to Walsh's center to spread awareness for all missing people. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now. We've got Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with debris on the right-hand shoulder. State Route 51 northbound near Northern Avenue. Phoenix again, crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 83rd Avenue. And Mesa, debris on the right-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound at Mesa Drive. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Ready to free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business empowers leaders with smart business buying tools, leaving time to focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future at AmazonBusiness.com.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, head over to KTAR.com. I update the Gatos Big Q poll question of the day every single day. Let's see what we got. The gold medal winning U.S. women's ice hockey team declined an invitation to Trump's State of the Union. They have been offered an alternative celebration in Vegas by Flava Flav.
Flava Flav!
Should they go? Yes or no?
Oh, my goodness. Hey, they do State of the Unions all the time. A night in Vegas with Flava Flav, that's once in a lifetime. Let's go yes, 62%.
Yes, 62%. Let's see. Yes, 53%.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I like it. The audience, you're having some fun today.
Good.
That is a good thing. And absolutely they should go to Vegas and go and hang out with Flava Flav. Are you kidding me? It's the best.
Serious good thing.
It's awesome.
And if I get it wrong, I apologize. He has supported women's Olympic teams and supports them financially. And,
he does, yeah.
And he buys equipment and things like that they come up short with. So he's been involved in women's Olympic sports for a while.
Yeah, boy.
Yes, he is. There you go. Good job, Flav. So here's a silly question, Gatos. This is for the audience. Did you cancel your trip to the Grand Canyon due to unrest in Minnesota?
I've got another one.
Oh.
If unrest broke out in Florida.
Okay, in Florida. Miami.
And you're in Arizona, are you concerned for your life?
I am not. Okay. The reason we bring that up is business in Puerto Penasco, also known as Rocky Point.
Arizona's beach.
Yeah.
Gatos' hometown.
Your second hometown, yes, is fallen off. And it is roughly the same distance away from where the El Mencho CJNG cartel is causing havoc, although even that's calming down, than Miami is to Phoenix.
Yeah. All right. So here's the deal. Because I know Rocky Point really well.
You do?
Okay. In March, March is an interesting time in Rocky Point. Okay. Beautiful weather. We all know that.
Yeah.
But there are some, kids who go down for, spring break.
Oh,
They could be high school. They could be college. And they go down and they drink the face off.
It's a place to go.
Now, listen, that's when I'm never in Rocky Point. I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to know about it. I don't want to deal with it. But there are parents that also know that their kids who are in 8th grade or 4th grade get their spring break, and they like to take the family down to Rocky Point.
Sure, that makes sense.
Okay, so I wonder if those two examples that I gave you, are they canceling?
I see what you
Are
mean.
they canceling? Because that's what's happening in March.
Right.
Okay, so right now it is February, 24th?
Yeah, but I mean, spring break's right around the corner for a lot of folks, right? 2-3 weeks away.
No doubt, and most likely you've already made your reservation.
Yeah.
So my question is, are people canceling? Let me put it this way.
Right.
Let's say that your kid goes to ASU.
Okay.
Excuse me, ASU or the U of A. And they're like, you know what, Mom and Dad, my friends are going to Rocky Point. Well, did you see what happened in Puerto Vallarta? And the college kid is going to go, absolutely not. I want to go drink my face off in Rocky Point.
Don't care what
Listen, if you're a parent and you feel like, I would say this. Would I be okay with my college kid going down with other college kids to Rocky Point? The answer is probably no. But if you asked me the same thing about Daytona or any of the places in Florida that also have spring break, do I want my kid going down there?
Same.
It would be the same.
Interesting.
It would be the same. So I think people have canceled a little bit in March at Rocky Point.
They're concerned, but they're concerned because
it's 1,000 miles away, man.
You don't understand the geography of the situation.
Right. There's no violence in Rocky Point. There's a stretch of highway between the Lukeville border crossing and into Puerto Penasco. There's nothing that is bad there.
Okay.
It's 1,000 miles away.
All right.
All right.
You go.
You ready for go ahead.
I was going to say, coming up at 5 o'clock, we've got the face-off, Gatos. We're an hour away from that. But up next, we need your help.
My kid is having a kid.
Yes.
Any day, right?
Look, any minute.
I need a name that the kid is going to call me. What is the name? So I want to ask you to call in at 277 KTAR. Maybe it's what you called your grandfather or what you are called right now. 277-5827.
Need suggestions.
What is my nickname going to be?
Your G name.
My G name. 277 KTAR.
You can also text us at 620-620 if you've got, and we'll share those on the air. That's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, let's talk about your water inside of your house. I'll tell you what. When that little kid comes over to my house, I'll tell you something. Perfect water. Perfect water. So at our house, we have the K5 drinking water station. It really is awesome. It's absolutely fantastic. And you can get it for $26 a month. Aquazona Connecticut's never done a deal like this. I urge you to call 602-910-6570. And the reason is, when you have a K5 drinking water station, you're going to enjoy better tasting coffee. You're going to enjoy food tasting better because you're making it with purified drinking water. You know, my family does not have to drink chlorine or the heavy metals and microplastics. And the Connecticut takes all of that out of the water so you have pure drinking water. $26 a month. You own the system. I own the K5. 602-910-6570. You can also check them out at aquazona.com.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With LifeSource, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap. No salt, no regular maintenance, and no plastic. Just fresh filtered water that protects your family and your appliances. So call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Okay, raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older faster than you should. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't think so. If ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, there is good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life at full speed. The QC Kinetics medical professionals use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. All real QC Kinetics patients. The sooner you start treatment, the sooner inflammation eases and the sooner joint damage slows down. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation are free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
For nearly 25 years, Primavera has helped thousands of Arizona students succeed with an accredited world-class education, tuition-free and right from home. If your child struggles in a traditional school setting, Primavera Online can help. We serve Arizona K-12 students with flexible, personalized learning that fits every student's needs. See how Primavera can help your family today. Don't wait. Enroll now at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
And good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Arizona Democratic Representative Greg Stanton calls the president's State of the Union speech last night the most divisive and tone-deaf State of the Union he's seen during his time in Congress. He tells Arizona's Morning News the president failed to explain how his policies would lower costs.
He refused to actually address anything that really mattered to the American people on the most important issue, and that's the issue of affordability, how to make life easier, how to lower costs for the American people. It didn't happen at all last night.
However, Republican Congressman David Schweikert disagrees. Also joining Arizona's Morning News, he says the Trump administration's economic policies will have a long-term positive impact by attracting more tech investments.
A KTAR News exclusive.
The partial government shutdown continues as Democrats urge for immigration reform. U.S. Senator Mark Kelly tells Arizona's Morning News agencies like ICE are broken and need to be held accountable.
And my Republican colleagues at this point, they refuse to demand any kind of basic accountability from this agency.
He says people should be fired, citing the deaths of 2 protesters in Minnesota. You can watch Senator Kelly's full interview on the KTAR YouTube page. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs has officially filed her nomination petitions to run for re-election this year. Last month, the governor announced she had raised $15 million for the 2026 election. Her campaign says 95% of the donations toward that total came in at less than $100. While a majority of the country is surrounded by snow, Phoenix is expected to hit an all-time record high or maybe break it at 94 degrees Saturday. February has marked a historic month in Arizona as temps are 20 degrees higher than normal. National Weather Service meteorologist Gabriel O'Hara says visitors should be thinking about staying safe.
Given that it's going to be really elevated temperatures, people need to take heat precautions such as hydrating and taking frequent breaks in the shade to avoid any sort of heat exhaustion.
Temperatures are expected to drop back down after the weekend, though.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
Today, the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors voted to give the Recorder's Office $550,000. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the News Center to explain why.
Yeah, Becky, the money will be used for mail-in ballot signature verification improvements, a process which Recorder Justin Heap has introduced changes to. And Supervisor Debbie Lesko says Heap asked her for the money last month as the 2 parties continue a legal battle over election responsibilities.
I have tried, and the board has tried, in good faith, to work with Recorder Heap, and so I hope that he will do so as well.
And Supervisor Thomas Galvin voting no. He's worried Heap's new signature verification process is rejecting valid ballots, and reports from elections last year showing that number nearly tripled under Heap.
I really hope that they do a better job and course correct. For all these reasons, I'm voting no.
Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Highlight on housing.
$1 million settlement with Widener Property Management, LLC, has been announced over an alleged rental price fixing scheme. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays accused Widener of using a rental price fixing algorithm.
And the funds will be earmarked to rental assistance for current and former Widener tenants.
Widener renters over the last 10 years could be eligible to receive about 2 months' rent back, and they'll be contacted by the nonprofit Wildfire if they're eligible. Time to check on the roads now. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-17 southbound at Bell Road. Phoenix again with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound at 83rd Avenue. And a look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 24th Street and Van Buren Street. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies and 59 degrees. Tomorrow, there we go, into the 90s, 91, 93 Friday, 94 on Saturday. And now that could break a record if we get there. 86 right now in Tempe. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6.
Oh.
Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This is hour number 3.
A lot of people are going to tell you hour number 3, best of the hours.
Coming up in hour number 4, the face-off. We've got our panel slowly, probably in the next 30 to 40 minutes, arriving here at the radio station. We'll get into Trump's State of the Union. We'll talk about some of these Epstein files.
Oh, that's going to be in there.
And should Kash Patel get canned? So we're going to talk about all that kind of stuff.
All righty.
We're on Baby Watch.
You have been on Baby Watch
for a little
while now. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, we're on. Here we go. We're on Baby Watch. My kid is having a kid.
Congratulations.
Isn't it? It's awesome.
And when you say that, like at any moment, right?
It could happen today. It could happen tomorrow. Maybe this weekend, but it's coming up.
It's coming. There's a baby on the way.
We got
That's how this works, right? The baby shows up whether you want it to or not.
We got a brand new human being on the way.
A brand new human being.
I'm surprised. Last week you were sitting like on one cheek with one leg out to
I
go.
know. I'm waiting.
And now here we are
know,
Wednesday.
I know.
Somebody told me that when it's your first baby, sometimes it takes longer.
I don't know.
Like
Yeah, it
Becky
can.
Lynn?
Okay, I don't know how any of that works.
So our daughter's having a little girl.
How exciting.
I can't even tell you how excited I am.
You are over the moon.
And so the last few weeks, the last several months, I've been thinking about my grandparents. And I was thinking about what my grandparents were doing or feeling right before I was born.
Oh, wow.
Like, my birthday's on the September 10th. What were they doing on the 8th or the 9th? It's in my head, and I wonder,
That's interesting.
like, did they feel the same as I do right
Sure.
now, just kind of waiting? Because I was very close to my grandparents. My grandfather would take us to all the New York Giants football games.
Oh, that sounds like a
My
punishment.
grandmother would throw a $50 bill in like a little envelope and send it to me in college.
Little something.
And then I drink it.
Of course you did.
I wonder
So
if
grandparents are important to you.
Yeah, and I wonder, like, is this little girl going to want to come over to our house for New Year's Eve like I did with my grandparents? Those little, like, fun traditions. But the one thing I don't know is I don't know what I want her to call me. And a lot of people always say, she's going to pick whatever it is.
Oh.
You can try.
You can try.
You can try to force something.
Yeah, and sometimes it'll catch on. It'll be
catch.
great.
Okay,
and other
okay.
times, oh my gosh.
So we're looking for suggestions?
Yeah, let's open up the phones at 602-277-KTAR.
All righty.
277-5827. What should my name be? My kid is having a kid. So what should my nickname, the G thing name,
the G word.
What should it be? And I think I've got a little list here.
Oh, you have some that you've been working on.
I've been working on. We're going to take some phone calls.
Okay, let's see what they come up
Bruce is manning the text messages.
620. I've got like 25 texts of potential names.
All right, why don't we go through some of these calls? Because I've got three really good ones. That I'm thinking. Let's start with Susan on KTAR. Susan, what should the kid call me?
Well, I'll tell you what happened. I grew up on a cattle ranch in Nevada.
Okay.
And when I had my son, he's the first grandson. He was always there, always. My dad's a cowman. And one time when he was just a toddler, I said, guess where we're going today? And he goes, Papa Cows.
Papa Cows.
Papa Cow. He has been Papa Cow for all 5 grandchildren, and the oldest is 40, and they still all call him Papa Cow.
Can I echo something about that?
Please.
I have a friend, you're not going to believe this. The family business was duck farms.
Okay.
He's Papa Duck.
It's going to be what they call you, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing.
When you said that, I go, I know Papa Duck.
And you know what? I like the backstory, too.
Yeah.
If you had a good backstory.
There's a connection.
Good backstory,
Yeah,
right.
connection.
Here is Fred on KTAR. Fred, what should the kid call me?
When our first grandson was born, my wife sweated over the name. She's from South Alabama.
Okay.
So she had to come up with a cool name, and so we're Lolly and Pop.
Lolly and
Lollipop.
No.
Yeah.
So
and all 3 of our grandkids call us that.
We're going over to Lollipop.
Yep.
I like it.
I kind of like that. That's kind of
like
neat.
it.
All right.
Lolly and Pop. All right. Thanks,
Lolly
man.
and Pop. All right.
Here's Greg on KTAR. Greg, little girl, what should she call me?
Well, my oldest grandchild, my grandson Luke, he made up the names for both myself and my wife. I am Guppy.
Okay.
And she is Gammy. It's Gammy and Guppy.
Gammy, why Guppy? How did that happen?
I don't know. I didn't ask. It didn't matter.
Didn't matter.
This was just the greatest name in the world.
Yeah. You're the only Guppy.
And yeah, it's like Gammy and Guppy. That is fantastic.
I like it.
I think it's great.
So, can I ask a question, Gatos?
Yes.
Is there something you have some Italian heritage?
I do.
What is the Italian word, the G word?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I know the German ones from my side of the family.
I even know that.
Yeah,
I don't know the Italian
Oma and
one.
Opa. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I don't know
I just didn't know if that was something.
Okay.
I'm just throwing it out there because it's tied to you.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying?
277 KTAR. All right, these are pretty good. Let me give you a couple of mine. These are the ones that I've come up with.
Okay.
You guys tell me if you think this is any good.
Ready.
G-Dog.
I can think of worse.
Oh, are you serious? I'm trying to come up with the worst
You
names
can think
ever.
of worse than
I
G-Dog?
can think of worse than G-Dog.
All right,
Oh,
how about
trust me.
this one? Grandmaster Gatos.
There's too many words.
Too many words. Oh, my Granddaddy-O. Horrible.
I got a text that is along as Grandos.
Grandos.
Half grandfather, half Gatos.
I kind of like that. Grandos.
Grandos.
Yeah.
I'm grand. Okay, I like it.
Or Grampdos. No, either one. Okay.
How about Big Papa?
If this kid calls you Big Papa,
I want to be called Big Papa. Man, this is the wrong song to sing.
There's a dirty version
Let's
in
not.
here, too. Be careful. I don't want you to... All right. Sorry.
All right, that's a no.
I can't imagine that's a good thing.
How about Captain Gatos? I was somebody always, I'm the captain of my soft pitch softball team.
You want your granddaughter to call you Captain Gatos?
Better than G-Dog. All right, 277 KTAR. Let's see.
I got some. Can I give you some of the ones coming in on text? A lot of people say pop. It's very easy, especially for little kids.
That was one of my grandfathers.
Yeah.
And my dad, so I can't go with that.
Okay.
I got to go different.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Got to go different.
Yeah. CG.
Grandpa
Gatos?
See, our kids, remember, I came into our kids' life when they were in high school.
Mm-hmm.
They call my dad Grandpa Gatos.
Fair enough. Okay.
So I got to go away from that.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
I need my own identity, like G-Dog.
All right. Yes, you do.
I'm kind of landing on that one. I think.
Oh, for Pete's sake,
no.
Becky Lynn. Julia is joining us next on KTAR.
Hi, Julia.
All right, my kid's having a kid. What's the little one going to call me?
Hi, Gatos. It depends on what the little one can say.
Yeah, it's
so
true.
Come up with something cool.
Yeah.
And then kind of like, for instance, my dad was Papa to my son.
Sure.
And he would say to my son, he'd say, I'm Papa Doodle, you're Ryan-a-Roo.
Okay.
So I have more experience because, like, I'm Mimi
Okay.
to my grandgirls, and my daughter tried to tell them I'm Grammy, and they would say Mimi.
And they're going to pick.
So,
Okay. All right,
yeah,
cool.
it's so whatever they can kind of say.
What do you think of G-Dog?
Come on, that's good.
No.
That's
Okay, that's a no.
Gatos are too long.
Oh, there is, yeah.
All right.
You could say G-grr.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
By the way, careful what you start feeding them because kids will regurgitate it in their own kid language. Do you know what I'm saying?
It's very true.
And that's going to stick.
I heard a funny one the other day where they were trying to teach a kid what to call the grandmother, and they were wanting her to call her Meemaw.
Yeah, Meemaw.
And the kid couldn't say it, and it came out meatball.
Meatball,
So she's
close
been
enough.
meatball
She's
forever.
meatball. I got Lord Gatos.
Oh, writing it down.
Are you writing that one?
Oh, yeah. All right.
Papa G?
That's not bad.
Sounds like Papa Smurf.
No,
Papa
it
G?
doesn't.
Okay.
Papa G?
Papa G.
Again, I've heard worse.
Okay.
I've heard worse. Also, you can flip that around and go G-pop.
G-pop.
Gatos.
Okay.
G-pop.
Hey, Becky Lynn, you know how you're old? You know how you know you're old?
Oh, my God.
Oh, I was going to say, did
This is
I know?
something to do
You know
with-
how
Bruce,
I'm old?
Not you. Bruce, you know how you know you're old?
How?
You're taking calls about
Your G name.
a little girl should be calling me, and you're taking phones, and you can't see the caller that's calling in.
The writing's too small on
can't
the
see
screen
it,
for
no.
Gatos. Yeah.
Let's see.
How about I got another one. You ready?
Let me take this
Papados.
one. Papados?
That's the name of a restaurant.
That
but
is.
Papados,
I like that.
Like Gatos, Papados.
Yeah.
Here's Steve next.
Hi, Steve.
Sorry, Ron. I read it wrong. Can't see. Ron, how are you?
Hey, good, thanks.
What should they name me? What do you think?
I'm from Cortez, Colorado.
Okay.
And
lovely area.
And my wife didn't want to be called Grandma.
Yeah. Right.
So we said, well, what do you want to be called? And she said, well, I think Mimi.
Mimi.
So I said, well, that's great. We got to come up with something that rhymes with Mimi. So I said, I'll be Pee-Pee. And yeah.
Come on, you got to think this through a little more here. Come on.
Your grandkids calling you Pee-Pee?
Mimi
so
Pee-Pee.
Now my oldest grandson, who is now 19.
19 years
goes
old.
To school. Yep, goes to school.
Oh, no.
First to second grade. teacher says, "So what'd you do all weekend?" He said, "Oh, just played with my pee-pee."
Here we go.
All right,
here we
go.
There we go. Exactly.
I don't want
Suspended.
I don't want my name to remind someone of urine.
There is that. Okay.
All right. Here are the finals. I like
Finalists.
Papados, G-Dog, and Lord Gatos.
And Lord
We'll figure something out.
Gatos.
We'll figure something out.
All right, that's those are the options.
I cannot. I'm just going to say this in all seriousness. Thank you, everybody, for the call.
Thank you.
I can't wait to hold this little one. I absolutely cannot.
I can tell.
Wait.
What an amazing
I cannot. I am going to bless this child. I'm going to bless this child. And my new job is how do I bless this child?
How much are you going to spoil this kid?
Oh, it's going to be ridiculous. I'm going to give this kid so much money you have no idea.
Can't wait.
Thanks, everybody, for the calls and
Still
the texts.
on Baby Watch.
And we're still on Baby Watch.
At any minute.
I could leave any minute.
There could be a baby coming, and Gatos has got to go. All right, coming up next. A whistleblower inside ICE revealed some pretty disturbing information about how new ICE officers are being trained. And specifically, are they being trained to break the law? We're talking about it next. Outspoken at KTAR.
All right. Let's get into some advanced window products. This is the company you call, and they come out and they replace your aging windows, your old windows, your bad windows. We've got, Becky Lynn's been talking, what is it, 97 degrees tomorrow?
No, let's not quite go
93?
here. 94 by Saturday.
94! All right. A great reason you should get your windows replaced is in February, it's going to be 94 degrees. In a couple of months, it's going to be 118. You have builder-grade windows, and the windows are leaking air. The air conditioner is on in your home, and all that cool air is going out, and all the hot air from outside is coming in. So get those windows replaced. Do it now. Save money. Save energy on your bill. 480-746-4280. I can recommend these guys because, well, they've been in business 40 years. They're family owned and operated, and they've been at my house, and they replaced all my windows. I'm super satisfied. Go and check them out. AdvancedWindows.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Cuba says it killed 4 people and injured 6 others aboard an American speedboat during an encounter today. In a statement by the Cuban military Minister of the Interior, they claimed the speedboat was registered in Florida when it was detected in Cuban territorial waters. But that does need to be verified by U.S. officials, according to ABC News contributor, retired colonel and former State Department official Steve Gagner.
We don't know if the U.S. registered boat fired on the Cubans first. We don't know where they were. Were they inside 12 nautical miles? So really everything needs to come out once the U.S. is able to figure out where did this actually happen, who was on this Florida registered boat, and what were they doing inside, if they were indeed inside Cuban territorial waters.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with a crash blocking the center lane. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway eastbound approaching the Loop 101 Pima Freeway transition. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. I-17 southbound at Bell Road. And a look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a vehicle fire on 7th Street and Union Hills Drive. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, quick shout out to everyone listening in Waddell. There's your city shout out for Waddell. Out there in the West Valley. What up, Waddell? Thank you guys for listening in the Waddellians. All right. There was a testimony in front of Congress from a whistleblower. And it gets into a lot of detail. But basically, you can come forward, kind of declare yourself a whistleblower, and the government agency you work for can't go punish you. The whistleblowers are encouraged to come forward and give information.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes you've got to decipher whether it is real or they're disgruntled. I think that's fair.
Absolutely, yeah. It's just, you get fired or whatever. Well, this guy didn't get fired. He quit.
He did.
And he quit because of what he was being asked to do and what he saw. And specifically, this is a whistleblower that worked for ICE, an attorney, who said that they were, I think the nicest way to put it is cutting corners when it came to training new agents.
Yeah, take a listen.
I swore an oath to uphold the Constitution when I joined ICE on August 1st, 2021, as an assistant chief counsel. I followed that oath for 4.5 years, working side by side with ICE officers. And I followed it when I resigned on February 13th, 2026, a little over a week ago, so that I could speak to you today.
All right. What are you going to tell us? Because we watched ICE in Minneapolis. I don't know if I've ever seen anything so bad.
They certainly didn't look trained.
No.
For example, they ceased all of the legal instructions regarding use of force. This means that cadets are not taught what it means to be objectively reasonable, the very standard which the law requires them to meet when deciding whether or not to use deadly force.
They didn't know when to not use deadly force. I've asked
They weren't trained of that.
I've asked so many police officers of the first incident, would you have shot into that car? No.
Into a moving car, right.
Not one.
No, that's not a thing.
It really isn't. And so, I think that they were not trained on purpose. I think, and I know it's going to tick people off. I couldn't care less. I think that they were trained poorly for a reason. I think that the Trump administration got exactly what they wanted in Minneapolis.
I think it was
they
about
wanted
speed.
Chaos. I think they wanted to scare people.
Mm-hmm.
I think they wanted to drag people of color out of a car. They wanted it to go viral, and they got exactly what they wanted with the certain individuals that they sent out there. No warrants, no reason to shoot into a car. You get 10 guys on one guy, and they shoot him in the back 10 times.
Yeah, it was merely about getting as many people out there to meet these quotas, and the fact that they weren't trained properly, who cares?
They were trained to break the law.
Yeah, they were improperly trained. You could certainly make
Our jobs as instructors are to teach them so well that they can make split-second decisions about what they can and cannot do in life or death situations. Yet, in the name of churning out an endless stream of officers, DHS leadership has dismantled the academic and practical tests that we need to know if cadets can safely and lawfully perform their job.
These guys were horrendous. They were thugs. They enjoyed beating people up. That's just what I saw. And by the way, most of the country saw that too. And if you want to really know what this is partly all about as well, when you really look into this, when you look at like what they should have been trained to do, it's incredible. I mean, they were supposed to take literal classes on the Constitution.
Understand constitutional rights, understand civil rights, understand. By the way, what does the law say you can do as law enforcement, right, as an enforcement agent?
Right.
And apparently a lot of that was skipped. Why? For expediency.
I'll leave you with this number.
Okay.
ICE cut 240 hours out of training from a 584-hour program.
That's a lot.
So classes that taught the Constitution, the legal system, firearms, use of force, lawful arrests, proper detention, and the limits on officers' authority, all cut out.
Yeah.
All slashed and eliminated. And that's exactly what you saw in the streets of Minneapolis. Exactly.
That's exactly what you saw. You're right. No argument about that. Hey, we're going to have some other conversations around the world of politics coming up at 5 o'clock. The Face-Off. Green Room's not filling up yet. They still got some time to get here. And we'll have our panel in here to have those conversations. Hey, coming up next, why did the sheriff of Pima County discourage the Guthrie family from offering a $1 million reward right at the very beginning of the investigation? We'll have that conversation next. Outspoken on KTAR.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
Jackson Hewitt handles your taxes and your stress. Inhale our no surprise price of $149 or less. Exhale, paying more for complicated taxes. You won't. Inhale new tax law knowledge. Exhale. Missing out on your biggest refund? Certainly not. Don't miss paying $149 or less. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Exclusions apply. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
At Genesis of Scottsdale, our visitors are our first priority. We love getting to know our customers as much as we love showing off our lineup of gorgeous luxury SUVs and sedans. This month, we're making it easier than ever to experience the Genesis difference. Genesis Motor Finance is offering 2.99% APR financing for 48 months on our most popular models for well-qualified buyers. That includes the sporty G70, the adventurous GV70, and the flagship GV80. In fact, this exceptional rate applies to a wide range of select models across our entire inventory. Whether you're thinking big or small, your perfect fit is waiting for you now on our showroom floor. Visit Genesis of Scottsdale today for a test drive. Give our staff a chance to show you these incredible vehicles and explain just how simple our terms can be.
Offer subject to credit approval by Genesis Motor Finance. For well-qualified buyers, only a limited number of customers will qualify. Tax, title, license, $599 doc fee, and $618 dealer protection package extra. Must take retail delivery from dealer stock by March 2nd, 2026. See Genesis of Scottsdale for details.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-777-1225.
Seeking top-notch quality vitamins and supplements at always affordable prices? Look no further than Natural Grocers brand supplements. Amidst the online haze of quality, Natural Grocers shines through with potent ingredients and the best manufacturing standards. Their name stands for trust, proven through time and generations. So enjoy your food and supplements the rest with Natural Grocers brand vitamins and supplements. Visit naturalgrocers.com to find a store near you.
D-backs fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a D-backs Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Your tap water isn't as clean as you think. City water is full of contaminants, including chlorine that cities use to treat it. At Life Source, we believe your water should support your family's health. Our whole house system delivers filtered water from every tap, even your showers. For over 40 years, we've proudly built every system right here in the USA. Call our factory today at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Warranty limitations apply.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Highlight on housing.
Certain Arizona renters may be getting back up to 2 months' rent after a $1 million settlement with Widener Property Management Company. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the News Center to tell us more.
This is the first settlement from at least 8 lawsuits after Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays accused landlords of using an algorithm from RealPage to engage in rental price fixing.
We sued a company called RealPage Incorporated, one of the country's largest providers of apartment rental software, along with several major corporate landlords operating in Arizona.
Widener renters over the last 10 years will be contacted by the nonprofit Wildfire to claim their settlement funds. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
The reward for information on the whereabouts of Nancy Guthrie is now more than $1 million as that search reaches its 25th day. Authorities are hoping the reward money will put pressure on anyone that could be involved. The executive director of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, Callahan Walsh, is hopeful.
This reward may be that piece that brings that person out of the woodwork and incentivizes them to make that tip.
The Guthrie family also donated $500,000 to Walsh's center to spread awareness for all missing people. The fallout continues in Mexico after the Mexican government killed the notorious cartel leader El Mencho, sparking countrywide cartel violence. Katie and Robbie were scheduled to get married in Guadalajara, but the recent events caused a shift in their plans.
We very quickly understood the gravity of the situation, and Robbie and I really had to make some very quick and difficult decisions.
The Mexican government insists security has been restored. Border Patrol agents near Yuma have arrested a cartel scout in the Sierra Pinta Mountains. They say the suspect was using the high vantage points to communicate smuggling routes with the cartel. Agents found a number of supplies for cooking, scouting, and communication, even coming across solar panels for an extended scouting mission. Time to check on the roads this afternoon now. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp at Phoenix. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 35th Avenue. Phoenix again crashed on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 northbound near McDowell Road in Chandler with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 101 Price Freeway southbound at Werner Road. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Low T, start for free. For a limited time, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low 59 degrees. Then we're in the 90s for the next at least 3 days. Thursday 91, 93 Friday, 94 on Saturday. And right now we're at 87 degrees again at Sky Harbor in Phoenix. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp, and Thursday on Arizona's Morning News, why the Teachers Union is against a legislative proposal designed to pay teachers more. Watch LaDonna Harvey and me on the KTAR YouTube channel or listen on air, online, or on the KTAR app.
Hey, coming up in just about a half hour, Gatos, it's the face-off. People starting to show up. We're getting ready. We've got our panel of guests going to be joining us. Hope you can stick around and or come back and join us for the face-off at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, how was the State of the Union? Was it a bust? Yeah. Was it good? Were you entertained? Did Trump say anything that, was positive to you? We're going to talk about all that kind of stuff.
That we will. We've gotten some new information. We heard this yesterday in a video put out by Savannah Guthrie, that the family had raised the reward for information up to $1 million. We also learned through other law enforcement sources that they had been discouraged from announcing $1 million reward early on.
Right. It looked like the sheriff, Nano, said that's not a good idea. Oh. Anyway, we were joined by Matt Browning, former Mesa PD detective and gang extremist expert. We asked him, okay, the sheriff of Pima County discouraged the Guthrie family from offering the $1 million at the onset of the investigation. What do you think? And here's what Matt told us.
Yeah, I think using the word discouraged is maybe not the word to use. Maybe waiting for the investigation to move forward. That way you have, we let law enforcement do their job, and then you have information coming from the outside sources. So usually they'll want to up the reward as the case goes on and as it goes further in like today's 25 days. So as it goes more and more, we'll probably get higher and higher rewards.
The FBI says they have 1,500 tips since Savannah Guthrie's video offering $1 million yesterday. And I get it. It's Monday morning quarterback. I haven't liked what this sheriff has done. I think he's blown the case from the very start. He doesn't know how to close down a crime scene. People trample all over. I could give you 20 different things I think that he's done wrong. I mean, if knowing now that, he might be in it over his head. Man, I wish we put that $1 million out in day one. I really do, because maybe that would have broken somebody. And when I say that, this guy who took her had some help, and maybe somebody goes, yeah, I know who did it, and I want the $1 million.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's always the chance and risk you take when you're dealing with investigations. To say that the sheriff, blew it from the beginning, there's 10, 15 guys underneath him that were making decisions before the sheriff probably even got to the scene. So there's a lot that takes to build an investigation, a lot of people, and a lot of voices, and a lot of, sounding boards back and forth. So I think that, yeah, locking down a crime scene, I think that'd be your number one thing you would do on a missing persons case, or a kidnapping, or a home invasion, or a shooting, or a robbery, or any other crime. You lock down the crime scene. Mm-hmm. You don't lose evidence that way. But then as it progresses, there's so much more behind the scenes. And I think it's important to know that you have to wait, because if you go out and offer $1 million at the very beginning, you're going to get, every Tom, Dick, and Harry calling in bogus information so they can maybe have a chance of getting a piece of that money.
Well, and is it fair to say, too, again, we're talking to Matt Browning, former Mesa PD detective. Is it fair to say that, and again, we'll use the term early on, maybe the first few days of this is a missing persons case. I'm assuming that every law enforcement agency in the state has missing person cases that come in. I don't know how often, but this wasn't the only one.
Well, that's a great question. How many missing person cases came out within that time frame? But I think what makes it different, the difference in this one is when officers responded to the home to check, there was blood. Yeah. And as soon as you see the different things, oh shoot, there's blood. Now maybe it goes from a missing persons to a homicide, or to an aggravated assault, or a home invasion gone wrong. And there's all different scenarios that go on.
Fair. You think the window to find her is closed? Oof.
Gatos, are you asking me my opinion on this whole case? Or?
Yeah, I think at day 25, do you think we're never going to find her?
Knowing what we know today.
Yeah.
I will never say never, but I believe that Samantha Guthrie, I believe she made the statement in the news or in an article that if they've come to the realization that possibly the mom's gone to live in heaven, and things to those words. I think the family is understanding more as the time goes on, the likelihood of finding her alive is also maybe past this time. However, in saying that, we have to also remember that, there's people being found 20 years after their disappearance, and they're alive and fine.
That's fair.
So we have to keep the hope up, because if we don't keep the hope up, then what's the point of even working the investigation?
Yeah, I look at this and I get discouraged every day, because there's no motive. There's no suspect.
There's no communication for like a ransom we hear.
I think the ransom thing is over, right? Whoever was calling TMZ, that's not real. They would have taken the money and we would have found out a lot, earlier.
Yeah, I believe the whole ransom thing was just somebody trying to get money. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think that's how it was. And so as you look at the progression of this investigation, the media is out at the house. Everybody wants to know. And now that the information has died off a little bit and the investigation is building again behind the scenes, now you have all these YouTubes and bloggers and
they're volunteers that are out there searching the desert.
Combing the desert, yeah.
You know what? That's more power to you. If you whatever way you want to help, that stays out of the way of law enforcement.
Agreed.
Don't impede the investigation. Don't get in officers' ways. And if you find something, great. But I think we're all on this hope that we're going to find something within a 1 or 2 mile radius of the home. And in my personal opinion, I don't think she's anywhere near Tucson.
Do you think that, I know we had the conversations about Mexico. Do you think there's a chance she was taken out of the country?
No, because in order to go to Mexico, again, this is just my opinion, but to go down to Mexico, you'd have to have some type of cartel link or a reason why they go down to Mexico.
Okay.
You could dispose of a body in Mexico, sure, but you still have to drive down there with that person in the car.
Interesting.
All right, that's Matt Browning, former Mesa PD detective and gang extremist expert. I wonder if Savannah Guthrie has thought about, well, maybe I shouldn't do the $1 million reward. Maybe I should put the $1 million to hiring a team that is private.
Well, I believe they have
can go after whoever this is.
I believe the family has some private investigators working on this, and can I give them some credit as well?
Yeah, because I think they might be the only ones that could be able to find them.
They also donated $500,000 to, and I'm going to get the acronym
Guthrie
wrong. But the National Missing Persons Registry, acknowledging that there are so many others out there that are missing and don't maybe have this kind of attention on them, but their families are hurting just the same. So I thought that was a nice gesture on their part at a time when they are going through unbelievable feelings.
25 days, no real clues, no suspects, no leads, no motive. Nothing.
I would argue, other than that video we saw, we don't know much more than the first day.
Nothing.
Yeah.
All right. Still to come. We've got the face-off coming up at 5 o'clock. Our panel is arriving. We're going to talk about the State of the Union. Did Trump do well? Did he blow it? We'll discuss that. But up next, should rappers not be included in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Well, who said that? We'll talk about it next.
Hey, I'm going to talk to you about my friends at Trajan Wealth, the fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth, the people who can help answer questions for you. Let me throw a few questions out there. Have you ever wondered, do I have enough to retire? Am I missing something? How do I calculate my spend in retiring? Well, if you sit down with Trajan Wealth, they're going to have answers, and they're going to be able to come up with a plan for you. Remember, not just advisors, fiduciaries. Okay? Put your financial interest in front of their own. And they've always treated me like a part of their family. I'm a client today because they earned my trust. You can take the stress of saving and the stress of retirement off your shoulders. Call Trajan Wealth today and get your plan started. There's no obligation. You can call and you'll find out what I found out. What amazing people they are. 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC registered investment advisor client. Paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The first State of the Union address of President Trump's second term.
Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger delivered the Democrats' response.
They're making your life more expensive.
Blaming the president's tariffs for rising costs.
Is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? We all know the answer is no.
Both sides trying to appeal to voters ahead of the midterms, with primaries in several states next week.
KTAR covers the State of the Union on YouTube, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Research, immunotherapy, 3-dimensional radiation, tomorrow's technology today. All of this and much more is used to treat your cancer at Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers. With complex treatments, our goal is simple: to give you more time, more life, through the latest research, clinical trials, and groundbreaking oncology medications. always looking to find you more. Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers, outsmarting cancer, one patient at a time.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Cuba's government says its border guards killed 4 people aboard a speedboat registered to the U.S. after they say people on board that boat opened fire on Cuban troops. It happened in Cuban waters. Speaking in St. Kitts while on a Caribbean Community Summit, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the U.S. is trying to verify the information coming out of Cuba, saying everything that's known so far has come from them.
I think early this morning, certainly by 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. this time, maybe a little later our time here, I reached out and we began to look at it independently. We have various different elements of the U.S. government that are trying to verify elements of the story based on what's been provided to us now.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. You're heading home. Let's help you get there. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, US 60 Superstition Freeway, eastbound at Mesa Drive. Tempe with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Price Freeway, southbound at University Drive. And Tempe with a crash blocking the HOV lane. US 60 Superstition Freeway, westbound approaching Priest Drive. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
It's a new year in Phoenix, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Mike did. He called Rhino Shield.
Well, I was coming home and I saw them painting another house. So I stopped and I talked to the lady, and she just raved about how it looked. So I gave him a call.
Remember, Rhino Shield's not paint. It's better.
It looks very good, as a matter of fact. The process took a little over a week. So we live in a community where there's a homeowners association, and you have to go by certain colors. And the Rhino Shield folks says, yeah, no problem. Really good job.
All right, Phoenix, you too can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
I would say that if you're looking for a class operation, an excellent product, and folks that want to make sure that they do a job right, then they ought to look at Rhino Shield.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
For nearly 25 years, Primavera has helped thousands of Arizona students succeed with an accredited world-class education, tuition-free and right from home. If your child struggles in a traditional school setting, Primavera Online can help. We serve Arizona K-12 students with flexible, personalized learning that fits every student's needs. See how Primavera can help your family today. Don't wait. Enroll now at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
Hi, everybody. Jody Jackson here. Spring is around the corner, and you know what's next, the summer heat. But you can be swimming in your spectacular new Presidential Pool. And now is the time to start planning. Presidential Pools has in-house financing to help make your backyard paradise a reality. They are Arizona's #1 pool builder with some of the best warranties in the industry. They are committed to providing total customer satisfaction. Be sure to check out their massive pool park for inspiring ideas. Make your pool the place to be this summer. Go to presidentialpools.com.
Hi, Joe Huizenga. You thought 80s in February stunk? Prepare for 90-degree temps. We'll talk with a meteorologist and find out if this is the new normal and how long we'll be baking. Tonight on Arizona's Evening News. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, and the KTAR app.
We're not against rap. We're not against rappers. We're against the thugs. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame has its nominees out. For the latest class of people to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And I thought it was kind of interesting because you've got Gene Simmons from the band Kiss.
Massive tongue.
Okay, solid.
Just a massive, massive tongue.
Yeah. Who made an interesting point that I know he got some grief for, but I I think he has a point.
Okay.
He said that rap doesn't belong in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Okay. I guess it comes down to, is the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame strictly about the rock genre, or does rock and roll now expand, and is the definition of rock and roll, I'm going to make the argument, almost popular music? Because here's something, they don't do country artists in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
All right. That's
they got a country music Hall of Fame for that.
That's the best thing I've ever heard in my life, by the way.
What?
Because that's not real music.
Here we go. Might need your help in a minute, Becky Lynn. She's knee-deep in the country music world, believe you me. No, but I get what he's saying with that. Because when I originally heard about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, I'm like, oh, the Beatles, Lynyrd Skynyrd, I mean, I like rock and roll.
Warrant.
And then they said Run DMC, and I went, I don't.
You didn't think the Warrant one was it? Warrant wasn't good? I
Have
thought that was
they
funny.
inducted all of the rock acts?
Well, okay, can I?
Why don't they just call it the Music Hall of Fame?
It could.
Why don't you just call it that?
I think rock and roll sounds better. Agreed. And here's what I think this comes down to: a little bit of the dirty behind the scenes. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is a for-profit organization.
Yes, it is.
Okay? It makes its money off people buying tickets to come in, and it makes its money off the big show that it does for the inductions.
Isn't it in Cleveland?
Yeah, which I obviously they didn't think it through.
I'll never go to Cleveland.
Yeah.
Why am I going to Cleveland?
They did not think this through, putting it in Cleveland. Apparently Toledo was booked.
Well, we got, here are the nominees. Phil Collins.
I think he qualifies as rock and roll.
I'm good with that.
We all remember that song.
Yeah. Now, he is already in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame as a member of Genesis.
How about Billy Idol? By the way, no relation to Billie Eilish, who I like a lot.
Okay,
Billy
that's an
Idol.
important thing. Do you know how he got his name?
Billy Idol?
Yeah. When he was a little kid, one of the teachers wrote on his report card, Billy is Idol, I-D-L-E. And he went, I kind of like that. I'm changing it to Billy Idol.
Billy is Idol.
Yeah, like he sits around and doesn't do anything.
He does nothing. He does plenty now. He qualifies.
That's solid. He qualifies as rock and roll.
Yes, he does.
I'm all for Shakira.
Ladies up in here tonight. No fighting.
Shakira.
Can they put her hips in the Hall of Fame?
Okay. See, and to me, I don't understand Shakira in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. She has a couple of hit songs, but I think of the Hall of Fame as a body of work that stands the test of time.
Are you crazy?
She's hot like fire. Let's get that out of the way.
That music is amazing.
Yeah, but she doesn't have that much of it.
I think we should have a Shakira Appreciation Day once a year on her birthday.
Shakira Appreciation Day.
Let's see who else is on this list. Melissa Etheridge.
Melissa Etheridge.
Who did I say? What did I say?
You did not say Melissa Etheridge.
To that, but not quite.
What is one of her songs? It's not hitting me. Does she have a lot of good songs? Plenty of songs.
If you're into her music, you.
Please, baby, can't you see my mind's a burning hell?
She just cursed on the radio. That's awful.
I think her biggest hit was "I'm the Only One."
Is that right?
Yeah, that's true.
And you know what I call "Come to My Window"?
She's a little bluesy sounding.
Come to my window. Yeah.
I call it Lilith Fair music. Is that bad?
No, that's not good.
Yeah, there was that kind of vibe there for a while of those female artists.
I don't know who Lauryn Hill is. Sorry. All right.
Love of all that's holy.
I know the Black Crows.
Yeah.
All I have to do is play that little one. That's it. That's
right.
all I
mean, I think they qualify for rock and roll, no question. But not
another
yet.
10, 20 years to get into the Hall of Fame. Like, to get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, you should need help getting up the stairs. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't be doing backflips on stage. You're still too young to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
No, goodness.
That's my opinion. I'm sticking to it. We've got a check of the headlines on the way, and then coming up next, the face-off. That's right. Our panel of experts will be here, and we're going to start off with, well, what a lot of folks have been talking about today. Was Trump's State of the Union speech a flop or a hit? We're going to discuss it with our panel. Coming up, the face-off is next, right here with Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. And Stuart, when it comes to retirement savings, building wealth, you hear the word diversification a lot. What does it mean? Is it really important?
Well, it's more important than most people know, but most people get it wrong. They think that the more stocks or mutual funds you own, the more you're diversified.
That sounds diversified.
But it's not usually the case. If you buy a bunch of mutual funds and those mutual funds all buy the same stock, what's happening there? There's no diversification at all. We see tons of overlap where the same stocks are purchased in mutual funds.
So what do?
You test it out. And what we find out with our portfolio analysis, most people have terribly diversified portfolios. That's why it's important to get an absolutely free second opinion.
All right, get that portfolio review by going to AssetPreservationWealth.com. AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
It's the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, March 6th through 8th at State Farm Stadium. While there, be sure to visit Window World of Phoenix.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass for one low price of $59.89, tax included. You can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies or one low upfront price with Window World. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
See Window World at the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, March 6th through 8th at State Farm Stadium with free parking. Info at mchomeshows.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
He's a husband, a dad, owner of a gym. He's also a police officer. Staying strong and pain-free isn't optional. It's safety. That's why David Boardman's a QC Kinetics patient.
My job is dependent on my physical ability and my physical fitness so that I can protect myself, so that I can go home safe to my family at the end of the night.
But severe knee pain nearly took that away. Doctors said surgery, shut down the workouts. David needed another option. That was QC Kinetics. They told him,
we're going to give you the opportunity to have not 1, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
They used David's own healing tools in his blood to help restore his knees. Regenerative treatments right in the office.
Since I've gone to them, I run 20, 30 miles a week.
Trust the team helping active people avoid surgery. Call QC Kinetics today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Investors, stop letting income verification hold you back. With Waterstone Mortgage's DSCR program, your property pays for itself. No tax returns, no W-2s, just cash flow. Buy more, refinance smarter, scale faster. Purchases and refinances, including cash out. This is Amy Batten, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B. Text CLOSE to 620-620 or visit keepingitrealestatewithamyb.com.
Message and rates may apply. Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 18644, NMLS 18966.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Looking for a great deal on a new Hyundai? You know exactly where to go. Earnhardt Hyundai North Scottsdale has always been the destination for no-bull deals on the vehicles you love. But right now, things just got even better. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is here. All month long, we're featuring 0% APR financing on select models for 60 months. Plus, well-qualified buyers can even get no payments for 90 days. Whether you choose the versatile Hyundai Tucson or the adventurous Santa Fe, you'll enjoy America's best warranty and owner assurance up to 10 years or 100,000 miles powertrain warranty. Don't wait until these deals drive away without you. Stop by Earnhardt Hyundai North Scottsdale or visit northscottsdalehyundai.com. Take a test drive and find the SUV that fits your lifestyle. Our team is ready to answer your questions and get you on the road today.
Hyundai Motor Finance credit approval. Not all will qualify. Not available on balloon financing. 0% APR and 90-day payment deferral for well-qualified buyers. If applicable, interest accrues from date of purchase. Excludes tax, title, license, $599 doc fee, and $618 dealer protection package. Offer expires March 2nd, 2026. See Earnhardt Hyundai of North Scottsdale for details.
KTAR News now.
It's 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Partial government shutdown continues as Democrats urge for immigration reform. U.S. Senator Mark Kelly tells Arizona's Morning News agencies like ICE are broken and they need to be held accountable.
And my Republican colleagues at this point, they refuse to demand any kind of basic accountability from this agency.
He says people should be fired, citing the deaths of 2 protesters in Minnesota. You can watch Senator Kelly's full interview at the KTAR YouTube page. Arizona's Secretary of State says he's been assured by the Trump administration that ICE agents will not be at the polls on Election Day. Adrian Fontes was on a call with a number of colleagues from around the country earlier today, during which the group was told any suggestion ICE will be present at any polling location is simply not true. Tuesday's State of the Union address was President Trump's opportunity to showcase many of his second-term's policies, including tariffs that the U.S. Supreme Court recently voted that he was not allowed to enforce. The president remaining optimistic, saying tariff income is saving our country and that it could replace the income tax system over time should they stay in place. Trump maintaining many of the countries and companies that have made deals since he retook office have wanted to stand by those deals.
They want to call that the State of the Union. It is the state of denial.
Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego spoke at the People's State of the Union, along with Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari.
At the National Mall running concurrently with President Trump's State of the Union address, Gallego and Ansari joined other Democratic leaders for a counter-programming rally.
What is happening right now is that Donald Trump, the Republicans, have made this country sicker, poorer, and less secure.
Gallego says millions of Americans are without health care and accused the Trump administration of cutting Medicaid and food stamps. Representative Ansari, meanwhile, focused on a leukemia patient locked up in the Eloy Detention Center.
While Yadi suffers in detention, Donald Trump stands before Congress and lies to the American people.
Melody Burkett, KTAR News.
I still don't have those answers.
Despite much doubt, the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors voting to give the Recorder's Office more than $500,000. KTAR's Ballon Overstolz is live now in the News Center to explain why.
County Recorder Justin Heap had requested $500,000 to build out more space for ballot signature verification. The board and Heap are in a legal fight over election powers, Supervisor Mark Stewart saying earlier today.
While we might be in disagreement on some of the parameters of the shared service agreement, at this point, we're still getting business done. You can count on a great election this fall.
And Supervisor Steve Gallardo also voting yes, but says he had been a no earlier in the day.
Try to solve some of the concerns that he has. But nonetheless, Madam Chair, I did vote yes, but we'll be watching him.
And sole no vote, Supervisor Thomas Galvin is worried Heap's signature verification process is denying valid ballots. Live in the News Center, Ballon Overstolz, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
A new Arizona bill would create a program similar to school vouchers, but without the guardrails.
House Bill 4037 would create an educational tax credit return for families with students not participating in public schools or the school voucher program. The bill is sponsored by Representative Michelle Pena.
Arizona's, led the way on school choice, and this bill just continues that tradition.
Unlike the ESA program, this bill would not have any academic requirements for spending, which Joseph Palomino with the Arizona Center for Economic Progress says could make Arizona's education system more fragile.
We talk a lot about recently of concerns that ESA funds are being misused. Essentially, this bill has no similar guardrails to make sure the funds aren't misused.
The bill has been introduced to the House. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And you can read more Education Solution stories at ktar.com/education. Time to check those roads now and get you home. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. State Route 51 northbound at Bell Road. Scottsdale with a crash in the left-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Pima Freeway southbound at Indian Bend Road. And Gilbert with a crash blocking the left-hand lane. Loop 202 St. Anne Freeway westbound at Val Vista Drive. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We're definitely warming up this week. 59 overnight for our low temp. Tomorrow, 91, 93 Friday, mostly sunny, and 94 on Saturday. Right now, though, in Mesa, it's 86. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Dackie Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is an Outspoken exclusive. Live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents. This is the Face-Off.
Here we go, Wednesday afternoon. It is 5:05, and that means one thing and one thing only. It is time for the Face-Off. Our panel has arrived. We're ready to go for the next hour, talking politics and leading with what happened last night with the president and the State of the Union. Barry Markson, KTAR legal analyst. Good to see you, Barry.
Good to see you, boys.
We've got Christine Jones, the Republican, and, of course, former GoDaddy chief counsel, ran for governor.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Dandy.
All right, we've got Michelle Ugenti-Rita, the former Arizona state senator on the Republican side. Great to see you, Michelle.
Great to be back.
Thanks, guys. Okay, so let's go over some of the stuff in Trump's State of the Union speech.
Okay.
I'd like to go around the room, if you could give me your highlight. And I actually want to start with Bruce. And then we'll continue. Bruce, I think your one highlight is very interesting, and I wanted to start with you.
Well, I think the asking people to stand if they believe their, and I don't want to use the wrong terminology, that their duties were to the American people, not to illegal aliens.
Yeah.
And the Democrats not standing.
This is what
I thought was a unbelievable unforced error
of the Democrats.
Yeah.
If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
I mean, how do you
sit?
How do you sit?
How do you
I don't
sit?
know. How do
I
you
don't know.
sit?
Yeah.
How did the Democrats just sit there and do
I think
nothing?
he set a trap and they walked right into it.
It was a trap, and it's exactly right. It's one of those things where they have you do something where you clap, and then they do something again, you clap, and you do something again, you clap, and then you do something you shouldn't clap at, and you clap at. They were
Simon
sitting
says.
down. Yeah,
Okay,
they were
got
sitting
it.
down
Yeah.
for everything, and they
The
messed
good
them
news is the NRCC has already pulled the tape and made
I'm
16
sure.
ads out of that. I Right? was just going to say that's going to be in every congressional
Everyone.
ad.
Yeah, they
Every
sat
single one.
down for this.
And it
100%.
shows you that Donald Trump knows television.
Oh, yeah.
He is brilliant on television. You may like his policies, not like his policies, but him bringing in the United States ice hockey team was a great moment. We're going around. Barry Markson, you're up next. A highlight or a low light? Bruce went first. You go second.
And I will say I like the stories and the some of the veterans and the people he brought in and awarded the medals to. I'm a little troubled, and this is not a Trump thing. I'm a little troubled by passing out the medals. It feels a little exploitative, but I liked hearing the stories because these were people who deserve the medals.
Yeah.
It was incredible what
Very
they did.
deserving.
And I'm assuming they wanted to be in that kind of a public spotlight and have more attention put on. So I'm
Because
okay
a
with
normal award ceremony is just like standing in the back of the room somewhere, and it's a picture.
It's much more solemn and it's a different story. But if they're okay with it, then I thought that was good. But I will say the thing I liked, and I wish you would have done more of it, was about Iran. We have the Armada outside of Iran right now is the same level of what we had outside of Iraq in 2003.
Yes.
I would have liked to see more of discussion of laying out the basis for if we're going to go to war, why, because I think this is an important thing internationally, and so I'm glad he did it. I'm glad he talked about it, but I wish he would have done a lot more with that.
Christine Jones, either a highlight or a low light of Trump's speech.
Yeah, I mean, to your
Take
point,
away.
he's so good on TV.
Yeah.
He does have moments of pure genius around it. I did like this notion of highlighting these stories that Barry talked about. I liked him highlighting something that happened to an immigrant that he supported because he gets, so criticized about his treatment of immigrants, and this woman who was brutally murdered. The mom there just sobbing, being recognized. Again, the Democrats didn't stand up. But putting that aside, I thought that was beautiful. Bringing the hockey team in, fantastic television. I wish he would have talked about more than two subjects, though, because there's a lot going on. It's been a year. We've had a lot of highlights and lowlights, and I would have liked to have seen more than just gas is down and we have an immigration problem.
Michelle Ugenti-Rita, what did you take away?
Oh my gosh, it was the comeback speech. It was fantastic. I mean, patriotic.
and he just decimated the Democrats. I mean, I think he even said the Democrats are crazy. That was the highlight for me in the speech. But he went point by point and just showed the contrast in policy differences. One set of policies destroy the American fabric and economy, and then the other set of policies that he's been ushering in, supported by other Republicans, are what is bringing down prices, leading to American prosperity, closing our borders, contributing to safety.
The fact that there's no truth in that is
that's not
irrelevant.
True.
Or
I mean, he pointed out the Democrats' the support of sanctuary cities, protecting the most violent, vile criminals. He talked about putting a stop to transitioning surgeries, transgender surgeries. I mean, these are common sense issues that just resonate with the American people. It's why Democrats are going to fail in the next two elections.
My goodness.
Ooh,
Can we put some money down
I was going to say, I'll take bets on that.
I will take any amount you want.
Take bets
we can bet the houses, the watches, whatever you want.
My goodness. You kids, do not make me pull this card.
I think it's what Bruce said is correct. If you look at what Trump said, most of it was not true. I mean, we're used to it now, so it's just. But he's talking about.
We no longer fact check it. Of course, he's lying.
Yeah, I mean, but it's amazing. I mean, he comes in there and says the economy's as strong as it's ever been, and all these things.
True.
The economy last year in 2025 produced less GDP than any of the 4 years during the Biden administration. The jobs, we increased jobs last year by 185,000 jobs after doing it by 2 million jobs the last 2 years under Biden. This is not a powerful economy. Is it chugging along okay at 2.2%? Yeah. Sure. We're not in a recession. Everything's not bad.
Well, he also said there's no inflation.
Inflation was lower, the lowest it's been in 5 years, is what he said.
Which is not true.
But
you just said he said there's no inflation. That's not what he said.
But what you're saying here is perfect. Is Michelle was going to hear what she wanted to hear. The speech was.
Oh my God! Now he's talking for me.
The speech was designed for Michelle. It was designed for Republicans who love Trump. It's going to reinvigorate them and get them. But his approval rating among independents is down to like 25%. It didn't help anybody there. Certainly no Democrats came along.
I don't think anybody changed their mind one way or the other.
No, it never does anymore.
How about the SAVE Act? I mean, the Democrats can't even sign. What is your opinion?
100% opposed to that.
The SAVE Act is really, really awful.
You don't believe
horrible. Do you think everybody
we should have citizenship? Should be.
It already is.
It already is.
No, not on federal. Not for when you vote federally. Not when you vote federally. That's why it's a federal law.
How many non-citizens last election in Arizona voted?
No,
answer the question.
Do you think an ID should be required to vote? Do you think an ID should be required to vote?
An ID is required to vote.
Do you think you should have to prove citizenship to vote? Do you think you should have to prove citizenship to vote?
But that's not the answer. But that's not the question, because a lot of people
can't. No, that is the question.
No, because how do you prove that? In the United States,
very simply.
We don't have. No, it's not very simple.
Yes, it is.
Michelle, how many millions of Americans don't have proof of citizenship?
Get proof of citizenship.
No, they can't.
So you believe
it costs money for them to do that.
Non-citizens should be allowed to vote.
You want a poll tax. You want a poll tax.
That's not a poll tax.
Yeah, you do. You want them to spend money to vote.
Should vote.
There are countries that have national IDs.
You believe non-citizens should vote.
Should we talk about a drug solo?
Okay. So
this is a perfect example.
This is the silliness and the moronic discussion that MAGA has. Nobody said non-citizens should be allowed to vote, except for Michelle.
You just said it.
Everybody says non-citizens shouldn't vote. Everybody. I said it. Bruce said it.
Democrats say it. Your words don't matter unless you can prove it.
Michelle, how many millions of Americans? Answer my question. Don't speak over me. Answer the question. How many millions of Americans don't have proof of citizenship? I'll answer it for you. 21 million Americans. So should those people not be allowed to vote?
Yes
or no? Should those people not be allowed to vote?
If they can't prove citizenship.
Let her answer.
Okay, so they can't vote if they don't have papers. When did I join a country, become a part of a country where I have to show my papers?
Citizenship is now paper.
All right, I'm going to get in here.
We don't do that in the United States.
Hang on.
Yes, we do.
We're here.
Obviously, we don't.
You have to be a citizen to vote.
Yes, you do. That's true.
This is the face-off.
SAVE Act's not going anywhere.
And we got Barry Markson. We've got Christine Jones. We've got Michelle Ugenti-Rita. Let me play this clip from last night. And like, I'm going to try and explain at least how I heard it.
Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it.
So much
People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore.
Like, to me, he's just the best troll ever. Yeah, like, he knows, like, okay.
But it's not, Gatos, because they have the dials that people are doing polls during the State of the Union, turning them. I like this, I don't like this. Yeah. While he said that, down
fell off the cliff.
90%. Nobody liked that.
All right, where is he winning, Barry?
He's winning with his own base, with MAGA.
No. Like, what issue is he winning on? Because I can give you the border. The border is awesome.
But all the ICE stuff erased all that.
But it doesn't erase it.
Mention it. You're right.
But where is he winning, Christine? Because there are parts like
the stock market's high.
Israel and Gaza. That's a win, right? I want to point out at least a couple of the wins. Like, I don't think we won in Minneapolis. I don't think we're winning in Epstein. I don't think we're winning with tariffs. I don't think we're winning at the grocery store. But he does have a couple wins, right?
He does. And the border, obviously, and particularly for people in Arizona, that's meaningful. What happened with bringing prisoners of war home, essentially, from Israel, right, was very significant. The funny thing is, it doesn't matter where the dial goes, Barry. Trump doesn't care where the dial goes.
In terms of ratings and polls?
Right.
In terms of polls, sorry.
The only thing he cares about today is that we're sitting here talking about that line. And he knew we would be because he has these moments of genius when it comes to marketing, right? So, but I do appreciate your point about acknowledging the wins.
I think you have
Nobody
to.
has all wins, okay? And he's not winning so much that we're tired of winning.
Well, because we've talked about this. Like in his first term, I tried to give the guy some grace. I think he had some wins and certainly some losses. I know I'm being quite vague. But when January 6th came up, I was done. Then they brought him back in.
We hadn't noticed that. I'm surprised to hear you say that.
He had, he won the election again, best political comeback ever. And I'm like, okay, well, we got to deal with this. So I'm going to give him the first year, try and give him some grace. And I just kind of given up. I've just kind of given up.
Here's the thing where
I don't like what I saw in Minneapolis. The Epstein stuff and the cover-up we're going to talk about at 5:30.
But you got what you wanted. They pulled out, and that was what you wanted, right? So given that win.
They're out of Minneapolis.
I don't know if that's not a win. And I'm just like, are we really winning? And I, as an independent, I don't feel like we're winning.
I agree with you that he has had several wins. The board, locking down the border, that's a win. Yeah. I think what he did in Israel and Gaza, there's a win. It's not done yet, but it's an absolute win. I think what he did with Iran and bombing Iran, some people disagree with me. I think that was a win. There's a lot there. He doesn't focus on those things. He made the same mistake last night that Biden made for years, trying to tell you the economy is good when we all know it's not. Right. People aren't
Don't believe your own wallet.
And I made that mistake under Biden. I was coming forward with the statistics saying the economy's good. Here's the GDP.
People didn't feel it, Barry.
And people didn't feel it. And now I get that. And I'm not on Trump. Look, the stock market's high. The economy's not bad. I'm not bashing him. But he's trying to make it into something that the people hear and say, that's not true.
Okay, I want to get the last word from Michelle Ugenti-Rita. It's like when he comes out, we're winning. Like, I know that people out there, he's got 60% that don't approve of what he's doing. Yeah. We're not winning that much. Maybe you think we are, but I just don't feel like the American people feel we're winning.
I feel such synergy and patriotism, and I feel unity, and I see the skies clearing. I see nothing.
It's a hell of a planet you live on.
Nothing but opportunity.
Great
because
planet.
He's exposing what Biden did over the last 4 years, which is drive the economy into the ground, ushered in all of these damaging woke policies and ideologies, and he's undoing that. And the fact that he's been able to do it at record speed, I mean, we are winning and we're growing. People are celebrating. Inflation's down. Quality of life is up. He's tackling home ownership. He's going to bring down prices on prices have gone down on gasolines. Healthcare prices are going down.
6 weeks in a row.
No. Prescription drugs.
Price of gas is up 6 weeks in a row.
What are the Democrats?
Why did he turn it up?
What are the Democrats running on?
Yeah.
An anti-American, I hate American platform?
Got it. I hate pedophiles. That's what I run on. Tell you what, coming up next, we are inside the face-off, and we're going to talk about the one thing Trump didn't talk about during the State of the Union that he should have. It's on the way. Face-off is up next.
All right, Aria Dental Implant Center. I want to send you to my friends at Aria. They're great people, and you're going to really get along with them, and they're going to love you. And here's the deal. When you go and see Dr. Joe, he sits down with you, and he'll answer any question you have. Listen, choosing dental implants, big decision. You want to do it one time, and you want to do it with the best company who has the best doctor, and that is Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix, and that is Dr. Joe. So at Aria, they help you, the patient, regain the quality of life. They save you thousands of dollars compared to the other implant centers. The reason is they're local. They'll probably save you around 21 grand compared to the other guys. So go see my friend, Dr. Joe. You have broken teeth. You have missing teeth. Just go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
KTAR, News Flash.
5:19, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Arizona's Secretary of State says he's been assured by the Trump administration ICE agents will not be at the polls on Election Day. Adrian Fontes was on a call with a number of colleagues from around the country earlier today, during which the group is told any suggestion ICE will be present at any polling location is simply not true. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. State Route 51 northbound near Bell Road. Scottsdale with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Pima Freeway southbound near Indian Bed Road. This report is brought to you by the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show. The Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, March 6th through the 8th at State Farm Stadium with free parking. For more info, go to mchomeshows.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Welcome to the Face-Off. In the Face-Off as we speak right now, that's Michelle Ugenti-Rito. Go left to right if you're watching on the KTAR YouTube channel. Not politically. Christine Jones in the middle and Barry Marks in there. So the one thing that Trump didn't spend much time on might be maybe one of the more important things, and that is the 10-day timeline is about to expire for Iran. Are we going to go to war with Iran, and should he have made a case for the reason that we do that?
Well, that's what I said. I think if we're about to go to war, I think the State of the Union is the opportunity for any president to explain to the United States why we're doing this, why we're putting our troops at risk, and why it's important to the United States and to the world. And I would have liked to see him do more than that. My wife and I talked about that. She thinks he did that, talking about the nuclear part. And I just would have liked to see more depth of that. Saying that Iran hasn't said the secret thing, no nuclear weapons. Well, that was in the agreement that Obama signed with them in 2015. Doesn't mean anything because they don't follow them.
But they don't follow agreements.
So I mean, saying the secret words means nothing. I mean, and Trump knows that. But I like the way Trump handles Iran in many ways. Look, I don't want to have troops go to war. I don't want to lose any troops over this. But that's what I would have liked to see, a little more of a basis and an explanation of that.
I would have liked an explanation too, because I would like to be told why he wants to do it, why we should do it, and I might be able to get behind it.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think it's right or wrong. I think that if we do nothing and we allow these guys a nuke, it's a disaster.
Yeah,
so
but
I know that we have to do this.
Less than a year ago, we were told that we totally obliterated their nuclear program.
Well, he lied. I mean, we did a lot of damage.
So why can I
start
start believing him now?
I'm not sure I heard him say that. And by the way,
he absolutely said it.
The quote is totally obliterated.
Yeah, he said it multiple times.
Okay,
Sorry.
Fair enough. I don't remember him saying that. But if you haven't read the book Nuclear War, you must read it. Every single American should read it.
It's amazing.
It's terrifying, and we have to eliminate nuclear weapons in Iran and all the places, because a nuclear weapon isn't really a weapon. It's an annihilation tool, and the world ends.
I don't disagree.
I do think from a military family standpoint, and having lots of cadets that are on active duty right now, that it's important to tell people why you're going to expect their family members to go and potentially give their lives over for a cause.
Great point.
I don't think he did that. I also am not sure that people generally, other than nerds like us who pay attention to this way too much, understand the significant naval presence that's been lined up.
Huge,
right? It is beyond huge, right?
It's 2003 Iraq levels. That's what we have there.
This is the biggest in our lifetime,
armada,
essentially, right? It is literally an armada now. This is World War II type of thing. So I think you have to do that. And you have to get buy-in, because there's nothing that people hate more. There's nothing that pisses them off more than a war that they didn't want to get into that lasts forever.
Let's go down that road. Michelle Ugenti, Rita, you got to get buy-in. Trump's got to be the guy to tell the American people, this is what we're doing and why.
I do. I agree, right? And you do need buy-in, and you do need to talk directly to the American people. I don't know that speech was the platform to do it at, showing our hand, exposing our strategy, and declaring war at the State of the Union. I'm not sure I agree with that. But will there be a time and place where he needs to get buy-in from the American people and talk about what we're doing and what's at risk? Absolutely.
So here's first I have to point out that Michelle and I are apparently wearing the same shirt. I just realized.
Right.
And
those of you watching online,
let me just say it now. She's wearing it much better. So
we're on the KTAR YouTube channel if you're watching. So
I can see that.
But I will say,
and Bruce wore that shirt yesterday, just to let you know.
We're rotated.
But this is, and everybody's talking about buy-in. I think we're on the same page. But here's the real question: does Trump think he needs buy-in? He didn't get buy-in for Venezuela. When we attacked Iraq, We went to the UN and got buy-in and had everybody with us. The president spoke and people spoke publicly and we wanted buy-in from our people. We wanted buy-in internationally. Trump doesn't.
We didn't want to go it alone.
Trump doesn't seem to care. He just
But
says,
is that
I'm going
because
to do what I
it
want
was
to
a
do.
war we were going to go to in Iraq, and this is going to be a military operation that's not war with Iran?
Well,
is that why?
I don't know. I don't think we're going to put troops in Iran. I doubt that would ever happen.
I don't think so either.
But if we don't do that, we're never going to have regime change.
Right.
You're not going to do it by air.
Let's not do regime change.
And Trump, in fairness, has not said he wants regime change.
Okay.
He's never said that. So it's a question of wanting to take the nuclear option off the table. You know, Iran has actually said something interesting. Like, we don't want nuclear weapons. They always say that. But they want nuclear power. And they said, how about if we had a regional thing controlling it so different countries in the region could have the power? That's interesting to me. So it's not them controlling it. If they really want to use it for power so they don't have to rely on their own oil, they can sell it. That's something that seems interesting to me.
We're going to leave it at that.
Okay.
Interesting.
This is the face-off. Just speaking there, that's Barry Markson, Christine Jones, Michelle Ugenti-Rita coming up next. Is there proof that the Justice Department is destroying evidence of allegations towards Trump and the Epstein files? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken and the face-off here on KTAR.
Opinion, analysis, breaking news, traffic updates. You get all that and more on your phone when you download the KTAR News app. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
You know, it's not the most favorite thing I've ever done is paint a home.
It's a new year, Phoenix, and if you're tired of painting your home year after year, do what Don did. He called Rhino Shield.
It's a single story that was built back in 1998. I've had the home painted about every 4 years.
Rhino Shield's better than paint and formulated for our specific climate here in Phoenix and comes with a 25-year transferable warranty.
Initially, the warranty was probably the most important item I looked at. There's a tremendous value.
So stop painting your home year after year and get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield right now for 15% off the regular price.
I cannot say this about the previous 4 companies that I had paint the home, how beautiful the home looks. It has never looked so good, and shame on me for not going to Rhino Shield sooner.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, no one needs that slow drain or standing water. Life is too short, moves too fast for a slow drain. Paul Calvi's here. Time for a $26 drain clear special from my guys at Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Yep, 2026 deserves a $26 drain clear from the expert plumbers at Day and Night while it lasts. Sink or shower, kitchen or bathroom, book your $26 drain clearing today at dayandnightair.com. Conditions apply. Limited time offer. dayandnightair.com.
The American Sprint Car Series is coming to Central Arizona Raceway this weekend for the Sonoran Clash. Come on out and watch Arizona's best take on racers from all over the country this Saturday and Sunday. It's affordable, it's fun for the whole family, and the weather is going to be perfect for a weekend of wheel-to-wheel, high-speed action. Racing starts at 3 both days, and all the event info you need is at centralazraceway.com. The new Central Arizona Raceway at the Pinal County Fairgrounds in Casa Grande.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it, and that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance, and again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Highlight on housing.
Certain Arizona renters may be eligible for some compensation following a $1 million settlement with Widener Property Management, LLC. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center to explain why.
Rents have gone up about 75% since 2016, and Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays blames rental price fixing. That's why she sued Widener and 7 other landlords for using an algorithm from RealPage to allegedly fix rent prices.
Who met regularly with landlords to make sure that they were following the algorithm's recommendations. They pressured those landlords to accept the software's prices.
Widener renters over the last 10 years may be eligible to receive about 2 months' rent back and will be contacted by the nonprofit Wildfire. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
There's a new State House bill that could create a new education tax credit system here in Arizona, similar to the school voucher program, but without academic guidelines for spending. House Bill 4037 would be available to families not using the public schools or the ESA program. Joseph Palomino with the Arizona Center for Economic Progress says funds are already being misused, and without rules, this could become a problem.
Overall, this makes public K-12 education funding even more fragile than it already is, given that we do consistently underfund education.
State Representative Michelle Pena wrote the bill, saying this continues Arizona's tradition of leading school choice nationwide. To read more education solutions stories, go to ktar.com/education. After the recent killing of cartel leader El Mencho, the Mexican government acknowledged and thanked the U.S. for its involvement in the operation. But does this involvement put our country at risk? Former counterterrorism coordinator at DHS, John Cohen, joined Arizona's Morning News to explain, saying the cartel poses a real threat to the U.S.
They are well-financed. They have huge amounts of resources. They're able to acquire military weapons. They study our defensive techniques, and they figure out strategies to circumvent our law enforcement.
Cohen emphasized that we should not underestimate the impact that cartels have on our public safety. Let's see how it looks heading down the roads this afternoon. Enrique Garcia's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with a crash blocking the left-hand lanes. US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound at Rural Road. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. State Route 51 southbound at 20th Street. And a look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 35th Avenue and Van Buren Street. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, 59 for the low, 91 tomorrow, and we're going to stay in the 90s. In fact, the mid-90s by Saturday. Right now it's 73 in Cave Creek. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is an Outspoken exclusive. Live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents. This is the Face-Off.
All right, second half of the Face-Off every Wednesday at 5 o'clock. All right, let's see who we've got on the panel today. Republican Michelle Ugenti-Rita, the former Arizona State Senator. We've got Christine Jones, ran for governor as a Republican and attorney and former GoDaddy chief counsel. Barry Markson, KTAR legal analyst. We have covered Trump's State of the Union. We also covered, did he bring up Iran enough and explain to the American people, here's why I'm going in or possibly going in. Let's shift the focus now to something that really just isn't going to go away. No. And that's the Epstein files. So the question is there proof that the Justice Department is destroying evidence of allegations towards Trump in the Epstein files? There is a new investigation that says the Justice Department withheld portions of the Jeffrey Epstein files that contained allegations involving President Trump, including material tied to claims that Trump sexually abused a minor and that some pages mentioning him were removed from the public record. So I sit here and say this. I don't know what they're doing with the Epstein files. Are they deleting them? I don't know. Are we getting just redacted stuff? Is everything in black? I don't know what to believe anymore.
Can I ask the lawyers a question?
Please, go ahead.
So, if I understand correctly, they're like when you have a tranche of documents.
Okay.
Yeah. They're numbered. I would liken it in my head. It's like the Dewey Decimal System at the library.
It's called a Bates stamp.
It's called a Bates label.
Yeah.
Oh, see?
Yeah.
And
Capital B.
It numbers each page
name.
consecutively.
And you had NPR and now the New York Times have gone through this.
Yeah.
And have tried to connect those labels to actual files. And when they do that, certain ones are missing. They know that what is in those files because they were used in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial as evidence.
Some of it, yeah.
Some of it was.
Right.
I'm just trying to understand
Is this stuff that's on a privilege log, or do you know what the missing docs are?
Yeah, I mean, the ones we're talking about now, and this is actually really bad. So has the Department of Justice turned over all of the Epstein documents as it's required to now by law?
Or are they picking and choosing what
they're definitely picking and choosing. There's no question about that. But here's the allegation now. There was a witness, a woman who came forward and gave interviews to the FBI in 2019. Not one interview, not two, 3 interviews. Mm-hmm. The FBI doesn't interview 3 times and they don't think there's anything there. So that doesn't mean, by the way, none of this is evidence. I mean, it's evidence. It's not proof of anything. He's not convicted of anything. Who knows the credibility of this woman? I don't know. So, but she said that when she was 13 years old, Donald Trump, that Epstein introduced her to Donald Trump. She was in a room with Trump.
Let's not go into it too much, please.
Well, but she also accuses Epstein of abusing her as well.
Yes, and it was bad. So the issue now is that those records, not only have they not been released to the public, but when the Congress people can go in and look at the records in the little, it's not a skiff, but a little secret room that the Department of Justice
not allowed to take a phone in or anything. They can only go and look.
And they're supposed to have access to everything. They should be able to look at everything in that little room under security, and those records aren't there. And that is a real problem. So now there's a memo that went from Todd Blanche, the chief deputy of the U.S. Attorney's Office, to everybody when they were doing these search throughs, and there's some indication in there apparently that he was having people post stuff that said Trump on it and other things like that. If that's true, it's a huge cover-up. It's already a big conflict of interest and I don't know if he's stopped doing this, but Blanche was Trump's criminal defense attorney.
Right.
So is he still Trump's criminal defense attorney?
Yes,
and the Department of Justice prosecutor?
Most certainly is operating for Trump.
It's a huge conflict of interest. So if the question is this a cover-up? Are they pulling documents? I hope they haven't deleted anything or destroyed it, but that is a major, major problem.
Michelle Ugenti-Rita, MAGA wants these documents released. I don't feel like we're getting these documents released. How do you feel about the DOJ, and are they hiding stuff or deleting stuff or whatever they're doing?
I don't know. I mean, there's obviously an agenda to constantly bring Trump down and accuse of him things that he hasn't done. Putting all of that aside, this needs full transparency. Every last document, every last page, nothing redacted. The American people deserve that. And
see, you're on the side of Boebert and Green, and like these are people who are on the right, who I think that you agree with a lot of the times, and they're fighting and they're saying we're not getting
the law
what we should get.
And Trump signed the bill to release the files.
Yeah.
They're not doing it. They're in violation of the law.
This is dragging him down every single day.
And why are they hiding it? What is their possible motivation for deleting, hiding, and obfuscating?
I kept asking that all last year. Why is Trump spending all of his energy to make it where we don't release these records that he said he wanted to release? And it's just dragging this out. It never goes away. And he said it was taking his news cycle. He didn't like that. And now I'm starting to wonder, is it because of this stuff? I always said I didn't think Trump did anything really bad. He's a sleazy guy, and a little creepy, but I don't think he did like this. Now
you're talking about pedophilia.
It's really bad.
Right.
And I don't know.
I don't know either.
But, this woman says she didn't press charges because she was afraid of retaliation by the then sitting president of the United States, which I understand. So this is really bad, though, and if there's any truth to this, it all needs to come out. But if the Department of Justice is covering stuff up for somebody who did this...
Or deleting files.
Let alone if he's the president of the United States, that's a huge scandal.
Christine Jones, what do you make of this whole thing? Are they deleting stuff? I mean, I don't even know how you would prove that they deleted stuff other than the numerical...
Yeah. You go to the file and it's empty.
It's gone.
Yeah, so if we have non-consecutive Bates labels that just suggest 50 pages are missing, then we got to go find them, and all of that should come out. 100% transparency. Michelle is right. However, focusing on Trump is exactly what every single other one of these predators wants you to do, because he's immune from prosecution right now. If they can get you to talk about him and something that he did to a 13-year-old girl 20 years ago, they love it. Because as long as you're talking about him, the local prosecutors and the federal government are not going after them. Shame on us for falling for it. Every single one of those guys that is a predator should be prosecuted.
100%.
And if convicted, put in jail, including Trump. And guess what? We can't do that with him right now. So let's put Trump aside, get the guys we can get, and when he's out of office, we'll go after him.
The Bill Gates, the Larry Summers,
they're all in this. I mean, even Britain arrested
Britain is arresting a
former prince.
I agree with everything.
And the ambassador of the United States got arrested.
I agree with everything you just said. But the fact
Sorry,
is...
I got energized.
No, you were right. And I agree with you. But the fact is, the Department of Justice is not going after anybody. They haven't opened a claim.
But neither are any of the local prosecutors that we know, and they should.
But they don't have the evidence.
It doesn't matter. Well, all
it does
of us
matter.
have the evidence.
No. They don't. The evidence is what the Department of Justice has. They're not sharing it with local prosecutors. It's the Department of Justice could bring these charges, and they're not doing anything. Kash Patel and Pam Bondi last year came in and said, "There's nothing here. There's nothing for us to prosecute." We now know that's not true.
Right.
But there's still, if they were prosecuting it, wouldn't we hear about that? We are focusing on several perpetrators. We have suspects. We're going to be bringing charges. They're not saying any of those things.
Nope.
I hear about charges for James Comey and other people. Not that.
Well, there are nearly 1,000 women, many of them underage, are mentioned in some way, shape, or form in this. It's just amazing to me that we can't find any of the perpetrators.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, come off of it.
No, it's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
That's very...
Yeah, it is bizarre. It defies belief.
I'm really... I don't understand why there isn't more uproar about this, by the way. This wasn't only happening. This was on the right. They were the ones yelling and screaming for this, wanting this. And maybe they were right. This is something... There is more there than maybe we thought there was. Why have they stopped now? I don't understand. There's a few, the Marjorie Taylor Greenes and Lauren Boeberts. Why
Thomas
isn't everybody
Massey
saying, let's get it out. Let's be transparent.
Yeah. This is the 5 o'clock face-off. Thank you guys for being a part of it. Real quick, coming up next. Should FBI Director Kash Patel be fired for guzzling beers with the men's Olympic ice hockey team? We'll talk about it next. This is the face-off on KTAR.
Looking for a great deal on a new Hyundai? You know exactly where to go. Earnhardt Hyundai North Scottsdale has always been the destination for no-bull deals on the vehicles you love. But right now, things just got even better. The Hyundai Getaway Sales event is here. All month long, we're featuring 0% APR financing on select models for 60 months. Plus, well-qualified buyers can even get no payments for 90 days. Whether you choose the versatile Hyundai Tucson or the adventurous Santa Fe, you'll enjoy America's best warranty and owner assurance up to 10 years or 100,000 miles powertrain warranty. Don't wait until these deals drive away without you. Stop by Earnhardt Hyundai North Scottsdale or visit northscottsdalehyundai.com. Take a test drive and find the SUV that fits your lifestyle. Our team is ready to answer your questions and get you on the road today.
Hyundai Motor Finance credit approval. Not all will qualify. Not available on balloon financing. 0% APR and 90-day payment deferral for well-qualified buyers. If applicable, interest differs from date of purchase. Excludes tax, title, license, $599 doc fee, and $618 dealer protection package. Offer expires March 2nd, 2026. See Earnhardt Hyundai of North Scottsdale for details.
Okay, raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older faster than you should. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't think so. If ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, there is good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life at full speed. The QC Kinetics medical professionals use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. All real QC Kinetics patients. The sooner you start treatment, the sooner inflammation eases and the sooner joint damage slows down. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation are free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
How in the world do you know which personal injury firm to choose when there are a million of them out there? Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Here's why you should choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you're hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of Sweet James' attorneys. They were disgusted by the insurance companies and how they were taking advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials. That means they are assembled to take on the big insurance companies and maximize every case so you get the most. They consistently deliver some of the top settlements in the state. It's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. If you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. That phone number is 800-900-0000. Or find them online at sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KTAR News Flash.
At 5:45, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions heard today from the president's nominee to be the nation's next Surgeon General, a 38-year-old author and online influencer who's seen as a leader in the MAHA movement.
Some have been scared.
Amidst an ongoing measles outbreak, the Senate panel's GOP chairman Bill Cassidy pressed the Surgeon General nominee to explain her views on the MMR vaccine.
You're a physician. I'm a physician.
Dr. Casey Means has previously said the cumulative effects of shots require more study.
I'm supportive of vaccination.
But Means said parents should talk with their child's pediatrician. If confirmed, Means said she'll focus so much on ultra-processed foods, some might become frustrated. Not Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders.
Good. I won't be frustrated. I'd be delighted.
Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking on traffic now for us, Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. I-17 southbound approaching Utopia Road. Scottsdale with a crash on the exit ramp. Loop 101 Pima Freeway northbound at McDonald Drive. Looking towards surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 35th Avenue and Van Buren Street. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus, reminding you that if you lived in our bold and bright community, you'd be home by now. No rush hour here. See for yourself at beatitudescampus.org. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hey, it's time to get your house painted, and the best company to do that in the entire state is the Arizona Painting Company. So I remember 20 years ago, the first time they painted the house first house I ever purchased, and I just remember, how great their painters were, and they treated my house like it was their own. And I'll tell you what, since then, of course, I got married. My wife and I purchased a house, and they've been here to paint my house on the outside, certainly the inside last summer, and they're just the best at what they do. And that's why I've talked about them with you for 20 years. A fresh coat of paint does a lot. It'll boost curb appeal, but it'll also protect your home from sun damage and the heat that's coming. And the Arizona Painting Company will handle everything, start to finish, make it easy, no stress. And they got a great special in February, which, by the way, is slowly coming to an end. But text the word paint to 620-620 and unlock that massive discount and tell them that Gato sent you.
This month, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
All right. Welcome back. Final segment of The Face Off. In The Face Off, in studio with us right now, that's Christine Jones, attorney and former GoDaddy chief counsel.
Hello.
Michelle Ugenti-Rita, former Arizona State Senator, and KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson. Thank you guys for being in here. So the Olympics wrapped up over the weekend. Possibly the biggest event of the Olympics, at least from the United States standpoint, is winning the gold in hockey.
Yeah, men's and women's.
Men's and women's,
Yeah.
very good, absolutely. And by the way, our sport now.
Yes.
I think when you win the gold in both of them, you can claim
That's
it's your
right,
sport.
Canada.
I just don't think there's an argument.
If Canada just would have become the 51st state, then they could have been the winner too.
It's a great
Hello.
point,
They didn't
Barry.
think that
Too
through,
soon,
did they?
Barry, too soon.
That is
Think
a
it through.
great point.
But almost immediately after winning the gold, it turned into a kerfuffle. It turned into politics. It turned into, I don't know what you call it, when FBI Director Kash Patel was seen chugging beers with the players. Is that a fireable offense?
Not this White House, but, but yes.
If it is, a lot of people would be fired, I think.
I'm not actually offended by him being there. I know we were talking off air a little bit. This reminds me back of when Robert Sarver bought the Suns a long time ago, and he was a fan, and he became the owner, and he was sitting courtside, and he had the foam finger, and he did the gorilla. He jumped on the trampoline and did the dunk, and I just said, this is so great. This guy's a great fan. He owns the team. He's a guy who grew up a basketball fan. He had enough money to buy the team. How wonderful!
He's in it,
and
yeah.
people started giving him so much crap about it. The NFL, or the NBA owners, everybody, and he stopped. And I was like, man. So does it bother me that Kash Patel, who's a huge hockey fan, has been following the team and a supporter, that he was in there? That bothers me less than he took a government plane there and said, I'm there for security, which is ridiculous. And that he's and that
Well, he originally said he wasn't going.
But that he seems to be treating being the FBI director more as, what do I get? What perks do I get, as opposed to, I'm the chief law enforcement officer in the country and I have to do that. He doesn't seem serious.
Well, it's a visual.
If you need that guy searching for your loved one, are you trusting that guy?
No.
I'm not. I just think it's the optics of
Because
it.
he celebrated with
I
the
think he
United
looked
States
ridiculous. I think he
hockey
looked
team?
silly. I think he looked like I did in college.
Yeah.
That's and
By
I
the way,
was
you don't mean that as a positive.
No, I was an idiot.
Okay.
That's what I did in college. I was 20.
You're picking apart a great moment.
A great moment that should have not had him in it.
Why?
Because it was part of it. Those guys didn't even know who he was until they told them. They're like, "Who's the old guy that's in my bar?" It's one of those, right?
The
Who's
googly
the old
eyes.
guy here?
You know who was most upset? Is Christy Noem, because she didn't know her jet could go that far. So she was upset. She wanted to be there.
All right, I have a serious question.
All right.
With her boyfriend.
Isn't it the?
Is that the Corey Lewandowski thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Isn't it the optics of it that you're the director of the FBI and you should have some sort of decor? And I think that's what it was. Am I losing sleep over this? No, but
I think it's situational too. So they were at, he was at a sporting event. He wasn't, at a fancy dinner or inside the White House.
He looked like a
chugging
frat
beers.
boy.
I mean, he was celebrating. Who hasn't chugged a couple beers when their team has won?
I know,
Oh
but
my
I'm
God.
not the director of the FBI.
The chugging was too much. He could have been there and celebrated without
The
chugging.
chugging's too much?
Yeah.
We don't really care
You
about
guys
the
are
fact
being-
that he was there, that he took a government plane, that he drank beer. None of that matters. You know what matters?
What?
Is he should have been home working on convicting people who are
There you
pedophiles
go.
around Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes.
That's why we
That's a
care.
really good point.
Because
That's
he
a
had
Maybe he was
better
looking for Nancy Guthrie's
things to do.
abductor.
And Nancy Guthrie probably is in Italy, and I don't think we've looked there yet.
Well, you know what? The optics of the Nancy
Well, I'm
Guthrie
not going
thing.
partying with any of you guys here.
Yeah.
That's my
That's
takeaway.
I think the Nancy Guthrie thing is actually very interesting. I
What do you
think.
mean?
Well, we know that he's not the one that's singularly looking for Nancy Guthrie, but his department is. And if he looks like a drunk buffoon, it's like, do you really think anything's getting done? And then I say, probably not.
Well, the bottom line here is that President Trump nominated a bunch of completely unqualified, incompetent people for these positions. He had no basis to be the FBI director other than he had complained about the FBI director in the past. And we can go up and down a lot of this cabinet, and that's what it is.
Well,
and so
RFK Jr. talked just the other day about how he was snorting cocaine off of toilet seats.
You know, who amongst us? You know?
With all due respect.
Come on.
That's not what we were talking about. We're talking about him
Right.
drinking a couple beers at a celebratory sporting
I
event.
think there's
It
an
looked-
optic, though. There is an optic to it.
it doesn't look good. It hasn't looked good for the whole year. He's not qualified to be the FBI director. He's not helping.
Kristi Noem has not done a good job.
And these people, the FBI has to work and they have to do this job, and they don't like seeing him do
But
it.
can we end this on a happy note?
Okay, go ahead,
both
please.
teams won the gold medal
Yeah.
for the first time in
Congratulations.
40
You're right.
years,
Yeah.
and we should celebrate
Here,
that.
here.
God bless.
We can
Cheers.
There we go.
There
Brother
we go.
and sister.
Cheers. Oh, for God's sake. That's Michelle Rita. Come on, give her credit for that
Touche.
one, right?
That's good.
Christine Jones and Barry Markson, thank you guys for being a part of the Face-Off today. I'm sure you will be back at another time. We look forward to that. We also appreciate everybody it takes to put the show together. We look through the double pane bulletproof glass over there. We've got our DJ just in time. We've also got our producer, the First Lady of Outspoken. That's Miss Jules with all the news and information. The pride of Tennessee and the Hall of Famer Becky Lynn.
Whoop, whoop.
And getting you home today with all your traffic. That's Enrique. Don't call me Iglesias. Thanks, guys.
Up next, Arizona's Evening News. And Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Would you like to walk with the pros? Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, has teamed up with Shady Ray Sunglasses to send 2 lucky listeners VIP style to the 2026 LPGA Ford Championship, presented by Wild Horse Pass, March 26th through the 29th, to walk inside the ropes with the pros on championship weekend. Runner-up contestants can win premier hospitality to the Trophy Bar Hospitality venue or tickets to the event. Go to bunkergolf.com and register for our Walk with the Pros contest today.
Arizona, please listen. The Colorado River has been shrinking, and there's less water than ever. Now, some states in the upper Colorado River Basin are trying to force Arizona to get even less. Our communities could face devastating cuts that threaten homes, tribes, farms, jobs, and our future. This won't be voluntary. All 6 million of us will have to change our way of life. Let Washington hear your voice. Demand action. Save our future. Visit protectingarizonaslifeline.com today.
Visual freedom for your life. Hi, I'm Dr. King from King LASIK and K2 Vision. If you're in your 30s and sick of poking yourself in your eye with your contacts, or you're in your 50s playing, "Where did I leave my readers?" or in your 80s pretending your cataracts are just a little fog, relax. We've got a procedure for your eyes.
King LASIK and K2 Vision. Solutions for the young to the youngish. Book your free Zoom consult at kinglasik.com. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. kinglasik.com.
Did you hear about the new Arizona cashback program for home buyers? The first 1,000 visitors to buyerhunt.com can get a minimum of $10,000 cash back and as much as $25,000 cash back when buying any home in Arizona. There is no cost to participate in this home affordability cashback program. Find out what your exact cashback amount would be at BUYERHUNT.com. Check it out at buyerhunt.com.
Last year, I had back pain radiating down my right leg. The pain was so bad I was willing to cut my leg off to stop the pain. I could barely walk and had to stoop over when I did just to take pressure off the spine. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In my professional career, I've represented thousands of people who've had herniated discs and issues with their neck and back, but never fully appreciated what they were going through until it was my turn. It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person who's never had sight. All I can tell you is it hurt like hell, but worse. My daily walk was gone, and that bothered me a great deal. Then I thought of all of you and how much more devastating this type of injury could be for you. My life stopped. I now feel your pain. Just know at Morgan & Morgan, we got your back. I understand. Morgan means more.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand BARD for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand BARD for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and end 3/2/26. See dealer for details.
Hey, this is Matt Dagus with Bright Wealth Management. If something happened to you tomorrow, would your family know what to do, where to go, who to call, or what you wanted? If you hesitated, even for a moment, that's exactly why we created our legacy planning checklist. It's free, it's simple, and it walks you through everything that your family would need before they even have to ask. From legal documents to personal wishes, it helps you cover it all. Download your copy today at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. When something's happening in your community, ABC 15 is here to listen, to lift up your voice and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's Evening News.
And a good Wednesday evening to you. It is 6 o'clock. I'm Bill O'Neill in for Joe Huizenga this evening.
And I'm Becky Lynn. Tonight,
county leaders handing over $500,000 to an office they're also fighting in court. I'm Ballin Overstoles.
And are you ready for 90 degrees in February?
No.
No, that's right. These stories and more are coming up. But right now, let's see how those roads are looking. Hopefully, they're better than our weather forecast. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Bill, thank you. Chandler with a crash on the exit ramp. Loop 202, Santan Freeway, eastbound. Approaching Cooper Road. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. I-17 southbound at Utopia Road and Scottsdale with a crash on the exit ramp. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, northbound at McDonald Drive. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We'll see clear skies overnight, dropping down to 59 by morning. Mostly sunny tomorrow at 91 degrees. Mostly sunny Friday with a high of 93. Could see a record high on Saturday under mostly sunny skies. 85 degrees right now in Glendale. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Well, more on the weather. A majority of the country is surrounded by snow, but Phoenix, as you heard, is expected to break an all-time record high of 94 degrees on Saturday. February has marked a historic month in Arizona as the temps are 20 degrees higher than normal. National Weather Service meteorologist Gabriel Lojero says visitors need to be thinking about staying safe.
Given that it's going to be really elevated temperatures, people need to take heat precautions such as hydrating and taking frequent breaks in the shade to avoid any sort of heat exhaustion.
Luckily, temperatures are expected to drop back down after the weekend.
Arizona votes.
I still don't have those answers.
Now, despite much doubt, the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors voting to give the Recorder's Office more than $500,000.
County Recorder Justin Heap had requested $550,000 to build out more space for ballot signature verification. The board and Heap also in a legal fight over election powers, and Supervisor Mark Stewart saying earlier today,
while we might be in disagreement on some of the parameters of the shared service agreement, at this point, we're still getting business done. You can count on a great election this fall.
Supervisor Steve Gallardo also voting yes, but says he had been a no earlier in the day.
Try to solve some of the concerns that he has. But nonetheless, Madam Chair, I did vote yes, but we'll be watching him.
In sole no vote, Supervisor Thomas Galvin is worried Heap's signature verification process is denying too many valid ballots. Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Arizona's Secretary of State says he's been assured by the Trump administration that ICE agents will not be at the polls on Election Day. Adrian Fontes was on a call with a number of colleagues from around the country earlier today, during which the group was told Any suggestion ICE will be present at any polling location is simply not true.
Highlight on housing.
Well, Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays announcing a $1 million settlement with Widener Property Management, LLC, to cover an alleged rental price fixing scheme. Widener renters over the last 10 years may be eligible to receive about 2 months' worth of rent back and will be contacted by the nonprofit Wildfire Mays. She has active lawsuits now against 7 other landlords who also used an algorithm from RealPage to allegedly fix these rental prices.
We're learning more about an incident yesterday in Phoenix when DEA agents came under fire during an investigation. The agency tells us that one of 2 suspects began shooting as an investigation was taking place near 67th Avenue in Van Buren. No one was hurt, and both suspects were ultimately taken into custody. We're told a weapon and drugs were recovered.
The Guthrie family remaining hopeful as the search for their mother nears the 1-month mark now. The family pledging to donate $500,000 to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Callahan Walsh is that center's executive director.
This will go on to help elevate missing children's cases, get attention on cases that may not be getting the attention they deserve. This will go to help support families and bring home more missing children.
Now, the Guthries are hoping the money will bring national attention to all people who are missing.
As we take a look at Wall Street today, things were looking up. The Dow rose 308 points, the S&P up 56, and the NASDAQ jumped 288 points. If you need more money news, you can visit the Business Center at KTAR.com.
First year of the second term, should be my third term.
President Donald Trump setting a record again with his 1 hour and 47-minute State of the Union address last night. Reaction to that address and what the president talked about breaks down largely along party lines. Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly, who has been widely discussed as a potential Democratic presidential candidate in 2028.
I was there for the whole thing. I thought the speech was rather boring.
He shared that stark assessment with Arizona's Morning News, saying he didn't hear any solutions to issues Americans are most concerned about.
How is he going to bring down the cost of groceries and the cost of, housing, for people? Not a lot of time spent on that, and not like real policy. Like, how are you going to do this?
Meanwhile, Congressman Greg Stanton, a fellow Democrat, agreed.
He refused to actually address anything that really mattered to the American people on the most important issue, and that's the issue of affordability, how to make life easier, how to lower costs for the American people. It didn't happen at all last night.
Across the aisle,
we've done actually some really interesting things working through how do you modernize the tax code a bit to produce investment? We need long-run investment in plant and equipment and technology.
That's Republican Congressman and candidate for Arizona Governor David Schweikert, who says he sees some positive signs.
We're seeing this incredible wave of capital being invested for productivity in the future. We may not feel it yet, but I think over the next decade, we're going to be benefited from the decisions we made this summer.
And now that the address is in the books, ABC's Karen Travers reports the president is breaking with what has been tradition.
The president is here at the White House. He's not traveling, as is customary after the State of the Union, where presidents announce policy proposals and then take them out on the road and present them to everyday Americans to try to continue some momentum for the State of the Union. We didn't have a lot of those policy proposals from the president, but for him, he's essentially saying, trust me, things are good.
For more on the State of the Union and reaction to the address, go to KTAR.com.
Coming up in just a few minutes, potentially record-breaking high temps during a record-breaking warm February. And we're going to bring you another traffic report for you to get home tonight.
And get caught up on the biggest takeaways from last night's State of the Union speech from President Trump in the newest episode of the AZ Political Podcast with Jim Sharp. Watch it on YouTube or on KTAR.com. KTAR News Time, 6:07.
The American Sprint Car Series is coming to Central Arizona Raceway this weekend for the Sonoran Clash. Come on out and watch Arizona's best take on racers from all over the country this Saturday and Sunday. It's affordable, it's fun for the whole family, and the weather is going to be perfect for a weekend of wheel-to-wheel, high-speed action. Racing starts at 3 both days, and all the event info you need is at centralazraceway.com. The new Central Arizona Raceway at the Pinal County Fairgrounds in Casa Grande.
For nearly 25 years, Primavera has helped thousands of Arizona students succeed with an accredited world-class education, tuition-free and right from home. If your child struggles in a traditional school setting, Primavera Online can help. We serve Arizona K-12 students with flexible, personalized learning that fits every student's needs. See how Primavera can help your family today. Don't wait. Enroll now at chooseprimavera.com. That's chooseprimavera.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Guys, if you have low testosterone, Red Mountain says Low T start for free. For a limited time, they are waiving their startup fee. You can gain the muscle, lose the fat, lose that dad bod, and get the edge back. It's a great way to get started. If you're feeling sluggish and you lose focus at times, maybe some trouble in the bedroom, chances are it's Low T. But in addition to that, they do have ED medication. And how about this? A prescription-only formula that will actually put hair back on your head. It's called Hair Grow RX. It's helping guys reverse hair loss for good. Guys, they have got you covered at Red Mountain. You have to make the appointment, but I promise you it's going to change your life. Go to redmountainweightloss.com, make a video consultation appointment, redmountainweightloss.com, or pound 250 on your smartphone, key phrase Red Mountain. Once again, that's pound 250 on your smartphone, key phrase Red Mountain.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With Life Source, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap. No salt, no regular maintenance, and no plastic. Just fresh filtered water that protects your family and your appliances. So call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Life Source. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
Let's give $2,500 to Mr. AC.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The first thing I would say is stop painting and get Rhino Shield because you're never going to have to paint again, and I truly believe that.
It's a new year, Phoenix, so stop painting and listen to your neighbor Scott about Rhino Shield.
This house is a stucco home. We have painted this house 3 times. Stucco continued to crack, the caulking peeled.
That's because Rhino Shield's not paint, it's better.
I told my wife I want to see what it's going to cost to do it because if we don't have to paint again, we're saving money.
Rhino Shield's a ceramic coating. It's formulated for our specific climate right here in Phoenix.
The Rhino Shield guys, they were careful with everything. When they were done, there was no damage to anything. It was something I was very impressed with.
Come on, Phoenix, get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
And I think the transferable warranty for 25 years is a very attractive thing, especially for a prospective buyer in the future.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino! Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. Zillow has some positive news when it comes to how far your money is going in the Valley. Don't miss the good news tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News. Catch us on 92.3 FM and watch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
It's 6:11. Thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Bill O'Neill in for Joe Huizenga here with Becky Lynn, and a good evening to you in Deer Valley. Thanks for listening to Arizona's Evening News this evening in Deer Valley.
Oh, that calendar says February, but
it looks like we are in the process that we're going to be breaking record high temperatures.
Oh, Arizona's family meteorologist Ian Schwartz is going to join us in just a few moments. We'll take a closer look at this heat wave. But first, let's get you home. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Bill, thank you. Chandler with a crash on the exit ramp, Loop 202, Santiago Freeway eastbound at Cooper Road. A look into our surface streets, Phoenix with a crash on 75th Avenue and Sells Drive, and Phoenix with a crash again, 51st Avenue and Baseline Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear skies, 59 overnight, mostly sunny tomorrow, high of 91 degrees, and that's just kind of the start of it for the next few days. We're gonna find out more about that here in a minute. 85 degrees right now in Phoenix. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
I love this song, but I'm not sure I like what it means for us. It's still February, and forecasters say we could see record-breaking high temps this weekend. Maybe even 94 degrees on Saturday. Now, you see Ian Schwartz on Arizona's Family, and he joins us now here on Arizona's Evening News to take a little closer look at what we can expect over the weekend. Ian, we were expecting you to do something about this. You're the meteorologist.
Ian. Yeah, I know. Do you guys really want to talk to me about this? Let's just start with when we normally see 90-degree heat in Phoenix, and that is a late March ordeal. So these temperatures are going to come a bit early, about a month early, and you had kind of talked about breaking records, daily records. We might actually break the record for the warmest temperature ever recorded in Phoenix. Right now, that number is 92 degrees back in 1986 and 1921. And we're looking at highs that are going to be a couple of degrees above that. So some people are like, wait, I have to use my air conditioning this weekend in late February? That's probably what annoys me the most.
I know people haven't even turned on their heat at all this entire season.
I haven't.
Have you not?
I have not.
Ian, have you turned your heat on at your house?
I think I chickened out one of the mornings when we had upper 30s or mid 30s, but I think it was only once. And then I think the other time it happened, I had forgot it was on, but not intentionally. I try not to use it.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
So yeah, we just have this stubborn ridge of high pressure. This is pretty typical with La Nina patterns, which we are in. And it usually means for us dry winters with above normal temperatures. But we talked about this the last time, and I want to reiterate: a warm winter does not guarantee a record-breaking summer. There's not really good data that ties the two together. I just want to point out in 2022, we had a really mild winter with below normal temperatures, and then 2023 set all sorts of crazy records. So it's really hard to kind of correlate the two. So don't panic. It doesn't mean summer's going to be more awful than usual.
Right. So let's say, I just can't stand 90 degrees. I got to get out of here for the weekend. I want to go skiing. What's it going to look like up in Flagstaff?
Well, we'll probably be breaking temperatures. This isn't just a Phoenix-centric thing with, our urban heat island. We have a lot of concrete and industry, and it was really, really good at retaining heat. But I think we are going to be breaking records in spots like Flagstaff and Prescott as we get going into the weekend, because Flagstaff will be looking at temperatures approaching 70 degrees Friday and Saturday. They're 7,000 feet. And it's still late February. They should still be dealing with 40s and snow. And, we had that good little hit of snow, but it's still been an abysmally dry winter this year.
So I did last weekend. I went to the high country. I went to Pine Top. And I picked the best weekend to go because I wanted some snow. And it did. It snowed while we were there. Not enough to keep us in completely because they got the roads cleared. But if I had just moved it back one weekend, I would probably lose my chance. It was one weekend.
It would be somewhat tropical for you, exactly.
Exactly.
That's right.
I can't believe I hit it.
We still have some time, but the window is definitely closing for winter. As far as this weekend goes, the risk is not going to be obviously as great as it is in the summer. But, some folks super sensitive to heat maybe don't want to overdo it in the mid-90s this early in the season. Or if you're going to go to Innings Fest or a spring training game and be chugging a few beers, maybe you want to supplement that with some water too. And then the one thing I always want to remind folks about their dogs. A long walk in the mid 90s for a dog, that may be too much. Your dog, how they react, but I have a smushed face dog, and that's gonna be way too warm for her to take, a substantial walk. So we'll probably be doing that earlier with this weekend, but most people should be just fine. Maybe an annoyance, like I said, that you have to turn on your air conditioning and see those dollars flying out the window.
Right.
Man.
That's a good point, though, because we do have a lot of people here this time of year who come from other parts of the country to get out of the cold, and maybe this is a little warmer than they would expect or would normally deal with while they're here.
Yeah, we're talking about temperatures 22 degrees above normal. So, and psychologically, you're like, it's late February. There's massive blizzards in the east.
Right.
I should, do whatever, So just those types of things to keep in mind. But by no means is it the, elevated heat risks that we see in the summer. But yeah, especially folks who maybe, hey, they're going to go run up Camelback and they might be moving a little slower than they thought.
No, they better not.
With mid 90s in the forecast. So,
it's been really, really dry. We just haven't had that much rain at all. And should we be concerned about that at this point? We haven't had great monsoons either. I know they've said, oh, we had above average rainfall last year. Didn't feel like it. And drought is just, people are still saying that word. What do you think?
Yeah, it's, we are in a multi-decadal, many decades of drought, and we kind of get these shots in the arm. But still, long term, we would like to see, better consistency. A lot of it also relies on other states. So a huge portion of our water, I'd say 30 or so percent, maybe a little more than that, relies on the Colorado River. That is tapped out. That is shared by Las Vegas, Los Angeles. And a lot of that snow is even outside of our state. So we really watch the Great Basin, the Rockies, and those mountain ranges to see how that is feeding the Colorado. Now, we also have SRP water that we do, the chain lakes. We have aquifers, and I think Phoenix does a pretty good job. But, I don't, it's impossible for me to say, well, I think there's going to be, water restrictions come this time. But it's definitely, when we see winters like that, water managers are none too pleased.
And I guess for now, Ian, when will this heat break for us, and how likely is it that we do get maybe a little taste of winter, even give me some spring at least before summer arrives?
Yeah, right. Some good news. By, I think, Monday, we'll start to peel back those 90s and probably hover in the mid 80s for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then by the end of next week, I think temperatures will drop even further. I was seeing a trough that's going to kind of come in from the north and the west, but it's more of a land-based thing, and they don't scoop up a lot of moisture. So those tend to be dry systems that knock our temperatures down and kick up the wind, but they don't provide a lot as far as rain goes. We really want a system that kind of rolls down the Pacific, kind of goes up the Baja, scoops up some good moisture, and then pummels us kind of coming from the south and the west. This one's going to kind of come in from the north and the west, and a more land-based deal that unfortunately will be nice to cool our temperatures down, but I'm not seeing any significant precipitation, maybe a little bit in the north in the next 7 days.
But you're saying there's a chance we could comfortably wear a jacket again by mid next week.
Yes.
At least for a few more days.
Exactly.
All right.
At least in the morning.
At least in the morning. Ian Schwartz, meteorologist with Arizona's Family. Thank you for filling us in on what we are going to be enduring over the weekend.
All right. Take care, you two.
Coming up, Governor Katie Hobbs officially on the ballot for re-election in the fall. We're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story and another check on traffic, too. KTAR News Time, 6:21.
I think one of the things that patients don't realize is that when they get a joint replacement, that's not a lifetime treatment option. And they're probably, if they are a younger patient, signing up for multiple surgeries down the road.
As a physician and medical director for QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli's seen a pattern of trending joint pain. Prolonged medication, steroids, then surgery, possibly another surgery.
So a lot of our patients are trying to avoid or put off surgery, and this is the treatment that can help them do that.
QC Kinetics extracts your body's healing substances, concentrates them back into your aching joints to help heal and restore those areas, providing lasting relief.
Oh, I love being able to tell my patients, before we do this surgery, let's try another option. Let's see if this is right for you, because now they might not have to have surgery at all.
Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't, and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination, and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus an extra $100 off all mattresses. And Saturday, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Arizona's Evening News.
And good evening to you. I'm Bill O'Neill in for Joe Huizinga this evening at 6:25 alongside Becky Lynn.
Good evening.
Renters impacted by a price-fixing scheme are eligible to get thousands back. I'm Heidi Hommel.
Also tonight,
the president's speech, a win or a whiff? Depends on who you ask. I'm Colton Krolak.
Those stories and more coming up, but right now, let's head out to the roads and take a look at things. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Bill, thank you. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the Loop 202 South Mountain Freeway, eastbound approaching Baseline Road. Peoria with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Agua Fria, southbound near Peoria Avenue. And a look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 75th Avenue and Sells Drive. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We'll see clear skies tonight. We'll fall back to 59 by morning. Mostly sunny tomorrow. Ready for 91 degrees in February. Friday, mostly sunny. How about 93? You like that? Saturday, mostly sunny. 94 degrees.
Stop talking. No.
That would break the record on Saturday if we do hit 94 or possibly higher. We'll just have to find out together. Right now, we do have clear skies, 86 degrees in Scottsdale. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
It's 6:26.
Highlight on housing.
Certain Arizona renters may be eligible for compensation following a $1 million settlement with Widener Property Management, LLC.
Rents have gone up about 75% since 2016, and Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays blames rental price fixing. That's why she sued Widener and 7 other landlords for using an algorithm from RealPage to allegedly fix rent prices.
Who met regularly with landlords to make sure that they were following the algorithm's recommendations. They pressured those landlords to accept the software's prices.
Widener renters over the last 10 years may be eligible to receive about 2 months' rent back and will be contacted by the nonprofit Wildfire. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
New information in the disappearance of an 8-year-old girl who was later found dead in Coal Mine, Arizona back in January. That's northeast of Flagstaff. The FBI now says it appears Malika Boone was likely struck by a passing vehicle. It is possible the driver of that vehicle may not have realized the girl was hit. Boone had last been seen playing in her neighborhood, was likely walking home when she was hit. Investigators are still working to track down the vehicle that did strike her.
There are some mixed feelings over the president's address among Arizona's congressional delegation.
Arizona Democratic Congressman Greg Stanton thought President Trump missed the mark during last night's State of the Union, especially when it came to addressing affordability. He tells Arizona's Morning News,
the president's poll numbers are way underwater. Instead of addressing that, and he had a chance for a reset to explain to the American people what his policies would do to lower costs, he totally blew that off.
However, Republican Congressman David Schweikert believes the Trump administration has made positive strides in strengthening the country's economic resilience.
We're seeing this incredible wave of capital being invested for productivity in the future. We may not feel it yet, but I think over the next decade, we're going to be benefited from the decisions we made this summer.
Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs officially filing her nomination petitions to run for re-election this year. Last month, the governor announced she had raised $15 million for the 2026 election. Her campaign says 95% of donations toward that total came in at less than $100 a pop.
Turning to sports tonight, spring training rolls on for the Arizona Diamondbacks. They took on the LA Dodgers this afternoon. Unfortunately, the Dodgers took that win 10-7. College basketball, UNLV visits the Grand Canyon University Antelopes tonight. Tip-off, 7 o'clock. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly isn't quite ready to get into the race for the White House, at least not yet.
There's a lot of work I've got to get done here, and we've got an election in 2026.
That from our exclusive conversation with Senator Kelly earlier today on Arizona's Morning News.
The senator also weighed in on the Pentagon's decision to appeal a federal court's decision that blocked Secretary of War Pete Hegseth from censuring him over urging military members to refuse illegal orders, pointing to the judge's own words in the ruling.
That they were violating my First Amendment rights, but more important than that, they were violating the First Amendment rights of millions of retired service members.
The U.S. Court of Appeals in D.C. will hear the case next. As for the continuing partial federal government shutdown over immigration reform, Senator Kelly says ICE and other immigration agencies are broken and need to be held accountable.
And my Republican colleagues at this point, they refuse to demand any kind of basic accountability from this agency.
He says people should be fired, citing the deaths of 2 protesters in Minnesota.
Now, on the other hand, though, Senator Kelly says the U.S. should continue to work with Mexico when it comes to cracking down on the violent cartels in that country. However, the U.S. should not think it can go it alone in this fight, at least according to Senator Kelly.
A discussion with Mexico about that might be appropriate at some point. Us unilaterally, dropping bombs in a country that is an ally of ours, bad idea.
All that and much more with Senator Kelly when we spoke with him earlier today. You can see our entire exclusive interview with the senator at KTAR's YouTube channel.
Now, coming up in just a few moments, the latest on what's been a contentious back and forth between the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors and the county recorder. We're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story, and we'll check on traffic for you once again as well. KTAR News Time is 6:31.
Rosie on the house, every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
On the House means home improvement and repair advice is free of charge when you listen to Rosie, helping Arizona homeowners for over 30 years. That's Rosie on the House. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge, and Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Hi, Jamie West here with Jerry, one of the amazing Life Plan residents at Beatitudes campus. And Jerry, what do you love about the Life Plan at Beatitudes?
Number one, we should be moving. Beatitudes Life Plan includes 28 acres where you can walk. We have lots of opportunities to be social. You can live independently but have some help through Beatitudes at home. It's all here.
Learn more about the Life Plan community by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes.
At Genesis of Scottsdale, our visitors are our first priority. We love getting to know our customers as much as we love showing off our lineup of gorgeous luxury SUVs and sedans. This month, we're making it easier than ever to experience the Genesis difference. Genesis Motor Finance is offering 2.99% APR financing for 48 months on our most popular models for well-qualified buyers. That includes the sporty G70, the adventurous GV70, and the flagship GV80. In fact, this exceptional rate applies to a wide range of select models across our entire inventory. Whether you're thinking big or small, your perfect fit is waiting for you now on our showroom floor. Visit Genesis of Scottsdale today for a test drive. Give our staff a chance to show you these incredible vehicles and explain just how simple our terms can be.
Offer subject to credit approval by Genesis Motor Finance. For well-qualified buyers, only a limited number of customers will qualify. Tax, title, license, $599 doc fee, and $618 dealer protection package extra. Must take retail delivery from dealer stock by March 2nd, 2026. See Genesis of Scottsdale for details.
It's the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, March 6th through 8th at State Farm Stadium. While there, be sure to visit Window World of Phoenix.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass for one low price of $59.89, tax included. You can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies or one low upfront price with Window World. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
See Window World at the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, March 6th through 8th at State Farm Stadium with free parking. Info at mchomeshows.com.
Happy Thursday, and have you noticed the price at the pump creeping up again? What gives? And could it really jump in the next few weeks? We'll look into it today at 2 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, on air, online, and on the KTAR YouTube channel.
It's 6:36. Good evening. Thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Bill O'Neill in for Joe Huizenga alongside Becky Lynn.
Arizona votes.
I still don't have those answers.
Still, the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors looking for a way forward now with County Recorder Justin Heap following months of bad blood between the two sides. In the aftermath of a difficult question and answer session, there have been some new developments over the past couple of days. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles has been watching it all unfold. He joins us now on Arizona's Evening News. Okay, Ballin, today the supervisors ponied up with some big cash. What's this all about?
Yeah, thanks for having me on, as always, guys. And again, more action from the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors and Recorder's Office. So today, the board did vote 4-1 to give the Recorder's Office $550,000, a bit more than $500,000. And that's because Heap had asked for this money for infrastructure upgrades he says he needs for signature verification for the upcoming election. So that was something, again, he had asked for. And we also heard Supervisor Debbie Lesko say she actually got that request from Heap in a text last month, and she decided to, it sounds like, really try to help this get through in an effort to build some goodwill. She did point out that this isn't really when they make these budgetary decisions typically, but they did go a little bit out of order to get this money over. And it comes from a $4.1 million fund that state lawmakers last year actually earmarked for the Recorder's Office. But the County Board of Supervisors, of course, they're the pass-through agency for a lot of those finances.
So hearing the vote, and we know that it was 4-1, even though they authorized it, there was a little hesitation, even among those who were the yes votes. Why?
Yeah, I mean, just think a week ago from today, we were hearing some frustration and back and forth between Heap himself and those supervisors. So I think if you're watching this lately, it can be kind of surprising to see then, okay, they just gave him $500,000. So why? The yes vote from Debbie Lesko, I think I mentioned this a bit before. She definitely indicated this is an effort to build goodwill, and as she said, bury the hatchet. There is ongoing litigation between the Recorder's Office and County Board of Supervisors over election authorities. And we also heard concerns from Chair Kate Brophy-McGee about signature verification, what this money is actually for. In elections last year from November, the Recorder's Office denied signatures, saying that these are not valid ballots because of the signatures on them at 3 times the rate from previous elections. So 3 times more denied ballots because of their signatures. And the supervisors are worried that too many ballots are being tossed out because of his new signature verification method. So we heard that from Chair Kate Brophy-McGee, and she did vote yes for the funds, but she said that she feels she's forced to vote yes for this. And that comes from the board saying they want to ensure the election moves smoothly, regardless of what happens with this litigation and these arguments. It seems like they're trying to build basically a baseline plan that, regardless of what happens with the courts, that hopefully everybody can stick to. So we heard again Chair Kate Brophy-McGee saying this was a forced vote, and similar concerns from Supervisor Thomas Galvin, who was the only no vote. He, again, going back to the signature verification issue, saying that he just has not had his questions answered.
Speaking with KTAR's Ballin Overstolz about the situation involving the Maricopa County Recorder Justin Heap and the County Board of Supervisors. Okay, this all happened a day after supervisors sent a very significantly worded letter to Justin Heap.
Yeah, so this goes back to what we saw last week, and I came on the show to discuss, where the Board of Supervisors voted unanimously, giving back Recorder Heap some election responsibilities over early in-person voting. So now the Recorder's Office is in charge of early in-person voting for the upcoming elections, and what the Board of Supervisors wants to ensure that the entire election is ran smoothly. He has one portion of it, the board has another. At some point, they have to sort of transition from early in-person voting to day of election voting. So that letter is urging Heap to coordinate with the board on these plans. Something I chatted with Chair Kate Brophy-McGee about this, and she said when the board had this responsibility, those early in-person voting sites would just become day of voting sites. So, you know, the same sites pretty much throughout that entire run up to the election. I think something she's concerned about is what if Heap selects a set of sites, they select a set of sites, it could become a little confusing for voters in terms of where they need to be heading to vote. So that letter is urging Heap to work together with them on that, and he has a deadline set for Friday to get back to them on that.
So day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. It's confusing to me just hearing you talk about this. There are so many ways, it seems like, for us to vote in our elections. You can go show up the day of. You can get your mail-in ballot and mail it whenever. You can go early and vote in person. You can drop off your ballot the day of the election, and it's, what do they call that, a late early or something like that.
Right.
And if, my goodness, it does seem like if there's not coordination, this could just go off the rails.
And that's definitely the concern from the board, is they want to ensure this is coordinated. Again, though, there's this court case, though, so depending what the court decides in terms of who can control what parts of elections, it could still get a little messy.
Any sense that all of the supervisors may really just be trying to sort of reframe their relationship here with Heap?
Definitely. I mean, I've already spoken to that a bit because that's such I would say an important portion of what we're seeing. I mean, again, Debbie Lesko coming outright and saying she wants to bury the hatchet. She pointed out that she helped him get this funding request through, but he does criticize her still in public speaking engagements. So I think she expressed some frustration there. But yeah, definitely trying to reframe this relationship and trying to get to a point where everybody can work together to ensure smooth elections. Heap, I think, has a bit of a different take on that, though. Getting into what he has said, talking about this, we did gaggle with him last week, and he says that state law gives him control over early in-person voting. So even though the board gave him that recently through this vote, and that has been parts of agreements in the past, he wants the courts to come outright and say, this is your responsibility, whether or not the board does this through agreement, decides to give this to you. So for his perspective, he said that he thinks the board is doing some of these things because they think they're going to lose that court case.
This is a lot.
It is quite the twisting road.
It is. Okay, so I have a question about the, you mentioned about the signature verification, and that's what this money, $500,000 that they voted to give to the recorder's office today to work on the infrastructure, and that this new plan or equipment that he had at the last election found 3 times as many signatures that it determined were erroneous, not legit.
Yeah, this is by way of a process he's implemented, and there's still a lot of questions about this process, to be clear. From what I've looked into it, he's made changes like creating nonpartisan sort of teams that look over ballots. I believe also taking party identification off of ballots, making it so that people checking these signatures don't necessarily know what party they're coming from. So from a surface level, it does seem like some interesting changes, but the concern is with the data. So again, looking at November jurisdictional elections here in Maricopa County from last year, we just saw a pretty considerable increase in those number of rejected ballots. And we do know the Board of Supervisors is currently looking over a lot of information from the Recorder's Office that has to do with this. So we haven't seen all of that information come out in terms of what exact changes are, maybe what specific mechanisms are leading to this increase in ballots. But again, the Board of Supervisors is worried that maybe people are being disenfranchised right now if some of those ballots were legit.
I was going to say when a signature's rejected, don't they contact the voter and say, hey, we got to fix this, right? And so you could show up and say, no, this is my signature. And I just wonder how many of those are actually proving to be legit versus whatever the system this is not working correctly.
Yeah, and I don't have it written in my notes here. I believe in last week's Q&A between HEAP and the board, I believe he mentioned efforts to reach out to some of those people, but I don't have that in my notes. I don't remember exactly what he said. But yeah, I mean, that is part of the process for sure.
Right, and we know that the board wants to hear from Justin Heap by Friday, you said. We know that Justin Heap talked last week. Has he said anything at all about this in the time in between?
Yeah, KTAR, we did reach out to the Recorder's Office, both about the funding from today and the letter. We did get a response on the funding, which basically just restated what it's for, which we've covered here. On terms of the letter and the request, we did not get a response on that. Last week, the board did ask Heap if he would commit to the idea of coming back to another public discussion with them. He wouldn't commit to that. Obviously, that's different than what they're asking for on Friday, but it doesn't seem like there is not open communication there.
No, it does not seem as such. Not at this point.
No, not at all. Well, we'll continue to follow it every step of the twisting road as we travel down it here. KTAR's Ballin Overstall is with us here on Arizona's Evening News. Thank you, Ballin.
Thank you, guys.
All right, let's go back out to those roads, get you home, see how the traffic is moving. Once again, Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky Bill, thank you. Tempe with a crash blocking the exit ramp, Loop 101, Price Freeway, northbound at University Drive. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, westbound at 64th Street. And Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the Loop 202 South Mountain Freeway, eastbound at Baseline Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear skies overnight. Tonight down to 59 by morning, mostly sunny. Tomorrow 91 degrees. Friday mostly sunny and 93 degrees. Saturday mostly sunny. How about 94 degrees? Raise me a degree, anyone? Anyone degree? 94? 94. That's enough.
Stop right there. Please.
85 degrees right now in Tempe. Conditions aren't perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Okay, coming up.
I'm supportive of vaccination. I do believe that each patient, mother, or parent needs to have a conversation with their pediatrician.
The president's nominee for Surgeon General in the spotlight. We're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story. And you can get caught up on the biggest takeaways from last night's State of the Union speech from President Trump in the newest episode of the Arizona Political Podcast with Jim Sharp. Watch that on YouTube, our YouTube channel, or at KTAR.com. KTAR News Time now is 6:46.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-747-1515. That's 800-747-1515. 800-747-1515.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus an extra $100 off all mattresses. And Saturday, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. The Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show takes over State Farm Stadium March 6th through 8th with free parking.
Find solutions for remodeling, landscaping, and design.
Shop houseplants and local artisans.
Participate in free workshops.
Enjoy live music, magic shows, and even adopt a dog.
Bring the whole family for exclusive show deals and fresh ideas for every space you love. March 6th through 8th at State Farm Stadium with free parking.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, and save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SAIL now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SAIL now.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com, and I want to buy your house. If you're considering selling your home for any reason, do yourself a favor and let us show you how we can give you more. With no agent fees, no commissions, no repairs, and no showings, you can get a straightforward cash deal that you can close on in as little as 3 days. Other buyers may try to make you an offer without ever seeing your home. They may try to lower that offer or even cancel the deal after inspecting it. I will never do that. Our team will come out to your house and make you a fair as-is cash offer on the spot and will never cancel after the deal is signed for any reason. That's the Doug Hopkins difference. See for yourself why more people trust the Doug Hopkins team. Visit us today at DougHopkins.com or
Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SAIL now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SAIL now.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp, and Thursday on Arizona's Morning News, why the Teachers Union is against a legislative proposal designed to pay teachers more. Watch LaDonna Harvey and me on the KTAR YouTube channel or listen on air, online, or on the KTAR app.
In the meantime, welcome back to Arizona's Evening News. I'm Bill O'Neill in for Joe Huizenga.
I'm Becky Lynn, and here's our top stories for tonight. The Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions heard today from the president's nominee to be the nation's next Surgeon General, a 38-year-old author and online influencer who's seen as a leader in the MAHA movement.
Some have been scared.
Amidst an ongoing measles outbreak, the Senate panel's GOP chairman Bill Cassidy pressed the Surgeon General nominee to explain her views on the MMR vaccine.
You're a physician. I'm a physician.
Dr. Casey Means has previously said the cumulative effects of shots require more study.
I'm supportive of vaccination.
But Means said parents should talk with their child's pediatrician. If confirmed, Means said she'll focus so much on ultra-processed foods, some might become frustrated. Not Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders.
Good. I won't be frustrated. I'd be delighted.
Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Cuba says it killed 4 people, injured 6 more aboard an American speedboat during an encounter today. In a statement from the Cuban Ministry of the Interior, they claim that speedboat was registered in Florida when it was detected in Cuban territorial waters. That still needs to be verified by U.S. officials, according to ABC News contributor, retired colonel, and former State Department official Steve Ganyard.
We don't know if the U.S. registered boat fired on the Cubans first. We don't know where they were. Were they inside 12 nautical miles? So really everything needs to come out once the U.S. is able to figure out where did this actually happen, who was on this Florida registered boat, and what were they doing inside if they were indeed inside Cuban territorial waters.
Border Patrol agents near Yuma arrested a cartel scout in the Sierra Pinta Mountains. They say the suspect was using the high vantage points to communicate smuggling routes with the cartel. Agents found a number of supplies for cooking, scouting, and communication, even coming across solar panels for an extended scouting mission.
The reward for information on the whereabouts of Nancy Guthrie now more than $1 million as that search hits its 25th day. Authorities hoping the reward money will put pressure on anyone that may be involved. The executive director of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, Callahan Walsh, is hopeful.
This reward may be that piece that brings that person out of the woodwork and incentivizes them to make that tip.
The Guthrie family also donating $500,000 to Walsh's center to spread awareness for all missing people. All right, Becky, are you surprised that this guy... or maybe this guy...
Good songs there, both of them.
You know what? Neither one of them is in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Billy Idol and Phil Collins, they are among the field of nominees for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame's 2026 class. Other nominees include Mariah Carey, Pink, Luther Vandross, Shakira, several more. First question, are you surprised the names mentioned above are not in the hall yet? And if you had to choose just one to get in, who would it be?
Okay, so Phil Collins actually is in the Hall of Fame with Genesis, but not as a solo artist. So since he is in there with Genesis, I'm going to go with Billy Idol to be in the Rock Hall of Fame. I think he needs to be there. I do, but I think Phil Collins as a solo artist should be there too. So.
Phil Collins should absolutely be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That was my music in high school, was Phil Collins.
Yeah, that he's great. He's fantastic. Do you know who? I think there's only one artist who's in the Rock Hall of Fame 3 different times.
Oh, who is that?
It's Eric Clapton.
Really?
Yes, and I have to go back and think. So solo.
Right.
And
Cream?
I think it's the Yardbirds.
Oh, maybe the Yardbirds. Okay.
And then what's the other? And maybe it is Cream, but those are 3. But I know that he is in there 3 different times.
A 3-time winner, Eric Clapton.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah. Which is bizarre. But some of these other people, we were talking about this earlier today. Fantastic, not rock.
No, and that's been something with the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame for a while now.
I know. There's a lot of groups and people they could still induct. But are we running out of rock?
Are we running?
Rock's changed
It
a
has
lot.
changed a lot over the years.
Yeah.
So that is very, very possible that we're running out of the rock singers.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, here's another little volley question for you.
Sure.
We have an answer to an age-old question. That squeaking sound. What causes the basketball squeak on the sneakers? Well, there's a new study in the journal Nature that says researchers have figured out tiny sections of the sole of the shoe constantly change shape. They momentarily lose, then regain contact with the floor thousands of times per second. Had you ever even wondered about this? And does knowing the science behind the squeak ruin the symphony of the game?
Well, no, I've never really wondered about what makes the squeak. You could hear it on TV when you're watching the game, obviously. Does it ruin the symphony of the game for me knowing all of this? Probably not, because I'm probably not going to remember it for very long anyway.
It is annoying.
Sure.
It hurts my ears when I hear it, I have to admit. And you know something, I will tell you this too. It involves shoes. And this is more for women. But sometimes when you walk along, your shoe will squeak.
Sure.
And somebody said it's when you don't wear socks with your shoes.
Really?
Yes.
I've never heard of such a thing.
I had a pair the other day that was squeaking. I'm going, this is embarrassing. And I found that, and I went home, put on a sock, fixed it.
Okay, ladies.
There you go.
That's how we stop the squeaking shoes.
There you go.
Thank you for that, Becky.
Uh-huh. Okay.
All right, Survivor was once must-watch TV, right? How about its 50th season today? Not 50 years, 50 seasons, though. Survivor 50, spread out over 25 years. Did you watch? Did you stop watching? How long is too long for any TV show?
I watched the first season, I think. I can barely remember. But remember, there was a guy that everybody hated.
I remember him.
Just hated. And then he eventually, I think, got put in jail for tax evasion or something.
He did, yes.
And everybody was glad. But my husband's neighbor, and I cannot remember her name, but when he was growing up, one of the people who won Survivor lived in his neighborhood, like 2 houses down from her, and he knew her very well. We were like, oh my gosh, we know her. So that was all I ever watched it.
Yeah, and then sometimes these shows just kind of burn out, don't they?
Yeah,
after
they
a little
kind
bit
of
of
do.
time?
Like American Idol kind of went away, but now it's back again.
It's back again, but it's not what it once was.
It
either.
is not what it once was.
Absolutely.
Okay, coming up tomorrow in Arizona's Morning News, the school voucher program has been universal for 4 years. Has it negatively impacted the special needs students it was created for by opening up to everybody? Our Education Solution reporter Shira Tanzer has taken a closer look and will bring us more on what she found.
Also coming up tomorrow, we'll hear from Arizona's Secretary of State Adrian Fontes, who says he has been assured by members of the Trump administration that ICE agents will not be at polling places on Election Day. Much more from the Secretary on that. All of that and more tomorrow morning on Arizona's Morning News with Jim Sharp and LaDonna Harvey starting at 5 a.m.
Okay, I have a good story for you tonight.
Okay.
I hope you've seen a little bit about this. I hope everyone has because it's just adorable.
Oh, I know where you're going.
Do you? Do you know where I'm going? Punch the baby monkey.
Punch the monkey.
Punch the monkey. I mean, don't punch the monkey. No. But Punch the Monkey is in Japan. And he is, it's called a macaque, a baby macaque. And many have been following Punch's story since this got out. He was born last year at the Ichikawa City Zoo in Japan, but he was abandoned by his mother. We need a collective, because he's really sad. He's just adorable. Zookeepers don't know why that she abandoned him, but they were concerned because macaques are emotionally dependent on their mothers for quite a long time. And here's little Punch with nobody to take care of him. No other monkeys in the troop there stepped up to take charge of him. So the zookeepers separated him, and they began to take care of him. They gave him this giant stuffed orangutan that he uses as a surrogate mother. And this is what's so cute. Punch adorably drags this giant stuffed orangutan around everywhere within the enclosure. Zookeepers say he is a strong and stubborn little monkey trying to integrate back into the monkey troop. And his mother's still there, but she still pays no attention to him. Some of the other monkeys are starting, though, to step up and groom him and give him hugs. Meanwhile, we have learned the stuffed orangutan that Punch carries around is from IKEA.
Oh, no.
It's sold out already, but people